Yeah. In New
It
South
wasn't even
Wales.
predicted. Yeah, in Northern New South Wales. Yeah, it wasn't even predicted. This place, it was just it just came out of nowhere.
I heard it was a pretty weird summer this year in Australia, weather-wise. A lot cooler than normal, a lot more rain and cloudy days. Or on the Gold Coast, at
Yeah, we
least, it
had
was
some.
like that.
Yeah, yeah, we had some hot ones, like, but yeah, relatively cool, like bearable, and yeah, it was even for us. We got a bit of a wetter summer than we had previous years, which was good for farmers. Plants are just really weird at the moment. I mean,
Mhm.
everyone complained about their tomatoes not ripening fast enough, not coming on when they were supposed to. It's like out of whack. And autumn seems
Yep.
really late this year as well.
Yeah, I heard there's a lot of cloud seeding and stuff like that going on in Australia this year. Not sure, but that's what I've been told.
Yeah, I don't know. Just so it seems like the trees at the moment. What the trees would look like. It would look like the
If you're
nature.
talking, Twat, I can't hear anything. Maybe I don't know if it's on my end.
But now,
Yeah. Now you just, yeah, I couldn't hear anything before, but now I can hear.
it just seems like what the trees would have looked like a month ago. You know, like in previous years, they look like now. Like it's late. We're just about to head into
Yeah,
winter.
yeah, very strange.
Hey, good afternoon. Anybody here?
Yeah, man. I hope all is well with you.
Yes. So, hello.
Hey, yeah, just walking over to go get the lawnmower. Take me about 10 minutes. It's a good little walk to go get it. And I thought I'd check in, see if anything was going on in here.
Oh, it's Jay. Hey, man. I haven't talked to you in a minute. Bro, I hope you're staying blessed.
I am. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. Today's a great day.
Yeah, it's been a while since we spoke, man. Yeah, glad to hear you're doing well.
Yeah, man. I'm kind of laggy where I'm at, so I'm gonna stay mostly silent. But when I heard you enter the room, I'm like, I'm gonna say hi to him.
Yeah, cool, sweet. Yeah, we can wrap another time if you want to. I don't have anything to. I don't have anything groundbreaking to talk about, so.
Yeah. But no, I'm hanging out with the family, talking to my sons, doing the dad thing.
Yeah. We went to church this morning, and then we went to Samuel's, Sam's Club. And then here I'm getting ready to mow, and I forgot to get the shrimp out for dinner. We got some frozen shrimp the other month that still haven't eaten. I'll get it out here as soon as I pull back up the house with the mower.
Yeah, got to get it thawed out in time.
Yeah, they had I don't remember when it was. Maybe it was January, but they had a really deep discount on wild-caught Gulf Shore shrimp. So, I don't know if it has extra radiation added to it or extra petroleum in it or what, but it's palatable
we got
anyway.
Off the coast of Fukushima.
Yeah. And then they just relabeled it as that. Yeah. Oh, I know what they did. They took them from Fukushima to the Gulf, and then they released them through a tube that went to another ship, so then they could say, "Oh yeah, well this is a Gulf caught shrimp."
Yeah, they just dump them out into the net and then lift the net back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a couple people in here earlier asking questions about the flat Earth, globe Earth conversation. Yeah, I think some good convos happened, but then Rab Scuttle was in here earlier as well, so he did his normal thing.
Yeah, you've got, obviously, it's kind of like if I start from 0 megahertz and I go to 10 trillion megahertz, I'm going to spend an awful lot of my time going through noise. And then there's a small portion of that spectrum where I would actually find some really good, useful information.
Yeah, you actually find a station. The rest is just static.
Yeah, and frankly, I would say it's probably about the same ratio. The globetards are the static, and the globies who are serious and sincere are the stations. And hopefully we'll catch a few who will listen to what we have to say, but ultimately, you just have to tune past the globetards, and if they're misbehaving, it's time to hit the mute button. But if they're behaving, then it's a worthy conversation.
It's funny to me when people complain about being muted, or they just think that they're going to be, and then while nobody's being muted at all, and they're just sitting there complaining about a non-existent problem.
Yeah. Well, it's like I used to get into cog diffs, and I'd have them swearing up and down to me, oh, I didn't do anything, I didn't do anything, I didn't do anything. And then I would copy and paste the transcript in and said, well, what about this? And then then they'll usually not know what to say. And I'll be like, okay, that's what I thought. But it's funny how many of them will, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing.
When the record is shown to them, like, oh man, they've got it recorded. Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they'll be having a massive tantrum, freaking out, swearing at everyone, calling everyone names, and then they get muted, and then they jump in the comments section and say, look, see how unfair it is in here? Mod abuse, mod abuse. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's silly troll behavior. It's childish, really. It's basic level troll behavior.
And they just need to be blocked, really. And then maybe they'll behave a little better under an alt account.
Yeah. There's one kid who came in here. He started off a bit weird, but I think that there was a decent conversation that came up later on, like as he calmed down. He was laughing it up, but that's the normal response for a lot of these dudes. They think it's just a joke, just a troll, just a meme.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was one guy I didn't really have time to go on and on with this morning. I don't remember if that was in here or in the politics server. Hang on a second. Give me half a second. Sorry, I'm just texting my wife. She's asking me about the shrimp. Anyway, but this cat this morning, he asked me, well, what was the moment? And I forget his exact terminology. If I had more time, I might have picked this terminology apart, or I might have asked a few more questions. But more or less, I knew he was just trying to find out when when I knew the Earth was flat. And so he said, I asked that the other day and I got muted. And since I only had a few minutes, I didn't explore the topic, but we actually had a pretty good conversation. He seemed like he was actually sincere. And then I told him, look, I have to go. We'll pick it up another time when you see me. And, I seriously think a lot of these trolls are autistic, and they ask questions at the wrong times unintentionally. So I think a lot of them, and I don't know a fake percentage or whatever else, but I'd say a large number of anti-flat earth people are just simply autistic, and they truly don't know they're misbehaving. I think there's quite a few of them that know exactly what they're doing. But from some autistic people that I know, a lot of them pull off the same behavior, and then they have a conversation another time that's perfectly fine. And ultimately, I've known quite a few people, like that in real life. And so ultimately, I think it's kind of a shame, because what happens is that the real trolls, they get us so worked up so that the other people who may actually be open to it, we then are just like, okay, you know, we've heard this same thing 100 times. Here's 101, and so it's so the 101th guy gets crucified when he's just not reading the room, so to speak.
Yep, you're not wrong about that.
Yeah, I've got a really good, smart, intelligent friend that I've kind of had to slow down talking to, not because I dislike him or don't want to talk to him. It's just, if you have an hour conversation with him, you spend 55 minutes trying to define words, and then he thinks he's teaching you, when in reality he has to pull out the dictionary and start getting through all these subwords, and then finally you'll get to say your sentence at the end of that 55 minutes, and he'll go, oh wow, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It sucks, but really, I think that's how it has to be sometimes. Once you've reached a certain level of understanding of things, we really have to define what we mean when we say things, due to there being so many meanings to words and different contexts based off of worldview. You kind of have to be so specific and then you get the 55-minute being specific and a 5-minute real conversation.
Yeah, and that's why, like, a lot of times what I had been doing kind of in the main server, but I've just not been able to take any trolls really in a while. But what I was doing was like especially in the lobby or Cogdis or whatever else, I would say, okay, well, watch this video or read this book. Now, once you've, or not book, but article, once you've done this, message me and then tell me what you think about the article and what's good about it and what's wrong with it, and then what you learned and, you know, what other conclusions you might draw from it, and then we'll pick up from there. And then when they keep continuing trying to talk, say, look, I'm sorry, I'd love to talk, but, you know, first I need you to watch this video or read this article, and then we'll pick up from there. Just, you feel free to private message me, feel free to tag me, and I do think we could do a lot more of that with some of these people. Like, okay, you want to get deep into the definitions? Well, let's explore this first topic here by reading this. If you got something you want me to read, I'll read it too, but read this first, and then we'll get back together and continue. I think it's important to tell somebody. Shoot, I had some kind of bug trying to bite me. I think it's important to tell somebody something, but also to give them homework. And if they're sincere, they'll put forth an effort rather than just trying to kick a can back and forth and then wonder why they're not.
Yep, couldn't agree more.
Okay, but what about seasons?
Yeah, and then you start to answer that question, and they're like, "Well, what about this?" And then you start to answer that, and they're like, "But what about this?" Just gish galloping.
Yeah. It's like, but the stories.
And it's funny, none of them actually care about Earth at all. It's all about the sky.
And then when they start contemplating, right, the possibility that their everyday natural experience of reality is true, they're like, are you saying that all the space agencies are lying? It's like, well, no, you are. You're saying that.
Yeah, we show them some ridiculous footage from NASA. Like we need to get some of the footage from like the Chinese and stuff like that. It's way worse than NASA's stuff. Or the Russian, Soviet lunar footage and stuff like that. It's completely laughable. The worst ones are the ones that just come in and they don't care about any of the evidence and they just want to go straight to like us proving to them like what the motive could possibly be. What's their motive? What would they gain from this? You have to prove that to me. Not looking at any evidence.
Well, about the time that they start asking for motive or if all the agencies are lying, that to me is a concession because they are agreeing that there is no evidence for any curvature or globe. So then now, why did they commit the crime? That's fine. You're going to have to figure that out on your own, but I'm just glad that you conceded that there is no globe.
Absolutely. It is a bit of a
Exactly.
concession,
Yeah.
actually.
Because if you don't accept that part of it, then why are you asking? Right? They always want you to work backwards with them.
Yeah, well, their evidence is the authority, right? Because they will only appeal to what the authority has told them. They don't appeal to any evidence. So they're going to go backwards. They're going to say, why would mommy media or daddy government lie to me? And then we'll go from there.
That's right. And if you can't, if you can't provide me something, a reason, like I'm incapable of fathoming such things by myself,
Yeah.
If you can't provide me something that I deem a reasonable explanation why, then all of the other things are just completely dismissed, right?
There's a quote by, I think most of us have already seen it. It was William Casey in 1981, the director of the CIA, that says, we know our disinformation campaign will be complete when everything that the American public believes is false. That's a quote by the CIA director. So never mind what the motivation is, it's obvious that the governing authority is intent to lie.
Right? They could tell, like you just pointed out, they literally tell you themselves, right? And
Yeah.
they're going to turn around to them and say, but why would you? Why? If you don't give me a reason, then I don't believe you're lying to me.
There's that saying that those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it. And every government, every empire, kingdom, whatever, over the course of all history has, for the most part, ended up being very corrupt and then crumbling under the corruption itself. But
Yep.
their desire for power, just to campaign for power requires a lot of deception and a lot of mind control. I mean, the term media comes from the Medes, the Medo-Persian Empire. They were famous for propaganda. So this is nothing new under the sun, as Crit would say. But that's, the Bible says nothing new under the sun. So this will always be. So I don't know. You just get people that are so removed from that idea, they blindly believe the authority. I just don't understand it. It's like it's always been corrupt. They'll always lie. They'll always try to gain as much power and control as possible. And you're just going to have to be aware of that.
Yeah. What culture was it that used to like build fake house fronts, right, on the shores of rivers, so that when they sailed down it with like dignitaries from or emissaries from other, or even like kings and queens from other empires, right, it gave the illusion that they were more populated and more sophisticated than they really were.
That I don't know. I'm looking it up.
And there was a term for that as well. I can't remember. So that they'd go back and report to their country. Oh, that other country over there, they've got a lot of people and all these fancy houses along the shores of the rivers, and they didn't really. I don't know. Sure, I read something about that.
Have you seen that old TV commercial from America? I think they're singing the national anthem or something like that, and they have blatant subliminal messages within the commercial. I'll see if I can find it. You heard about that?
Yeah, it used to be the closing, like they'd end TV transmission for the night, and it was like what was the beginning of the their TV transmissions in the morning or something like that. Yeah, people like paused it and at intervals
Wonder
and,
if they've worked
and
out.
spells out all the.
I wonder if they've
Yeah,
worked out more refined ways and more secretive ways of doing that now that we don't even notice.
right.
Sure, they have.
Yeah, like our brains are more capable than we give them credit for, Like it'll translate something, you know, and you're not even conscious that it's translated it, right? Coding, whatever. It'll just go straight past you, your immediate sort of perception. Subliminal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was sleeping the other night, and my wife was playing something on her phone, and I woke up and told her all about this dream I had the next day, and she said it was exactly what she was playing on her phone. It was like word for word what my dream was.
Wow.
T-Dub, I put it in the side chat, the Potemkin village, and they were called facades.
Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm gonna save that. Thanks. Yo.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Why is nobody talking?
Yeah, I was just wondering the same thing.
Any flat earthers here?
I mean, I was hoping to. Hey, oh yeah, all right, anti-thing.
Really?
I was
There are a
hoping
couple.
to hear DMOD pop off. I mean, anti-globalist has some good points too.
Welcome back to the server, guys. Matthew, Space Booties, and the symbol down the bottom. Is that Japanese?
That is Chinese, but almost.
Chinese. Apologize.
That's
welcome
fine.
back to the channel.
Does anyone here like Monopoly?
Monopoly. I used to love playing Monopoly. I haven't played in years. Awesome
There's
game.
me and my friend Dehydrate Great here. We're gonna start a game of Monopoly. It's a free website. You don't even have to create an account. If anyone's interested, I'll post a link in the side chat.
What is it, like a website where you can go on and play Monopoly like with you guys?
Yeah, it's free. You don't even have to create an account. You can just type in a nickname.
And can I send you a friend request? You can throw me a link.
Well, I'll put it in side chat.
Or chuck it in the side chat. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
I was hoping to show Great some of y'all's interesting thoughts on the world, but apparently no one's arguing at this time of day, which is fine. But I like arguing when I'm drunk and high. Uh, did you want to play Anti-Globalist? Because I just have it waiting until I put it to a public.
I can't just at the moment because I'm just doing some work at the moment. But,
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
some
No,
other
yeah, no
some other
worries.
time I would love to.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'll send you a friend request. Hit me up
Awesome.
at some point in the future. Start that. Grape. Grapey poop. Grapey poopy.
It was quiet all through the house. No planet was stirring, not even Coriolis. If you're a good little boy and girl, the ISS will come over your country and take pictures and won't snitch on you this year. The ISS sees when you are sleeping. It knows when you're awake. It flies around the Earth every 90 minutes like Santa Claus, for God's sakes. I always thought it was funny when they said, you got to go really fast to orbit the planet. I was like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, you got to go real fast. And I was like, to go around the planet. Go from one point to another to get back where you started, you got to go real fast. You couldn't walk. So you can't orbit the planet by walking? That'd be weird. Every airplane has to orbit the planet in order to get around the motherfucker. Every hot air balloon, everything. So I just think all the cockamamie garbage that they spew to you guys is just so fucking crazy and unbelievable. It's just such garbage. Like, if you can't see, a bird can fly around the earth, bro. Give it enough fuel.
You know, it's funny, Demok. You know what they say? Like, you have to go straight in a curve in order to go straight and hit yourself in your own ass.
Yeah.
So the faster you go, the flatter it is.
Right. They also keep saying how good their telescopes are and how light bends everywhere, but nobody can see their own butt for 24,000 miles.
Oh, it's not refracted enough.
Well, but they claim their telescopes are seeing 93 million miles away, but they can't even see 24 because they can't see their own butt with light refracting for them.
Well, you see, that's because the atmosphere is so thick when you look straight out, but it's pretty thin when you look up because it's thinner. I hear you, man. You know, it's funny. So NASA has this network of high-end space asset tracking systems. It's called the Deep Space Network. The irony is the Deep Space Network is located not in space, but on Earth. And amongst them includes several super huge electro-optical infrared telescopes that claim to see a basketball-sized object. We're talking angular size here, the angular size of a basketball at 25,000 miles away. Can those things look out horizontally and see a light emission the size of a basketball on the sensor from 25,000 miles away? Yep, NASA Deep Space Network, folks. There are electro-optical infrared telescopes on Diego Garcia, on Maui, Chile, a couple other places. You can read about it on the internet. We're not crazy. Imagine if you could take one of those telescopes and look sideways, you know, just like how flat would it be? They're basically claiming that these telescopes are capable of seeing completely clear across a flat Earth 25,000 miles in size. So that means they can see a lot of crap coming from far away if Earth is flat. And let me tell you what, it is. One of these telescopes used for the Deep Space Network was actually used in the combat application, the combat test, which was a test that the military put together with the universities of Dayton, Ohio State, Dayton, a few others, Boeing, Lockheed were involved, Northrop Grumman, Naval Research Lab, where they took 3 laser beams of 3 wavelengths and shot them over 149-kilometer range and registered all 3 wavelengths in one telescope from NASA's Deep Space Network. And the beam divergence did not match terrestrial refraction claims at all. There wasn't any. They were confounded. In fact, they had to ditch all refraction models and use a turbulence model instead. In fact, actually, David Bricker came in on the back end with a study, and he had to invent a new model to describe how come Earth looks so flat and why there wasn't any terrestrial refraction. And his model took a whole bunch of refraction stuff and a bunch of turbulence stuff and just shook it in a bag, mixed it together, and blah, threw it out on the table and said, "There's your new model." Yeah, so the US military debunked terrestrial refraction. Isn't that freaking hilarious? Using NASA's space assets.
Now I wanna go off that, right? Alpha was asking a really good question the other day to the Globies. Like, what's the maximum distance you would accept, right? Beyond which, what's your tolerance beyond which, then you would be questioning the refraction model and
Oh yeah,
the
if
Earth
it's
being a
flat,
sphere.
right? If it's curved, then all bets are off.
Well, so that some like one guy, he couldn't even understand the question, right? Well, I posed it back to a couple of Glovers last night. They said 1 degree, so 69 miles, right? But this is their own thing, right? They're not going to like Google. They're not going to academia and getting, oh yeah, what is the standard? What is the tolerance? What is the
Oh
maximum
yeah,
that
it's seat of the
is
pants,
accepted?
Michio Kaku style. Seat of the pants.
Right, right. But then when you ask like something like Chat GPT, which is only accessing the information available to it that everybody else has, right?
Garbage in,
It's
garbage out.
saying right. It will tell you, no, 10 miles, no, way outside the scope of the parameters and the allowances and the tolerances that we accept. No, that would be impossible. No, you would not see that. And then someone might be able to link you something where some guy is saying, hey, look, in the really cold areas, but he's getting ignored, right? He's getting ignored by academia. People like academia hasn't come to a consensus on that. That guy like Bricker and other guys, their information hasn't filtered, made its way into the mainstream yet,
Yeah, so AI
like
doesn't know
so.
about it.
Right, right, exactly, because it's just looking at the conglomerate as a whole,
Yeah, consensus.
like
AI is consensus based. It's how large language
exactly,
models work with ontologies.
yeah.
Yeah, so they're not going to pick up all the sweet stuff that we find because we're like hackers, right? I mean, we find all the 0-day exploits in the globe model. We find bugs in the globe model, or I should say in globe models that NASA provides that they don't even know about yet. Yeah, isn't that something? Or if they know about it,
Is
they don't want people to know about it, and they've invented ways to mislead people. What's really fascinating, T-Dub, is we can use 8th grade level physics to debunk astrophysics level PhD research. That's got to hurt them in the feeling spot.
Right. Sometimes it even just takes asking questions.
Yeah. Imagine an eighth grader saying, okay, hey, what is mass? I don't understand. What are you telling me about mass? Hey, so force, what's a force, teacher? Can you define a force? What's a force?
Right. Yeah.
Hey,
It's
teacher,
energy.
how does a magnet work on my fridge, teacher? They can't explain any of this stuff because we know they can't because we are them.
And then imagine if they if they had Democ as a student. Man, what a happy to be Democ's teacher.
Demo, yeah, you can leave it there. If Democ has a student, imagine who his mentor would be and how that would look like. Oh, Democ. You would have a big dumpster fire and a little baby dumpster fire next to it, right, Democ? Love you, buddy. I don't think he's here.
He was a minute ago. Yeah.
Yeah,
Be right back.
yeah, me too. Semi AFK.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Flat Earth Boxer. He goes by different names, but that's what I know him as on YouTube. And he was cool. He was going into he was crashing lectures in universities and just walking into like SpaceX offices, you know, just hitting them up, approaching university professors, and they didn't have the answers to the questions that he was asking them.
Sorry, who was that you're talking about?
Flat Earth Boxer was his original name.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, we got some clips of him on the home server where he was like in the back of a classroom. I don't even know if he was supposed to be there. But he's asking this physics. It's a physics course, you know, and he's asking this teacher all these about gas pressure without containment and Coriolis and stuff. And this physics teacher was just like, I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't know. I'm not an astrophysicist. He just kept on like passing the buck off to other people in other fields or other professions. And he's a physics teacher.
Yeah. I've seen
Uh,
some. Oh, that clip. That's hilarious.
yeah. Then he approached at I don't know, it was an astronomer or astrophysicist, I'm not sure. But after the lecture, he approached this professor. And he's like, so like asking him about like a box of air, and I've got a vacuum on the outside, and I open the box. What happens, you know? And he's like, yeah. The gas goes out into the vacuum. He's like, without realizing what he's freaking admitting to, you know. It's classic. Sorry, Rabscuttle, you really roboted pretty hard there.
What is he admitting to?
The entropy increases, you know, and the gas fills available volume, and it doesn't just magically stop somewhere and not, you know, continue to fill the available volume that's available to it.
So why is air thinner with less pressure at the top of a mountain than at the bottom of a mountain?
I don't know, don't care.
That
I
would
just
be
know what gas
gravity.
does.
That would be pressure. That would be air. Yes, it is what gas does. That's exactly what gas does. We can measure it.
Gas fills available volume. That's right. If there was
Why
a
is
volume
air?
available
Why is
to it,
air?
it
Why is air
will.
thinner? Why is air thinner at the top of a mountain?
Don't know. I don't know that it is. I don't know that you're
It
telling me
is.
that's
You
the
don't know what
case.
it is. You don't know that it is. You
I
don't know
don't
that
know.
people can actually go up to. If you've never gone up on a mountain, have you ever gone up on a hill?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I have. About it.
Okay, how high have you ever gone? What is the height you've ever gone?
Oh, I'm at about 1,030 meters above sea level at the moment. High enough?
Okay, you're at 5,000 feet, 1,000 meters, or sorry, 3,000 feet, 1,000. Have you ever gone up high enough that you have to use different cooking directions? Like where they say you have to actually cook for longer because of that. Like on the box of brownies, where they say if you're above this height, you need to adjust the temperature or adjust the cooking method. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, because boiling point. Yeah, blah blah blah.
So
Yeah,
why
yes.
is that? So
What
why
about it?
is it that you have
What
to
about
adjust?
it?
So why is it that you have to adjust the cooking method of brownies for height?
Because I'm in a different pressure system.
Why is there different pressure at the height you're at? Why would the pressure be different?
You know, there's a number
But
of different ways
physicists
to
do
achieve
know
different pressure,
it's a high,
different pressures.
it's a different column of air. It's a different column of air. You're at a higher point, so you have a different column of air than
If
at a
you
lower
say
point.
so,
This is why. This is the
if you say
yes, I
so,
do
right?
say so. That's why. So, what is your
Okay.
explanation of it?
Wait, is this just an explanation? Is it? It's just an explanation.
Yes, what's your explanation of it?
So you just want to pitch explanations. You want to have an explanation fight. Is that it?
I gave you an explanation. No, I gave you an explanation. It's gravity pulls down the air such that
Yeah.
it is denser
Okay.
at the bottom of a gravity well than at the top. That's the explanation. That's the model. We can actually demonstrate it through multiple means. Now,
It's a cool
you have a
story.
model that says
It's a
that
story.
you have a
It's not.
model.
No, it's not.
Wait. You have a model that says air should be the same everywhere. You have a model
I
that
don't.
says the
No,
air
I
should be
don't.
the same everywhere. Yes, you just did.
I don't. When? When did I?
You said air goes everywhere equally. It has no limit. It's going to expand to everything. That's why
I
the
don't remember
professors
saying
say
that.
that's yes,
Don't remember
yes. You
saying
said
that.
when the you said
No,
yes, you literally said that. Yes.
I did not literally say that. You cannot quote me where I said we equal
You
everywhere.
just you just said it. What you said air is going to expand
I didn't.
everywhere
No, I
equally.
didn't.
That's what you said. You said
No, I
air is
didn't.
going
I
to
didn't say
expand every
equally. I
yes,
did not say
yes, you
equally.
did. Yes.
No, I
Then
did
when
not.
he said yes, you said that.
I did not say equally. I said gas
You
will
said
fill the
equally.
available volume. I said
Okay,
if you
will it fill
you
it
want to go back,
equally?
you
Will
want to
it fill
go
it
back,
equally or not equally?
go to
Well,
the
wait, will
live
it fill it?
stream. Go to.
Will it fill it? Will
Oh
it
my
fill it equally
goodness!
or unequally? Will it fill it
I'll tell you
equally
what.
or
I'll tell you what. You tell me how long I get to speak, or you want to interrupt me. Tell me,
okay? You get 10 seconds. Will it fill it equally?
and then I'll tell you how long you get to speak. Right, which is going to be 0, and I have the ability to do that. So I suggest you let me speak.
That
You
was
want
10
more than
seconds, and you're
0
done.
seconds to speak.
You said 10
If you
seconds. You said
right.
I could tell you how long you had to speak.
And that's how it's going to go, young man. Now, listen, I did not say equally. I said gas will fill the available volume. And if there's volume available to it, it will fill it. Not just magically stop somewhere and not and continue to fill it and do what gas does and abide by the laws of entropy. Right? Now, you want to strawman me and then dictate to me how long I get to speak? It's not going to happen. Sorry. Now, there are different reasons why there could be different pressures with altitude, right? Or not just vertically, horizontally as well. Different reasons why there's different pressures horizontally, different axes. Yeah. You're making a claim that it's somehow there's columns of air, right? Gravity. That's your explanation. And then you want me to pitch another explanation. I'm not here to have an explanation battle. You've got something demonstrable you want to show, some evidence for your claims, then you can present it. You don't need to present anything, any other alternative to your story. You just need to back up yours. Okay?
I did back up mine. I said that the model would say the higher up you are, the less dense it would be.
No, that's not what the model says. That's the model was built off the observation. And then you want to turn around and say, oh, look, we predicted it because we made an observation. We made a model off the observation, and now we can predict it. Oh, look, our observation was true. Nice going. Wheels turn. Did you know that? Amazing, isn't it? Wait a sec, I'm going to build a wheel and make a model of a wheel and then predict that the wheel will turn. Oh, look at that. My model was correct. The wheel turned. Oh, goodness gracious me.
The sad part to me is one group has a system of models that makes predictions and creates new technologies and things that you use on a daily basis. Your group just claims you have no idea what the fuck's going on and you're happy about it. That's the amazing part to me. You have no fucking clue on what's going on and you're so proud of yourselves for not having any idea. That is hilarious to me and sad at the same time. It's sadly hilarious. What explains this measurement? We don't know. We don't know why that would work. I don't know why. I'm so happy. I don't know why. But you know what? Continue reveling in your ignorance happily. Now, back to an earlier conversation I was having. So, which types of scientific models are you okay with? Like, for example, I gave Maxwell's equations. Is that a model you're okay with? Or is that one of those that can't be true kind of arguments? That's not possible.
What was it again? Sorry, repeat it.
Maxwell's equations is that a scientific model you're comfortable with?
I don't know. I don't know much about it. What's it about? You tell
Hey,
me.
how about like Ohm's law or any kind of calculation on electrical theory? Like how does current move? Those kind of things. We're going to model like Kirchhoff's laws, modeling natural phenomenon. Would that be okay to do?
For the purpose of what? What are we doing?
For the purpose of Maxwell's equations and Kirchhoff's laws are like how we build all modern electronics devices. How about like nuclear physics, decay rates, calculating out decay rates? Is that acceptable? Have a model on how decay happens.
So they didn't know beforehand, right? They didn't observe anything. They just took a guess and made a model, right?
No, that's not how models are That's not how models are formed.
All right.
You know how models are
They
formed?
collected data, right? First, right?
You collect some data, you make a stab at, I think this model will fit the data. Let's see by making predictions. You go out and make a prediction and then calculate it based off your prediction and go, yes, this model seems to have some predictive capabilities. And you continue doing that. For example, the
Goodness
special
gracious
theory of
me, doing
relativity,
exactly
for
what I said
example,
you'd do.
the special theory of relativity was formed by we have a measurement set. Let's assume the speed of light is constant in all reference frames, and then you start making predictions off that model, and then you start measuring the measurements that go with those experiments that would have those predictions. So that is what was.
Just repeat the measurements you did in the first place, which was the foundation for your model.
No, that's not what they did. They didn't just repeat the experiments in the first place. For example, in the case of the special theory of relativity, the proposal was objects moving at a higher velocity relative to your reference frame will experience time going slower. And in fact, they measured that. They actually measured that happening. So that was the where the model said you should see it, and then they measured it and found it. But it came from the consistency of the speed of light in two directions, which was attempting to demonstrate the existence of an ether, but did not.
So they measured time going slower?
Yes.
How did they do that?
It's a fascinating experiment. Basically, what you do is you say, we measure these particles that have a decay rate when they are at rest in our reference frame. These particles in our reference frame have a decay rate of 100 milliseconds, and when they are traveling fast through the atmosphere, they have they take longer to decay. So as they travel faster and faster, they take longer to longer to decay. That's actually what for example, various accelerators use daily, is to understand the fact that these particles going faster have a longer time, if we do them from our relative reference frame, they take longer to decay than from their own reference frame. So yes, that is something that is currently being used and is repeated daily.
So they didn't measure time slowing down. They measured
They
a
did measure
difference in
time slowing
decay
down.
rate.
Yeah, that's measuring
not
time slowing down.
slowing down.
That absolutely is
No,
time slowing down.
No. Show me where they measured time slowing down.
Okay, in that sense, you could use so that was the first one. Later on, if we use the GPS clocks that are actually traveling at high velocities far away from the Earth's reference frame, we actually see those clocks changing their speed, or changing their ticks relative to Earth ground. So that one they do on a daily basis also. That's your GPS. They actually have corrections due to the general theory of relativity.
Still not hearing where they measured time slowing down.
They've also put two clocks at different heights and watched them move at different speeds based off the general theory of relativity. So that is two clocks with changing speeds. Is that what you want? I can find the experiment for you. It's a fascinating experiment that they did.
So still waiting for where they measured time.
That's two clocks. Those are two clocks. What do clocks measure? I'm sorry, what do clocks measure?
Decaying.
What do clocks measure? No, this is not atoms decaying. This is a clock. What does a clock measure?
A clock is a clock. It's not time.
What do clocks measure? What do clocks measure? What do clocks measure? What do clocks measure?
Clocks tick at a certain rate.
So was that a measurement of time?
We conceive it as being a measurement of time.
So how do you measure time? How do you measure time?
It's a duration, right?
Yes. So in other words, you use a fucking clock, you moron. Yeah, that's what they did.
No, you're measuring the hand on a clock.
Yes, that's what they measured. Yes.
Right. Okay. So now show me where they measured time slowing down.
That's
not
the
a clock. Not a clock. Not a clock.
So explain to me, how do you measure
you're measuring a measurement.
Time?
So you're measuring a measurement. Are you? You're measuring a measurement.
Fucking moron? No, you're comparing the rate of change of two clocks relative to each other. These two clocks, when they're right next to each other, go at the same rate. When they're separated apart from each other, they go at different rates. That difference is due to the change in gravitational forces, which is due to basically is modeled by the general theory of relativity. And that was predicted and that was found. So that is time moving at different speeds or different rates at the top of the building versus the bottom of the building. That's been measured.
You're just asserting it, right? You're asserting that.
Well, no, I'm not asserting it. That's a measurement. Yeah. That is what we measure.
It's a measurement of a clock hand moving at a different rate.
Measure. Of a
clock
What's
hand.
A measurement to you? What's a measurement
of a
to
clock
you?
Hand.
What's a measurement
to you? Clock hand.
It wasn't really a clock hand, but what's a measurement to you?
Hand.
What's a measurement to you?
I want a measurement of time.
How would you
Measurement of
measure
time.
time? So do you believe you can't measure time?
Yeah, yeah. Show me where they measured time slowing
How? So
down.
what? Yes, I just did. I'll find the reference for you. But first is
You
what do
didn't.
you think of measuring?
No,
What
you
do you
didn't.
think measure time? What do you think measure time means?
You're the one telling the story, and then you want to talk about
You're
atoms
making a
decaying
claim
and
that
clocks.
you're making a
Clocks,
claim you
right?
can't measure. You're making a claim you can't measure time. So I'm trying to figure out when
No,
you make that
no.
claim,
Time's
you
slowing
don't.
down.
Right. You measure a claim that you can't measure time. So if you can't measure time
No,
according to you, then
time's
yeah, of course,
slowing
you think this is
down.
magic.
Oh
Right?
my
How
god.
would you measure time?
Show me a measurement of time slowing down.
I
Your
have a question for
interpretation
Claude,
of
if I can ask.
clocks or different decay rates of matter, right? Your interpretation of something, show me a measurement of time slowing down or speeding up.
Yep, I have a question for you, Claude, if it's okay, it's a clarifying question.
Keep going.
What do you think time is, I guess?
You tell me. Apparently it's this
I mean, you're the one who's making the
out
claim,
of
right?
it's a fabric, right? That's what they say. They tell us it's this fabric that's integrated into space.
Well, I'm asking what you. Okay, you're claiming that it's the case that it can't be measured, that time might change speed or something like that. So, like, I guess I'm just asking, what does time mean in that, right?
Time to me is well, it's gonna be what my clock says, right? It's a concept, it's an abstract concept.
What
We'll
your clock
divide
says?
we'll divide divide the days up, right? Into sections.
I see. Okay, so like, let's
And
say, for example, that
keep
you have two clocks and both measure what times, or like what the clock says. In which case, that would be time. By what you mean by time, right? And let's say we took one clock and we put it into room A, and we took another and we put it into room B, and then we later on we put two clocks together. We see one clock is actually 1 hour in front of the other clock, and they're the same clock. Right? They're not like different. There are no like variables that change it or something. Would you think that is reasonable to say? And that is probably the case that time moves slower in one room than the other.
no, I would not. I'd
Well,
start looking at whether one clock is broken or not first.
okay, in this hypothetical, there's no broken clock. They're the exact same.
Well, you're gonna have to show me that the reason that happened was because time slowed down or sped up or whatever. Right?
Well, no, hold up. So the only thing I'm asking is if time is the thing that the clock says. Assuming we have two clocks, there are no broken clock, they're the exact same clone of each other. Would you not say it's an indicator that time moves slower in one room than the other?
No, what the fuck? You're just reading two different times on two different clocks, right?
Yeah, well, they're not they're the same. Like they're not the same clock, but there's no faults in them. They're just created the same way, right?
Huh?
There are
Right.
no faults in the
Yeah.
clocks. They're working in the same way, right? And you're saying that time is what a clock shows, assuming it's not broken, right?
Right. So for some reason, right, the hand on one clock took longer to get to a position compared to the other clock.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now what? Now what?
Yeah. So I'm asking you if your belief is that what
No,
a
not my
clock
belief.
shows.
Not my belief. Not my belief. Not my
Sure.
belief.
Yeah,
Not
wait,
my
hold up.
belief.
I just to be clear, I asked you what your definition of time was, and you said the thing that a clock shows. Right?
I don't even need one. I don't even need one at this stage. You're telling the story. You guys are telling this story. Why are you asking me
So
questions?
the reason I'm asking you is so you made the claim that you can't measure time slowing down. If you're making that statement, I have to understand what you mean by the statement, right? So that's why I'm asking you what do you mean by time. And it sounds like what you mean by time is time is what the what a clock measures, right? So you would
Listen,
expect it.
I'm not making a claim. You guys are.
Do you hold the
It's hard
belief
to understand about this.
do you hold the belief that time can move slower in one place than another?
The fuck are you talking about? This is your story. Stop asking me questions.
Wait, hold up.
You
So
show
I'm just asking what you
show me.
believe, right?
You don't need to ask me what I believe. You just need to show me where time slowed down.
Yeah, sure. But to do that, I have to actually find out what you mean by time.
No, not to do that. No, not to do that. You just show me.
Okay, but look, I can't show you a piece of evidence if I'm not sure that that's the evidence you're asking for. So that's why I'm asking, what do you mean by time?
No, you're telling the story.
Okay, here's a question. Let's say I say something like, "Show me the Bibbly Bob," right? You can't do that unless you know what the Bibbly Bob is, right? So you would ask me, what do you mean by the Bibbly Bob, right?
That you've measured time slowing down, right? Show me where that happened.
Okay, so sure. I'll show you. I'll do this rat first, and then I'll show you. Okay, listen. This is what happens with every retarded, low IQ, Down syndrome having ass motherfucker. They can't engage in hypotheticals because they realize they're wrong. Okay, that's what actually happens. Okay.
So this is just hypothetical. Then it's not reality.
Yeah.
Is time a concept?
He's gone.
Oh, DJ, go on.
He's gone. He ran away after his little tantrum.
Fergie, run away, live to spurg another day.
Boy Muffin was his name.
Time is a concept. Something called duration, right? You want to quantify it, right? You want to quantify duration. Little ticks. Tick. Any ticks between point A and point B.
So tell me this bionic clock that they've got on the space station, bro. Which part of NASA is it actually in? How far away really is it? How can we confirm that it's been to space, basically, and that there's a difference because of the gravity or whatever they're claiming to do it? All very well saying there's a time difference between two clocks when you take them apart, but I've not seen a clock go to space and come back, personally. Atomic, bionic, battery driven, wound up, doesn't matter, it's a story.
Yeah, that's right. And it, like, if I got into a Harrier jet or something went very fast, and I synced clocks with somebody on the ground, and I got in my jet and I took off at, and got up to Mach 3 or something, and then came back and look at that. Oh, yeah, it's a little bit off. Mine's a bit slower compared to my buddies on the ground, right? I can only determine that it was because I went faster, right? Motion. If there is absolutely 100% a difference in what my clock says to what my friend's clock says, it's because of something that I did different. I went faster. Now you want to say that time slowed down because I went faster. No, the clock, there was just a difference in the clock. Just a difference in something happened there. So why did going faster give a difference in our clocks? On what our time says, time. What's the time? Oh, mine says it's 1 second slower than yours. Why did that happen? You repeat it over and over again, we get consistent results. Well, okay, I went faster. Okay, now what? Something about moving faster has a physical effect on the mechanics of my clock, of my watch, right? Not time. Time's just a convention. It's a concept, an abstract concept.
I would agree that putting any kind of mechanism for a clock under hard acceleration would more than likely have a major effect on it. I mean, whatever timepieces, I know Brightline and stuff like that, you know, like the things that are actually in planes, there's dampers and whatnot in them to deal with it, to deal with the torque and whatnot. They go into barrel rolls and whatnot, and it's to handle the G that the mechanism experiences. And they do need recalibrated. I mean, some of them are like they recalibrate themselves because of this. So I think it's like possibly if you were to take one into space or high altitude on a balloon and leave it there, but then again, it's extremely cold. So what's that going to do to the mechanism? Or when it comes down to like atomic decay, I'll be honest, I don't know enough about this, but to say that there's a difference in between two atoms because they've been far apart, one from the mass of Earth and the other one near it, I think it's a wild claim, like a very, very wild claim. It's a huge claim. How do you back it up? How do you falsify it? It's a cool story that works out in maths, yet again. But in actual reality, we can't go to the ISS and watch their clock go slower or faster. You know what I mean? So, kind of null and void.
Yeah, they want to reify time as being some sort of force or something. Some sort of or a medium, right?
Yeah, it's a conceptual medium that can be affected by another conceptual medium, which is gravity.
Yeah.
You know, it's a conceptual bending and warping of space-time, like or like of the conceptual medium across the stretches of time. It's a conceptual warping of a conceptual medium. Like, you know, two concepts don't make a solid, don't make a reality, I'm afraid. Okay.
Yeah. Even mass distorts space-time. All right, so what's mass? We look up mass and it tells us it's a quality, right? It's a measure of the quality. Right, so what can yellow do? What can the yellow of my banana do to something?
What about
quality?
Honesty? Does that do anything to me? Like, if I'm more honest, does that make me move faster or slower or something? It's wild, bro. It really is. When you boil it down, you find out that mass is actually resistance to acceleration. So how does resistance to acceleration attract itself? It's just more and more levels of wackadoodle, dude. It really is.
Right, yeah. I mean, okay. So mass is attracting mass. All right, even if we like consider it to be like a quantity of matter within a certain area, right? Okay, so I'm mass and the earth is mass and the mass is attracting me, all right? Except now I'm on the ground, right? Now I'm part of the earth's mass. Has it stopped attracting me? Because now you can just consider that I'm part of the mass of earth that's attracting other things, right? When does the mass that was attracted stop becoming the mass? You know, is it when it's in the inertial reference frame?
Well,
Does it have to be in a different reference frame?
when does it lose the rotational reference frame when it leaves the surface? If you pick a stone up, does it shoot sideways suddenly? Never mind the earth turning. It's actually moving with the earth. It's got the same velocity as the earth. So if it leaves the earth, if you bang the ground and all the stones come up, do they shoot sideways?
Right.
It's wild, dude. It's really wild. Like, like Coriolis would account for it in one direction only.
Yeah, north to south, right?
I'm convinced you could write a comedian stage set where just crack after crack after crack in heliocentrism. The more you see it, the more ridiculous and hilarious it becomes. Man.
I mean, yeah, it's funny. I mean, so with their decay rate, right? So they've got matter down here on the ground and some matter up in an aeroplane, and then they say that, well, this particle up here took longer to decay than the particle down there, right? What did they use to reference that? How did they measure that?
Maybe it wasn't as shiny when it came back, or maybe it was more shiny when it came back, and the one that was here was less shiny. I agree with you, dude. I mean, I don't know enough, but like, what are they doing to measure these things? You know, it smelled fresher when it came back, so it was less out of date. You know.
Maybe it weighed less or something.
Yeah, it was healthier. I didn't put on as much weight or something. Had a tan.
There's a bit of mold on it.
His beard wasn't as long as the one that stayed here.
Yeah.
Sorry, science, but you can go and do one, man. It's just nonsense. Like, so beat it. Yeah. If they want to come out with ridiculous things, then they're going to have to be prepared to be ridiculed. That's the way it goes.
Maybe they could go to the coldest super deep borehole, right? And drop a watch all the way to the bottom on a string so they can pull it back up, right? 3 measurements of a clock. Measure the clock down there versus the surface versus one in an aeroplane.
Like the one, so hang on, so the one down the Cola borehole should come back from the future then, is that right? It should come back ahead of time. It's either that or the past. I can never remember which way time goes. If it's slower in space or faster in space or vice versa. And it's hard because one's not an actual astronaut or a space scientist. One forgets.
Yeah. Show me how the sandwich down the borehole got moldier quicker. And they only have so many variables to work with anyway. Beyond that, they're just asserting their imaginary variables, right? So they're only going to be able to work with like physical things like clocks, right? One, and then altitude and speed. What else? I guess if they're going to have to take into account things like air pressure, temperature, electromagnetic influence, whole other bunch of different shit.
Yeah. Oh, it's
I could,
reams of paperwork and umpteen people with calculators figuring all this stuff out. Dude. I think they use about 2 boxes of pencils to sort it all out. Like. But yeah, it's really fancy math, and I kind of admire the people that can understand the math, but I don't know if there's a point where you start to think that the mathematical model is a physical thing, and its implication is fact because there's a story that goes along with it because stuff's up there.
That's right, yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous because, like, even within their paradigm, right? So let's say Earth was orbiting the sun a little bit faster, or even if it was spinning on its axis a little bit faster, right? Does that mean time has sped up? No. means you'll observe the sun go across the sky quicker. That's all. Shorter days. I mean, time has done anything.
Well, actually, yeah, you're onto something there. So in the winter, for me, time speeds up during the daytime and slows down at night. Hang on. I should have been getting paid more because I've worked lots of night shifts. So if I'm working longer hours at night, when it's darker for longer because time's slow, I should have earned more.
You want to hit them up. You want to say, no, take this theory of relativity into them and say, no, man, look at this.
I'm going for this is Sunday. I'm going for my lawyer tomorrow. I'm due money. Hang on.
Graffiti decorations under a sky of dust. Crucified by tension on top of broken trust. Lessons that you taught me, I learned were never true. Never find myself in question. Guilty by association.
Who wrote that?
Linkin Park.
Who?
Linkin Park.
Linkin
It's
Park.
like the band.
Yeah,
Linkin Park.
yeah. I've got you. Yeah, it does. It sounds like a rebel song. It's an anarchist tune. I think I know it.
It's not anarchist. It's like, man, like they told even about the flat earth. Like there is allusions on the flat earth. Queen Elizabeth, like, like Adolf Hitler, for example. There's like religious also allusions, like, and they just like, they figured out that, oh yeah, like God is real, the Bible is true, and somebody figured out, and then like, like he figured it out and he wrote a song about it. He connected a few, like made a few illusions, hybrid theory, meteora, right? It's all symbolistic. And it's everywhere. Like they all tell it, like, even like, look, the UN, like the UN logo. Have you seen it? It's the Gleason map. It's a flat earth. And they still don't get it. They still don't get it that, oh, it's not NASA actually. Well, if those flat earthers say it, the UN has a logo of the flat earth, huh? Do they tell it? Like, they tell it. They literally tell it, man. It's just those tick, like science, like, like,
Yeah,
like proof. Where is evidence of God existing? Where to prove it with science that God exists? Those kind of people, they just don't get it because no, it's not. No, we're spinning monkeys on this spinning dust in the infinite space, and like nothing matters, but we have to obey by the law. It's wrong to rape. Who says it? Your grandma? Like, it doesn't matter, right? And that's the atheistic worldview, right? The secular. This like, view of the world, like it's just like nihilism, basically. It's nihilism. That's why, like.
They want you to be like a brain in a jar that's afraid of your own life, that's so scared of reality that you might not be real. And just to go through your life, keeping your head down and feeding into the system. They're quite happy if you do that.
Thing is, like, it could be anything. It could be anything. I don't believe in proof. I believe in evidences. Evidences lead you to the truth, right? And basically, all the evidence points towards like the Bible, actually, like the Word of God. Yo, hold on, be right back. Got a call.
Hello.
Aloha. How goes it?
It goes well. How are you?
Always well, Alex. What are you up to today?
Studying.
Are you cramming for a test or are you studying for a wage rise?
Am I studying for a what?
Studying for a wage rise or cramming for a test?
I'm not cramming. It's not. Yeah, I'm studying for a test that's a couple weeks away.
Will there be a wage rise at the end of it or just another test?
Is there a what? Right? I don't know what you're saying.
Will there be a wage rise at the end of it? How will you benefit from this one, or will there just be another test after it?
I have 9 tests to go, and then there will be a wage rise.
Ooh. Take your time. Get them all right, bro. It'll be worth it in the end.
No kidding.
And if you need extensions, that's what the system's there for.
The first attempt of every test is free, but if I need to retake any of them, I've got to pay like $200 something to retake them. Yeah.
Dear, dear.
So I'm trying to avoid
Don't worry.
that.
Don't worry if you fail, because just go to them, tell them you're having some hardships, and they'll probably give you a join the dots puzzle to do.
Yeah, the FAA does not give a shit about my hardships.
Yeah. You don't get to leave the ground unless it's right. And after that, well, one mistake and no. Are you going for ground control or pilots, or you want to leave the ground?
No, aviation maintenance.
Okay, nice one. Yeah, there's a lot of safety involved, a lot of protocols, HAZChem protocols, emergency protocols, blah blah. Yeah.
Talk about. I know. I used to be a mechanic in the Army for helicopters, so I've done it before.
Insurance, man.
Helicopter,
That's a good one.
Paracopter. It's like helicopter. I like helicopters, man. It's so and it actually proves the flat Earth also. Like, yeah, no, it proves that it actually can be used as an argument against like the globe, because the globe is spinning. So basically, if a helicopter raises up to a certain altitude, right, and it just hovers, like, you know, he doesn't have to move. The Earth moves for him, like, you know, like, what the fuck? Like, they can't even figure out this shit, like. And then even like the smoke, when you see massive smokes, it's like a straight line of smokes on a spinning globe. This could not fucking be. Like, with that speed, which it spins, and like, you know, it just like goes like, whoa, man, it's just like, it's like a bullet. It goes like fast like a bullet through the universe, right? Still cannot like feel any movement, see any movement.
Yeah, I think they
Like,
believe the atmosphere is affected by the Earth's turn as well. I think that's
exactly. That's what I don't fucking understand, man. Because air does not behave like that. Like, I don't know what's wrong with them. How cannot they? Like, they are just so fucking thick. They're just so thick in their head. Like that.
If you
They,
burn
they,
like a
they,
forest or something like that, and you watch the smoke ascend, it's not a straight line. It is turbulent to some degree, but it's the majority of the atmosphere's behavior is affected by the Earth's rotation. If you look at Jupiter, they say that there's that storm that's been going on Jupiter for like 350 years or something like that, and that's because Coriolis effects on Jupiter are much stronger than that.
Coriolis.
Is it going the right way? Is it going the right way though?
I don't think there is a right way. I just think it's the way that it's going.
Yeah, they say that storms in the northern hemisphere rotate. Is it anti-clockwise?
I have no idea.
And storms in the southern hemisphere rotate clockwise.
You talking about
Yeah,
hurricanes and typhoons?
I think it's like, I think it's all like, I don't know, man. Like it could be like, look, the shape. It could be anything. Like no, but like we can measure it flat, and I'm moving, like not moving, stable.
of course you're not moving. You use
So
the ground as a reference, right? Zero. The ground is zero, and then you reference something else moving in relation to that, right? So just measured it to be not moving.
yeah, man. Like that's the thing. Like when I became a flat earther, I was like, how the hell did not I saw it before? Like, how couldn't I see this? Because I was, but in the end, I don't believe in flat Earth, in a flat, like a level and like unmoving Earth. I don't believe in it. I know it is. When I stand on the like, when I stand on a beach and I look at the horizon and I just like I just stand on my feet. Do I feel moving? Do I feel movement? No. Do I perceive it as like curving? No. So therefore, it's flat. It's flat, level, and non-rotating, and that's that. Like like, I don't have to like believe in flat Earth. I know the flat Earth. What I believed in was the spinning ball, and I loved the spinning ball. Man, I used to be like a passionate globe earther. I used to research about NASA, the moon landing. Like it was like my interest. I wanted to become an astronaut as well. But when I understood space was fake, like and I just, my fucking like my whole ego collapsed, man. I must admit that my whole ego collapsed. I thought I knew it all. We're on the globe. I knew nothing, man. Nothing. I was so thick shit. Like I was so thick, man. And now that I know it, I just don't know what to make of it, man. Like it's so cool. It's so hard to understand. That's the thing. It's easy to understand, but hard to swallow. Hard to swallow when you cannot swallow.
Yeah.
It's a tough pill to swallow, man. Like just once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That's the thing. Like, and it haunts you. In especially in this world, like it's fucked. To know about this, it's fucked. I'm not telling you about like medieval times knowing this. I'm not telling you about like what Sumerians or like Egyptians time, Roman time. No, it's like in this time.
Yeah, for me, it was like someone had like stolen stolen my mind and my eyes and my vestibular system, stolen it from me, right? My senses, they'd stolen it from me. They took it from me, very early age, right? And I had to rely on, the people that stole it from me to tell me what reality is, right? And then suddenly somebody came along and took it off them and gave it back to me, returned to me. Got my mind back, my senses back. Now I rely on my mind and my senses, my physical senses.
Well,
Not
brother,
what
that
they
was
tell
the
me.
Holy Spirit. That was the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit changes you. And not ironically, unironically, look, when I became a flat earther, it just confirmed the existence of God for me. It just confirmed it. Like flat earth was the point where I realized, oh, yes, God is real. Because I wasn't a believer before. I was atheist for most of my life, basically. Then I joined Satanism and I got to Christianity. Then I had also, before joining Christianity, I just had like a pretty dark time. You see, like when I remember when I was injecting heroin, I always thought, like, like, whoa, like I had a thought, what is the shape of this thing? I was basically lying on grass, basically. I was a heroin addict, by the way, and like I used to inject it, and I would just look at the sky, and it would be like, what is this shape, like, what the shape is, like, what's the truth, right? Now when I'm here, like, having a joint, for example, and laying, and like it hits, man, that's that feeling, like, whew. But anyways, yeah, like from that day, like I just like prayed, like, can I have one? Can I have a bit of wisdom? Whoever God you are, like I pray to, like, whatever is up there, like above me, whoever is the God, give me wisdom to understand you, to know you, and here you go. First, it started with, like, politics are rigged. The school system lie to you. They lie, governments lie, and when I understood, okay, government lie, huh? Hold on. NASA is a government agency. Ooh, could it be? Could it be that those flat earthers are right? Could it be? I researched about it and I just like, fuck me. They lied about the shape of the very thing we live on. And that's like just, they managed to fool us like for years and years and years, please. But look, the end of the day, like when you get it, it's over. Like there's no turning back to what you thought was normal. It's like a complete world changes for you, your whole perspective of life. And this is scary to people. A lot of people are scared about this, about the change. And that's why I think lots of people choose to stay in their like cognitive dissonance, their illusion, and like just no, no, I ignore it. Like Or like what does it change? Like, you know, when they say, what does it change? Oh, fuck me, it changes. Oh, it changes. Like, you know, because you are told all of your life, all of our scientific experiment, like, no, all of our scientific basically data, it's coming from the globe model, right? The sun is this far, the moon is this far, you know, like everything, like every single thing of data comes from them, right? But it's just fake, and we base our, like, you know, science and like our engineering and everything according to this. So it's utterly wrong. It's utterly wrong. We do the things the sinister way. We do things like complete different from what we are supposed to do to have a better quality life, man. Like, I don't like when atheists tell me, like, you know, like, oh, but why is it a good thing, like that God exists or not? Like, oh, fucks me. Like, you have the grace, you have the eternal grace. Like, there is a creator who loves you, man. Like, isn't this beautiful? Isn't this beautiful? Like, man, like, I don't know, like, man. Love your neighbor. What is wrong with this? Like, what is wrong? But why wouldn't you believe? Well, but Jesus Christ was, like, you know, like a Christian atheist, for example. They think of Jesus Christ as, like, you know, just a philosopher, right? Figured out some, like, you know, ethical way to live. Like, you know, apparently he was Socrates for them, like, you know, but no, he was the Son of God. Like, he was but they don't believe in God. That's the thing. They believe in Jesus, but not in God. So it's like, you know, you have to love God and believe in God and also Christ, which is the same body, same entity. However, say, like, Jesus is the Word of God, basically. The Holy Trinity, like, look, that's the thing. Like, in the Bible, it's mentioned that there is like a pillars of earth, like four. Yeah, four. It's like, the thing is, like, look, like the four pillars of science: algebra, geometry, chemistry, and physics. Like, you see, when they unite, they create, like, you know, biology. Let us create humans in our image and reflection. It's written in the Bible. Who is us? Well, algebra, geometry, chemistry, physics. That's that. That's the Holy Spirit. Basically, the science is the Holy Spirit, because through science, through, like, you know, through scientific phenomena, basically, not science, but scientific phenomena, the Holy Spirit changes, like, the world, right? No, because he is this, and, like, God, that's the scientific approach on God, you see, because science doesn't deny God.
How do you measure Holy Spirit?
It's unmeasurable. We don't have the technology for this to measure it.
So it's not scientifically attainable.
It is. We just, like, cannot measure. Like,
Right.
we know it is. Like, all the evidence point that it is. But how would you measure the Holy Spirit? What, the weight, the
You can't,
shape?
because it's not scientific.
Wait, well, hold on. But what measurement would you like to make? Like, weight? Like, what? Like, you
Yeah,
cannot measure.
I don't
Like,
know. I don't know.
well, can you measure
I don't think
time?
you can.
Can you measure time?
No.
Yeah, with a clock.
You can measure
You can see.
gears. You
You
can
can
measure
see. Hold
gears
on.
rotating. You can measure gears rotating, but yeah, that's not that.
Thing is, like, look, if you mean, like, hold on. The thing is, like, you cannot measure time. I mean, you can measure time, yeah, but you cannot have it in your hand. Like, it's like me asking you, like, measure the Holy Spirit. It's like me asking you, can you give me time? Give me 1 minute. But no, in my hand. I want 1 minute in my hand, right?
Yeah.
But how can I give
minute
you?
of a gear rotation may not be the same as time.
the thing is, like, you imagine that there has to be, like, if we cannot measure it, it's fake. No, we can measure it. For example, like static electricity, which is basically Nikola Tesla developed this, the Tesla coil, and we just function like a Tesla coil, kind of like that could be the shape of the earth, the meaning of the sun and the moon, basically negative and positive magnet, right? Giving electromagnetism to this earth, you see, because, and yeah, there is above, there is like a creator, and because for every creation there behind the painting there is a painter, basically, you get it. So it's, yeah. Fuck sakes. I'm so stoned right now, man. I'm so high. I smoked so much weed today, man. Don't take me wrong, man. Like, I mean, I smoke weed, but usually I'm not like, look, this is what I tell even when I'm sober, man. Like, you see, like, so this is not marijuana speaking, man, but like, I'm telling you, like, it is, it's just that, and yeah, like, basically behind the painter, there has to be the paint, and yeah. No, behind the paint, there has to be a painter. Fuck. Yeah. So basically, that's how you prove God's existence. The uncaused causer. Because to create something, you need time, right? Like, time was the first creation of God. In the beginning of time. First creation of God. The time. And then time did its thing. Because he planned it. He knew that this would happen. That's that. It's just simple, man. Like, there, like, you. What do you mean by, like, what do you mean by measuring, like, Holy Spirit? Like, you cannot measure. Like, how would you measure it? You don't have the technology to measure it. It's like people in, like, people back in the Victorian ages wanting to give us anesthesia when we go under surgery, but we don't have it. Like, you don't have the technology. Or it's like when Samuel Vase Ignacy basically like discovered the hand washing. That he was a Hungarian doctor, and he discovered that, if we wash our hands, we basically get rid of the bacteria. And yeah, it's not the evil spirits and the miasma causing the illness, but it is the bacteria, viruses, you get it. And how do they get transmitted? Oh, through blood. Oh, so that's why like 8 out of 10 of our patients dies, because this is infected. Oh, actually, let's wash it. You wash it. You wash your hands, your, like, utensils, your tools. That's that. The bed, like, you surgically, with cleanliness, you perform the operation, right? And we just don't have the technology. We just did not understood it. We just don't have wisdom and knowledge and, like, technology to detect those things. But it's what it is. It is what it is. But the evidence laid there, so it's very scientifically is understandable and explainable. So yeah, like, And yeah, like they just started to clean their tools basically, and also like Egyptian tools, Sumerian tools, basically. Like why I believe that like our previous civilizations, they were like advanced as we are, even more advanced. Because look, the tools, like the tools they used are similar, if not the same. They're very, 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 very alike to ours. So, and the techniques and everything, like I believe, yeah, like they were possibly like more advanced than us. Like, so yeah. I mean, how do you think that they built the pyramids in Egypt? The Bosnians did it. In Bosnia, there is like one of the first pyramids, basically. Very, very, very ancient, like an older pyramid, and in Bosnia, it's so yeah. Bosnian construction workers went there and started to work. Like. But anyways, yeah. Jokes aside, no jokes aside, I actually believe it. This happened, like no, maybe could happen, but yeah, like. So man, like we live in a completely different world than we are told. It's not what they show us. Then also the concept of space. I do believe in a concept of space, but it's not what they show us. It's just something that we just do not know. Like we don't know what's out there. Like we just don't have the technology to go there, and that's that. Well, I guess flat Earth corporate. You gotta make a call. Hold on. I am. Why is YouTube? Why is YouTube in the voice chat? Like, who is this YouTube guy? Like, I mean, why is this going on YouTube? I mean, nice podcast, but look.
Were you not aware that it's being broadcast to YouTube?
Hold on, let me just like search something. Where is their channel? Like YouTube bot stuff, infinite live streaming.
Yeah.
Let me just.
Didn't you know? Were you not aware that it's being broadcast?
No, hold on. Let me just search it. Live. What's that? 24/7 live. Okay.
So
Just
you should be
see.
able to click on the bot. Click on the profile. The profile of those two, or either one of those, and there should be a link in its description that'll take you
Yeah, no,
directly
I'm
to it.
clicking. I'm clicking, but like live streaming. Hold on. Let me just. I'm just like that.
Okay, so the 24/7 live one, there isn't a link, but on the
24/7
YouTube bot
live.
two, YouTube bot 2, you'll be able to click on the profile of that user. In the description, there's a link.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. You're right. Hold on. No, I'm just trying to open. Yeah, I'm too stoned right now. Like I'm really stoned, so I'm doing something that like. Oh, hmm. Oh, fuck's sakes. I'm just think I got it. I got it. Hold on. I just have to do something. I don't I don't even know what I'm doing. Hold on. Yo, we're being broadcasted actually. Yo! Yo, we're being broadcasted, fuck's sakes. We-
Yeah, 24/7 for the past 10 years. Yeah. Your
Well,
voice can be used in court.
that's a very the way you
That's
laugh
a very
about it is an
disturbing
interesting
fuck.
response. Just an interesting response is all. It was
Yeah, so
peculiar.
listen,
Yeah.
when we sue
Mm.
NASA and they go to move to Discovery after we sue NASA, they're going to pull all of these recordings, which includes your voice. Yeah, so your voice talking about how high you are, that's going to be used in court someday. Because we're going to take these recordings as evidence and we're going to present them. So we have 10 years of recordings 24/7 with anybody and everybody you can think of. We got a lot of confessions and concessions. Earth is not a globe.
Well, the thing is that like even if they use this, I want it on Britain, so yeah. Yeah, hold on. Oh fuck's sakes.
Don't tell me that you were LARPing all that time. Surely not.
Hello. Is someone here?
many of you are flat earth? How many of you believe in flat earth? Hello? How many of you believe in flat earth? Is there anyone?
Hello.
blah. Let's just say you're in Japan and you go to Canada.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Well, the pilot, he gets his information of his flight, right? And
Yeah.
he's going to be guided through the corridors that he has to fly his plane through, and he's going to have a heading, right? And depending on the heading he takes, he might deviate from it due to the fact that geopolitical factors like no-fly zones and military bases and all kinds of stuff. So he has to make sure that his route is the most efficient route that he can possibly take. So his job is just to go from point A to point B. He's not
Yeah.
really concerned with trying to figure out how the Earth he's going to negotiate over a specific amount of curvature. He doesn't care about that. Pilots don't do that. So if you've ever spoken to a pilot, this is something they do not do. Okay. So I want you to take, for example, people that do this job in real life. People discussing something on Discord is very different than asking somebody who does this job every day.
Really?
So we've spoken to many pilots, and they would say, "Yeah, I know that the Earth is a globe, but I use the Earth like it's flat and stationary, like for practical purposes to make things easier. I don't have to think
Yeah.
about it like a globe." Does this make any sense to you?
No, that makes sense.
Okay. Um, so when a pilot actually gets, to, his destination, he's gonna have his plane fueled up. He's gonna get his flight plan ready. He's gonna get all his instruments ready. Him and his co-pilot, if the plane's big enough, they're gonna make adjustments to make sure that all the um, uh, devices are working properly prior to takeoff. Right? They have their charts. They're gonna be flying. They're gonna have the towers give them a lot of information on their way, on their path. So all of this is crucial and vital for the pilot to make his adjustments, right? But at no time is he making any adjustments to fly over a globe. At no time. This is not happening anywhere at any time. So when a pilot learns how to fly a plane, he's practically using the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. He's gonna fly over this Earth as if it were a flat and stationary plane. So the parabolic arc that he makes is only due to the fact that his landing and takeoff are happening. So he's taking off in an arc and landing in an arc. This is the only time when he hits level flight, he's not arcing anymore. He's flying flat and level to the plane of the ground. So that being the case, there's no need for figuring out any negotiation over any amount of curvature. Period. Like that doesn't happen. So the information that's abstracted out of the fact that he made like a specific flight plan to fly over the Earth was understood as a globe is irrelevant. Because if I say, well, when I make my flight path, I'm going to use the globe to say that I'm going to fly over the Earth. Well, that doesn't really matter because you can say, so long as the flight plan is from point A to point B, arriving from the point of origin to the destination is figured out in mathematics and it's abstracted out in like whatever geometric shape you'd like to use. As long as you get from point A to point B, that's the only thing the pilot needs. He needs to know how he's going to get from that point to the other point in the most efficient way. And everything else, it doesn't matter. You could say the Earth's a globe, it's a dodecahedron, it's whatever. It doesn't really matter at that point. So long as he has the instructions of how to get from point A to point B, and he has his charts, his local charts, he's able to navigate with his instruments. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So there's no way from the pilots or the passengers' knowledge, primary first-hand knowledge, that they're going over any amount of curvature. So therefore, when they fly over the plane of the Earth, it seems to them like the Earth is flat and stationary because the only movement they can notice is the clouds moving in the sky relative to their position and or the speed, or excuse me, the ability to tell airspeed from like the instruments that the pilot has in his cockpit. So at no time is anybody knowing on the plane that they're flying over the globe, or the pilot, or the passengers. Nobody knows this.
Mm.
This is basically kind of like an afterthought, right? They only believe that that's what's happening. They don't know that it's happening. It's basically akin to a faith-based belief. So the primary first-hand validation for any of this is not known by anyone. So this is only
Yeah,
assumed, right?
yeah.
You assume that you're flying over a globe because you took off from a port and you landed at a port. But there's no first-hand primary knowledge that you actually are negotiating over any amount of curvature. It's just not happening. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So, flight paths are not a way to describe that the Earth is a globe. Because, like I said, you can abstract a globe from a flight path, but you can't actually understand how it's done in practical reality. Like I said, as long as the pilot goes from point A to point B, you can do it on any geometric shape you like, so long as he understands how to get from 2 points the most efficient way. Make sense?
Okay.
Any more questions?
Mm.
And the thing
What
about it is, yeah, if you have been believing that the Earth is a globe, I would say search in your own mind to see if you can come up with the best way to know that you think that the Earth is a globe. We ask everybody here. Is there any other way?
Mm.
Any more
Hello.
questions?
Yeah, just as one. Then I'm probably gonna head off. It's getting late.
All right.
The sun.
Mm-hmm.
How does the sun's light work?
How does it work? Well, it's
Yeah,
not
and then
working.
say if it was a flat, in my mind, if I'm just thinking, it's a, you say it's a flat surface, yeah?
The Earth.
Yeah.
It's not a flat surface. It's a horizontal plane where all of nature is resting on or equalizing to.
Yeah, okay, so it's a horizontal plane,
Nature,
like
yeah,
the,
the horizontal plane that all of nature equalizes itself to is flat. So when we say like water is on this horizontal plane, we see waves and things happening on the plane that we're on, right?
yeah.
But when water's at rest, we understand that it equalizes to the horizontal plane, which means that
So can I,
did you hold on, sir? But do you understand what I'm saying? The
I
horizontal
do.
plane that we exist on, all of nature tends towards it. So, and I'll give you a quick example, right? So we have land topography, right? You know that we got hills, valleys, and all that. We're not saying the actual thing that you see is all flat. The horizontal plane that all of nature orientates itself to is flat. Now, it's flat as all can be, right? So if you were to say, well, we got waves on the water and we got mountains on the land. Okay, check this out. If you have something that shakes all of that up, right? What's going to happen? The land evens out, right? Like the mountains flatten. For example, if in your mind, if you can think about it this way, everything flattens out. The waters look like they ripple when there's like a great earthquake, right? But what happens when everything comes to rest? Well, the land
Rocking away.
itself, yeah, the land itself evens out, right? Flattens out. And the water, when it comes to rest, after being shooken, it lies flat once it's still. It lies flat and level and even on its surface. So all of nature tend towards this equilibrium state, which is the horizontal plane that you and I exist on, and that's flat Earth.
So should I try and picture it like, let's say, laying down a page of paper flat?
No, let me give you an example. Like before
Okay.
you lay carpet down on your house, right? You have to
Yeah.
have a level. You have to have a level flat floor, right?
Mm.
Okay. When you put the carpet down, does that make the floor not flat?
No.
Right. The floor is still flat, right? Because you're using the floor as a baseline for the carpet. Everything that you put on top of the carpet and the carpet itself is going to give it like ridges, bumps or whatever. but you can say with assurance that your floor is flat. When somebody tells you, dude, you just laid carpet down, your floor is not flat. You'd look at them and be like, that's crazy, because before I laid the carpet down, it's pretty flat. We measured it. It's level, it's flat, and I know that it's flat. Do you understand what I'm saying? So anything that you see that's on top of the flat surface is going to be something that you say, well, the floor's not flat anymore because now I got carpet. That doesn't make any sense, right?
Mm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, I
Okay, so
kind of have a basic idea,
yeah.
like a rough idea. So then the sun, is it
Mhm.
then that's like small? It's just like small then, but it can only light up certain parts, but per piece.
Yeah, we'd say that the sun, as it moves across the face of the earth, it will light up certain areas and not some others. So how far its light extends is only proportional to how it traverses the light through the medium.
Like for
The
say,
me-
I'm
the,
guessing you're somewhere in America,
Mhm.
or
Yeah, I'm in
where you
America,
come from.
North
Okay, yeah,
America.
and it's day there right now. Is the
It's a
sun out?
yes,
And over here where I'm at, it's night.
nighttime.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you
Okay.
see, like, when the light approaches, that it becomes like it's like a dimming effect? It's dim, then it starts to become a little bit brighter, a little bit more bright. When
Mm,
twilight is happening, you can see like the colors of the sky change prior to the
mm,
sun, seeing the sunlight. You see that, right?
yeah.
So it's not an automatic like on and off switch, like one you don't see light, now you see light. No, it's
Yeah.
not like that. It's a
Yeah, I
gradual
understand.
it's a gradual occurrence. So the light, as it's traversing through the medium of air, depending on its position relative to you, will have an effect of like it becoming more brighter. And it does it gradually, doesn't like just automatically shine its light on you. So the colors in the sky, when we see it, because the sky is made up of different types of noble gases, you'd be able to see the different colors when the sun illuminates those noble gases in the air that you and I are in. And so that
Mm,
causes that effect where you start to see different colors and such. And because it's not like its light is only propagated through certain areas on the earth, on the face of the earth, it's only certain areas are going to see its light until, depending on what season that we're in. Is making any sense to you?
yeah.
So the idea that the sun is a giant huge ball bigger than the earth is something that you have to overcome in order to see this perspective, because what we see is what we see. However, what we can say is happening outside of our perspective, that's some other idea that can't be validated. So if I say the sun is 93 million miles away and it's bigger than all of the things that are around it, I need to validate that. How can I do that?
Yeah.
So you get the issue, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I'll just have one last question, then I'll leave you be. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Um. So we were talking about the sun just now.
Mhm.
The horizons. The sun lowers down. Let's just say you're at the beach, flat surface.
Mhm.
The sun lowers back down, and on the other side, the moon rises.
Yes.
Yeah. How? Hmm.
You could say the question the
So
way you thought about it in your mind. Just outright say it. I think I'll address how you said it. How you think about it in your
so
mind should be the way you say it. That way I can.
so if I'm thinking in your perspective, what does the
Well,
Earth just
no,
go?
don't think in my perspective. Just think in the way you're gonna form your question. Just say it. I'll understand because I've had conversations like these many times. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
just
bet.
it doesn't matter how dumb you think it sounds. Just say it the way you think it. Yeah.
It's just the sun disappears on the horizon, and then the
Yep.
moon comes up from the other horizon.
Mhm.
So, okay, so the sun, either the Earth is spinning or
I would personally say the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, but you don't have no reason to think that. Well,
Yeah,
I would
that's
say
that's what I'm saying.
the primary experience of you right now are of one of you standing on the earth and you see everything else moving around you. For you to imagine that you're actually moving, then you have to actually witness some type of movement that you're seeing from the earth, and you can't do that. The only thing
So
you
how does the
witness.
sun move then?
What do you mean? How does it move? It
Does
just
the
moves.
sun just go around us then?
Yes. Well, going around means it denotes a specific type of movement. Like you would say, going around in your mind would mean like a circle, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yes. Okay. What I would say is the only thing you can validate is every horizon that you see. So from
What's
your
up,
horizon,
motherfucker?
nothing. We're having a conversation with this guy. But
All right, bro.
also, Hippity, you can't be using your camera because it limits the room.
But
we
the room's
can't
not
have.
even full yet.
It doesn't matter. We don't allow people to put their cameras on because it limits the room. So
That seems like you're insecure, and I'm really good looking.
Dude, nobody cares about that.
Do you guys think it's because he's insecure and I'm really good looking, or do you think it's just because he wants to enforce the rules?
No, we just don't want to see the rest of your house. That's all, man.
All right,
Hey, we don't want to
be-
see your trashy vehicle, dude. Come on now. That ain't
my
GQ at
trashy
all.
vehicle.
Yeah, you got a bunch of stuff in the background. Come on, man. I mean, if
Oh
you
wow,
want
bro!
to,
Just
look,
because
man.
you're afraid to come on cam doesn't mean some of us aren't, bro.
Look, man.
How many people are in here?
I don't want to distract you with my good looks. All right, so let's just put it at that. Talking to the other
Oh,
guy.
but I did distract you with mine.
No, I didn't. You didn't because
You
I
just
looked at your
admitted
dirty.
that?
I looked
My
at your
good looks
messy
were too
vehicle.
distracting for you to
I looked
continue
at
your
your messy.
conversation.
No, I looked at your messy vehicle.
He's like, we're having a conversation, and he's like, well, your good looks are just too damn fucking distracting.
But check this out, bro. Gets on the camera and got a dirty vehicle. I mean, what does that look like to the women seeing you, man? I don't get it.
Who gives a fuck about the women seeing me? They can eat a dick.
Well, I don't know, man. But your projection about how good you look is being overcome by all the dirtiness in your vehicle. Anyway, back to the conversation. So we're talking to the gentleman, right? And he seems to have a good, reasonable way of thinking about, like, flat Earth and that. So we're talking about the sun and its movement across the face of the Earth. And
well, listen, I believe the Earth was flat until we buried your mama.
Oh shit, dude! Like,
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
You got you.
I'll stop.
Yeah, you got me. You got me. Anyway, all right. So if we're saying that the Earth is how we visualize, like, the sun and moon and all that, like, interacting with the Earth, we're gonna have to understand a few things, right? And the number one thing I would say is how vision works. Now, if we're saying that we see in a very specific way, like if you look off into the horizon, everything's going to converge to your eye line. Okay, so if I tell you, if you're standing at the beach and you see, like, off to the horizon, if you look up the definition, is where the sky meets the earth. You understand that?
Yeah.
All right, dude, come on, man.
Too distracting.
No, I'm trying to talk to this guy, man.
Right.
Nobody wants to look at your.
Too distracting for him to continue the conversation. He admitted it at least.
No, because you're gonna limit the room.
No, the room is just.
Yeah, thank you, whoever did that. All right, so the sun, as it's moving across the top of you, is gonna do almost like, I would say, for your understanding, it's like a parabolic arc. Hey, somebody kicked this guy, dude. You already fucking hell, dude. Is that funny, Matt? You like that? All right,
It's
so
hilarious, man.
look at his dirty vehicle. Fucking hell, idiot. Anyway, so the sun's moving across the top of your head and is making a parabolic arc around you. So if you think about it like this, you see in the degrees of angle. So think about it like a protractor, right? So the bottom of the protractor is a flat baseline, right? You know what a protractor is, by the way, Nigerian?
Fuck, English.
A protractor.
I'm gonna quickly convert it real quick. You said protractor.
Well, just type it into Google, man. I'm pretty sure Google will spit out an image. You can see what it is.
If it is what I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what it is, yeah.
Okay.
I
I'm
do
pretty sure
EGD.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you
Engineer
use it.
graphic design.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I know what it is. I use this
Uh,
motherfucker every day.
Okay, all right. So I didn't. I thought maybe you would have known if you seen an image, but a protractor. It's got a
Yeah.
flat baseline, right? The bottom of it's like a ruler, and the top of it's like an arc. All right. You can
Yeah.
see you can measure in degrees, but that's how our vision is actually seeing the Earth around us. So we have a flat baseline, right? Where we say the Earth is. Well, and not necessarily because we got land topography, but we would say like if you're looking over water, I would help you that way. Um, the water itself, the surface is the flat baseline that we're going to use, the horizontal flat baseline. And on the top of your head, as the sun moves across the sky, it moves in a degree of arc. So it has a degree of arc as it traverses the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna say that our vision works as a dome of perspective. So our vision is utilized. Hold on, I got my dogs barking in the background. Give me a second. All right, I think he calmed down. So the arc of degrees that you see is how we're gonna visualize different stars or the sun or the moon. So when you look up at the sky, you're gonna see the sun, the moon, or the stars in a degree of angle, like similar to like a protractor. So you would say if something's right above your head, that would be 90 degrees, right? Like on a
Mm-hmm.
protractor. As it moves down in your vision, it would be at a degree of angle. You get what I'm saying? Like your
Yeah.
vision is basically okay. If you were standing in the center of that protractor, like if you were a tiny little person, you'd be standing in the center of that protractor. Imagine that, right?
Yeah.
And the world
I
around,
actually understand what you mean now.
yeah. And the angles that you see everything in the sky would be visualized like the protractor and a degree of angle. So our vision is bringing everything to our eye line, to the horizon, right? But since we're not standing in free space, we can't use like a complete circle. We can only use like an arc, if you can visualize it. So the arc itself is going to show how you see in perspective. So as the sun traverses the sky, you will be able to denote its degree of angle because you can see it moving across the sky at a specific angle of vision. So your angle is going to be putting it, whatever, 45 degrees, 30 degrees, depending on how close it's to the horizon. And you will say
Mm-hmm.
that's how you see it. But because everything is converging to the eye line, right? All things are moving towards the farthest part of your vision, and everything's converging to the farthest point of your vision. So as the convergence happens, it's not particularly a real actual convergence. And this is the part where people are mistaken, right? So I would tell you like this. When you're in a hallway or you see railroad tracks or something that you can visualize, parallel lines that are moving off into the distance, they converge as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the convergence happens because your vision puts everything converging to the eye line. Like that's just how we see. So a great way to think about it as if you've been in a long hallway, like a corridor, you can see off into the distance and everything looks like the floors and the ceilings are coming, floor and the ceiling is coming to a point in the distance. And the walls look like they're closing in the far distance. But it's not really, the convergence isn't really happening. That's how your vision is seeing the world around you. Can you understand what I'm saying? The convergence?
Yeah.
Right. So your vision is doing this when you're seeing the world around you. You're not seeing in grid lines, but you could just see that this is the convergence that is taking place because you can see in the long hallway the convergence actually being visualized, but it's not really coming to a point in the end of your vision. It's just that's how your vision works. That's how it puts things that you see in nature. All right. So when you're outside, you see like a dome of perspective. That's the perspective that you see. Now, in the far distance, you're going to see clouds look like they're touching the ground, but they're not really touching the ground because your eyes are seeing everything converging to the eye line. Can you get what I'm saying? Or is this
I get what you're saying.
Right. So when let's say, for example, you raise an elevation, right? You go to a specific mountaintop, and then let's say you take off from that mountaintop and you start to get on a plane or what. I'm just using a crazy hypothetical. You start to fly, right? You get in a plane, you're flying in the sky, and then you start raising in altitude. If you get to the cloud level, before you breach the cloud level, you're gonna see like underneath the clouds like a layer, or like it's gonna, instead of it looking like the clouds are coming down when you were on the ground, now it's gonna look like you're even with the horizontal plane of the clouds, because they sit on a particular type of layer, let's say. You get what I'm saying? Like that has
Yeah.
its own plane that it's on. The clouds sit on a plane, right? So at sometimes you could see this plane because it looks like all the clouds are like on a specific plane. Like they're not breaching that plane and they're staying at a certain level. So as you raise
Mm.
in altitude in a plane, you can breach the level of the clouds and go above the clouds. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see the clouds in a very different way as you raise in altitude. But when you're on the ground, it looks like it's converging to your eye line. So it looks like a parabolic curve.
Okay.
That's how your eyes are seeing it. And so the sun, when it moves across the sky, it looks like it's moving in a parabolic arc in degrees of angle.
Okay.
And that's how I would go more in depth, and there's much more to talk about, but I know you're pressed for time, so I'll just leave it at that. Maybe when you come back next
It's
time.
11:30 and I got work.
Yeah, man, you get some rest and come back whenever you got time.
Yeah. See
Well, it
you,
looks
man.
like
Good talk.
it
Good
looks like
talk.
it's going in an arc
Good
because
talk,
we're
man.
rotating. That's why it looks like an arc.
How do you know we're rotating?
Have fun, man.
Because we
Yeah,
are.
see you, Nigerian. What's that? Say again?
How do I know that we're rotating?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only way that the science all adds up. There is no other conclusion.
What science? What science
The
proved it?
science of there's lots. There's tons of science. Everything.
Awesome. Name one science.
Well, I mean, we could talk about the lunar cycles. That one's pretty easy because you could just replicate them. So
Yeah, but you can see the lunar cycles happening above your sky when you go outside. But the question still remains: the premise that the Earth is spinning has to be proven. How did you do that?
well, now you're going back. You asked me what science, and so I just talked about lunar cycles because that's important. Because that's
these are
related to the Earth spinning.
independent. Yeah, these are derivative topics that you brought up to the premise. The premise is that the Earth is spinning, and we branched out. We branched out into figuring out how is it spinning. And you said, well, science. You started talking about it. So the premise is the Earth is spinning.
The
We're
lunar
going back to
cycles.
the premise.
Right.
Okay, so
And the
because of
lunar
lunar
cycles.
cycles, we know that the Earth is spinning. Is that correct?
Correct. That's one factor in the science that proves
No,
that
it's
we're
not a
spinning.
factor,
Because
sir.
you cannot
It's not a
replicate.
factor.
There is no model. Sure, it is. There is
Yeah,
no
there is.
model in which
Yes,
the
there
lunar
is.
cycles could happen
Yes,
in the
there
way. Hold on,
is.
before you interrupt
Yeah, but you're
immaturely.
going on and
There
off
is
onto a
no model
tangent.
in which.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yes,
going off
there
into a
is.
tangent. I'm not going anywhere. I said 3 words and you interrupted me. You don't even know where
Yeah,
I'm
because
going.
you don't know about the model. And so how can you
Oh, I do. I
say
don't.
that you're
All
no?
right.
What's the model?
How do you
What's the
know?
model
How do
that
you
it's
know
on?
that? How do you know
I'm
that?
asking, what model is it on?
But how do you know I don't know about it? You just talked to me for
Because
2
I'm
seconds.
asking you right now, what is the model that's
You're not.
replicated on?
You're right, and I haven't given you an answer. So why are you interrupting me?
Okay. Go.
You're telling me I don't know about this. I don't know about that. I'm
The
wrong, and
model,
I'm this.
sir.
I've just
No, not
literally
this or
just
that.
started talking.
Bro,
Like, how
answer
stupid
my
are you?
question. What model is the moon's cycles replicated on?
You can replicate it yourself.
On what model?
You can literally. There's little kids in grade fucking 3 that take styrofoam cups and flashlights that replicate all the moon cycles and how it works. Your model
On
of
what
the
model?
flat Earth. Your flat Earth model
On
doesn't have
model
any
of
way
flat
to
Earth.
explain
No,
the.
we're not
Listen
talking
to
about
me.
flat Earth.
Listen to me.
No,
Don't
I'm not going to
interrupt.
listen to you. Nope. I have to.
You have
What
no
model?
way of explaining the lunar cycles at all.
You haven't
But I
either.
do.
What model? What model?
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't. You said
What do
kids
you
in
mean,
grade
what model?
fucking 3. Well, you didn't give me a
Yes,
model.
like you
What
could
model? What
look
model
it
is the
up
moon
on.
cycle working on?
Okay, hold on. You need to stop talking. You're
Okay,
acting
hold
super
on.
immature. You're acting
No,
like a
I'm
little
actually
kid.
Name the model.
like
Literally.
like you don't know what model you're talking about. What model is the lunar cycles working on? Go ahead and tell me.
Yeah. Independent thinker, name the model. Name it. Give it a name and give us who developed it. Who came up with it?
Go.
Well, I muted you, fucking morons. You're asking me over and over and interrupting me.
You're not the main character, dude. You're not the main character. Relax. I need you to. This bro thinks he's the main character. You muted me, so I muted you. Just answer the question, bro.
I didn't say I muted you. You're an idiot. That's not what I
Yeah,
said
based
at all.
on what? Based on what?
I said you're asking me questions and I'm trying to answer you and you muted me. That's what I said. I didn't say I muted you.
Because you're not asking the specific. You're not answering the specific question that I asked you. What model is the moon phase is working
You're
on?
not listening. You're talking over me, not listening. I already
You
told
said people in grade 3 are learning about this. What is the name of the model, dude?
It's the current scientific you sound so childish when you debate. It's pathetic. The current scientific model that we understand.
Oh my God, you're repeating the claim again, dude. We don't need to hear the claim. Yeah, you said that. Now, what is the name of the model? Yes?
You're an idiot.
Really? That's all you got for me? That's it.
On YouTube.
Is that all you got
we
for
don't
me?
have to go over the. We don't have to go over.
We don't have to go over the model. The model that you so spoke of that provides evidence that the Earth is spinning. Well, we don't need to talk about that model. Oh man,
Just name
let's
the
talk about
model,
whatever.
man. Just name the model. Just name the
Yeah,
model.
just name it.
That's all you have to
Just
do.
name it, bro. That's it.
There is no name for it because you guys are.
That's what you brought up, man. You said
your life. You're a fucking retard.
Yeah. Okay. You got anything else
watch
other than calling me names?
replicate the lunar cycles on YouTube. Let's just watch them. You're so
Watch
fucking
what?
stupid. You have no
Say
explanation
again?
for it, but I do.
Wait, dude. What did you just say?
I said let's
Watch
watch
the
them
what?
replicate it on YouTube.
What model, dude? We're asking. You said there was a model. What model are we looking at?
Model?
All right.
Yeah.
What model? Mute him. What model? Mute him. What
man.
model? Mute him.
Yeah, don't
Mute him. I'm
spiral. Stop
retarded. I
spiraling, man.
believe the
Stop
Earth is flat.
spiraling.
I'm retarded.
Oh my god.
Retard.
You okay over there?
This is flat. It looks.
Yeah, he's not.
Dude,
he's not all right.
What the
Listen,
hell?
imagine you've just walked up to somebody, right? You're just approaching one of your friends, right? And you say, "Hey, you know that model, right? That model," and they're just gonna go, "Oh yeah, I know that model."
Alpha, you just like broke.
What model are you fucking talking about?
Alpha just.
You know the model, the one they told kids in grade 3. Duh, that model. Which one? I don't know.
All right, yeah, of course.
You know the thing.
You know that thing? That one thing? Come on. I know you know that thing. What thing? Just name it. I don't have to name it. I don't have to name it because you're doing it in YouTube. Duh. Like, bro.
Just pass it to me.
Man, like...
Just pass the thing to me.
The heliocentric model.
Dude, all right. We don't want to pass it to null hypothesis because you don't know anything. Well, if we were to start on you.
I'm answering your question. It's the heliocentric model. And Copernicus was the first one who mathematically modeled it.
Let me unmute independent thinker and see if he agrees with you. Because we're not using a community brain. We're letting him think for himself.
What do you know? Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. You got it out of your system?
You want to watch little kids understand this? Do you want to watch little kids understand this on YouTube?
Did you hear what null hypothesis said?
Literally, listen to me. Don't interrupt. There's literally little kids in.
This guy's spazzing out bad, man.
Yeah.
Guy's spazzing out real bad here.
What do you know?
Let's let him get his composure. Gain your composure, independent thinker. All right. Let me see if he's got his composure.
Yeah, you've been
good
screaming
now?
like a moron the entire time, so you can say I don't have my composure, but you guys sound fucking stupid as shit.
What do you know?
Okay. Is it all out of your system now? You feel better?
There's even
Do you feel better? You muted me 12 times, and you sound like a little kid when you argue.
Did you hear null hypothesis?
When you asked me a question,
bro.
When you asked me yes, I did. When you asked me a question,
all right, what did he say? Because he kind of gave the answer that I was looking for. What did he say?
You're talking over me and muting me. So how am I supposed to answer your?
Well, it's just simple.
Mute
just give
him.
me the answers. Mute him. No, just
Why do you
prevent
him? Why do you don't give him the opportunity to give you
That'll
an answer?
make things better.
He's not.
Because he's an idiot. That's exactly what I'm saying. I said the answer, but you kept muting me. How do I say the answer?
Well, see, instead of bloviating, just give the answer. The other guy's
You're
saying,
gay as
let
fuck.
him.
Not sure, but atheists
Yeah,
are
the other guy.
searching. What's going on? I think you don't want to hear the answers. That's what I.
No, I wanted to hear him say what null hypothesis says,
Why?
but
Why do you
obviously.
interrupt him?
This is like
Always.
schoolyard bullying bullshit.
No, it was a closed question. It was very simple. A yes or no will suffice.
But
no, maybe he
It's
wants
not like-
to say what the fuck he wants to say.
Yeah, which
Please.
is not the answering
Shut up
the question.
a little bit and give him the time to answer. That everybody
Oh, really?
is in silence, and then you can hear.
Yeah, you gay
Then you
ass.
can hear that he
Listen,
that he
listen,
have.
bro. Listen,
Yes,
who died
yes,
and
you
made you
interrupt.
moderator of this room?
You interrupt everybody. Okay,
Who
bye
died and
bye.
made you mod of this room, bro? Relax.
Oh, who's got the power? Who's got the power here?
I do, bro.
I got
Anyway,
yeah, you do.
listen.
It doesn't make you any less fucking gay.
We are your
but we're not-
authority.
But now that you're done spiraling, let's see if independent thinker has got his composure. If not, we'll just keep him on mute. 'cause
Yeah,
it's not
let's
gonna be
see.
productive.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
I have my composure. See, you have
All right.
7 other people in here that are seeing what you're doing. You look like a moron
right.
to everyone.
So did you answer the question based on what null hypothesis is saying?
Yeah, I like what he's saying. He's smart. I listened
All right,
to
what did
talk
he
the other
say?
day, actually.
What did he say,
hold
bro?
on, before you interrupt. Before
Too late. I just did. What did he say? What did he say?
Come on, bro. Alpha, why are you letting him do this?
No, I'm not. I want him to actually just answer. What did he say, man? Because he gave you the answer. He basically, you guys cheated on the test. And what did he say? Because he gave you the answer. The one that we're going through right now. We're testing to see if you know if the Earth is a
You
globe.
got the power to mute, dude. You got
you're
the
not testing
power to
anyone. You don't know what
mute.
you're talking about.
You're fucking right,
Do
Fox.
it
All right,
the
so
easy
go
way,
ahead.
independent. It's in the
Faggot.
text chat. He's
No.
made it that easy for you.
You can't say that, Fox. Come on now. Can't say that.
Lacunos.
We got to mute you because you can't say that, dude. What's wrong with
Go
you?
ahead.
What's wrong with the generation these days? All right,
You should
independent
just
thinker,
mute
go ahead.
everyone who disagrees with you.
No, we're not doing that. We want you to answer the question. That's why I unmuted you.
Well, you have been doing that, so it doesn't make any sense.
All right, so you're gonna stand here and talk about
You
your
say
feelings,
because
or are you gonna give me the
because
answer?
if you actually if you actually let me talk, then I'll make sense, and then
Independent
you're
thinker,
wrong.
can I ask you a question?
You have to
Let's
you
ask you a
have to
question.
mute me, otherwise.
You like what hypothesis
Every
said?
time
Let me ask him a question.
you get unmuted, right? Every time you get unmuted and waste that opportunity to not talk about the topic, then that's on you. You get muted again. You just want to spend that time talking about getting muted. Whereas if you took the opportunity to talk about the topic, you wouldn't be getting muted.
Yeah, so you said you liked what hypothesis said. Can you repeat back what he said since you liked it?
No, I would be getting muted anyways because I tried to talk about the topic, and
Just
that's
go
what
ahead. You have the room to say it, man.
Yeah, you have the floor, man. Go ahead and tell us. I'll listen. If you need, I'll refresh your memory because I know it got lost in the sauce because you just spiraled out of control. So we were talking about how the Earth is rotation, spinning around, axial rotation. So you got to lunar cycles and the model they're in, but you didn't know the model, and he gave you the answer. So can you repeat the answer, what he said? Because it would be most essential for our conversation to move forward. Go ahead. What did he say?
I don't have to repeat anything.
Really?
Man.
Yeah, really.
Epic
You said
fail,
you said
dude.
you heard him though. You said you heard him.
Pleads the fifth.
Yeah, I did.
No, we're listen,
How did,
man.
how did,
We're
how
just
did, so you know what he said?
I'm not debating with you clowns. You're just gonna mute me over and over, so it's
He's
pointless.
not,
You're
dude.
pathetic.
That's fine. We just
I was
try
talking of I was actually debating and talking about the topic before, and that's when the muting started. So it's totally pointless. You see, you have to mute me, other's you're wrong. You don't want me to be right, so have
And
to.
You're
just have to
escaping
happen.
to a future mute. Is that what you're doing?
I don't think you actually grasp what the argument I actually made was that people
Now there's
that are
ad
grade 3
hominem.
can replicate this. Hold on, let me finish. That people in grade 3 can actually grasp this conversation and replicate it with flashlights, and it's actually really easy to understand the lunar cycles. That was the argument I was making, and you don't actually have a
No.
response to that. The fact that people
Wasn't the
that
answer
are
to the
children
question
can
that was
grasp
asked.
can
The question
hold
that
on,
was
let me
asked.
finish.
Oh, Lucia, no, hold
Let
on.
me finish. I don't care.
Good.
Relax,
The
dude.
question that was asked, name the model. You couldn't do it. You went for 5 minutes of talking, 5 minutes of bullshit, and you're asked a simple question. One of the other gentlemen even posted it in the chat for you. Start thinking, independent thinker.
That's really antithetical to your name, bro.
Yeah, I already said 3 times I don't want to repeat what he said, and I don't want to answer the question. If he answered it, then the question
Why
was
don't you want to
answered.
repeat what he said if you know what he said?
Say that again?
Yeah,
What'd you
why don't
say?
you want to repeat back what he said? If you didn't know what he said,
Why
then just
should
say you
I?
don't know what he said.
Because I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the
Why you
fact.
should is so that
For
we
I
know
want
that
to
you
talk about the
know
fact for the 5th
you
time that you guys really don't like when I mention that little kids that are literally children can grasp the concept and you can't. That was the point I was actually trying to make. I wasn't talking about the model, wasn't talking about heliocentric, I wasn't talking about any of that bullshit. I was just
That was
making
the
a point
answer.
of the lunar cycles are actually really easy to grasp. Yeah, you see how immature you guys act,
Oh,
and
that
then you're
was the
gonna mute me.
answer. He
The
gave the
point I was
answer.
trying to make
You-
was
That's
little
all right.
children. Yeah, I don't care about the question or the answer. Little children.
Well, then why are you talking? Because that's what we're concerned about.
Show him the
We're
way.
concerned about the question and the answer. Like, if you're not concerned with that, then why are you speaking? Because that's what we're talking about. We're asking people in 2024 how they know that the Earth is a globe, and we started that. You said the Earth is spinning. We say, how is the Earth spinning? For those of people that are coming here a little bit late, and you said, well, we got lunar cycles. Yeah. Okay, so we got lunar cycles, and what models that work on? Because you brought in models. You're like, it's working on a model at the lunar cycles. Okay, what model is the lunar cycle working off of? They literally teach it to third graders. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah. So what is the name of the model? And you didn't give it. And null hypothesis did.
Why
Yeah, he
is the
gave it.
name important?
Because it's an understanding about what is being
Yes,
talked
but
about.
what's in the name?
Yes, but
Why a
what do you
name?
mean what's in the name? It's the model. The idea,
Yes.
the very idea that you're saying that the Earth is doing something is based on a specific model, yeah?
You're trying to quote
Yes, yes.
Shakespeare. What is in a
Yeah?
Yes,
name?
that's right. That's right.
Does a
It's a
rose by
specific model.
any other name smell as sweet? I mean, stop, bro.
And
Stop.
the cycle of the moon is 29.5 days.
Great. What is the name of the model that's working off of?
I don't know that it has a name.
All right.
I know
Well,
the
yeah.
cycles of the moon. And the
All right.
moon needs 29.5 days.
Okay,
this lunar cycle isn't even a model. It's just a cycle of the moon. That's all it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So when we talk about like how you know something, the premise was I'm going to bring you guys that think the Earth's a globe back to the original point. It was that he was trying to prove that the Earth is a globe via the Earth spinning. So that's what we're talking about. That was the foundation of the discussion. It was that the Earth is spinning. That's how he knows it's a globe, right? So we were going off of that, and he brought in lunar cycles, which now he just
May
went
I
out of
ask you
control because
something?
he can't get back to the point. So
May I?
wait a minute, sir. Did you hear what I just said? Like, this is what we're
Yes,
talking
yes,
about.
but I
All
want
right.
to know something about you. Don't you believe that the Earth is a globe? That is a ball?
No,
I like to know
that's
that.
what's being challenged. We're challenging
So,
that right now.
in your opinion, maybe the Earth is a pancake?
No. All right.
Okay. You know what? Okay, that's an
Not a
answer that I
freaking
want to
pancake,
know.
dude.
No,
It's not a
so
pancake. All right. First of all, do you know what the Earth is? Because the other guy couldn't hold his composure. Do you know what the Earth is?
but the Earth is that's the place the planet where we live on.
A planet. Okay. So how do you know it's a planet?
The science have said that is a planet, and it's quite acceptable. It's quite plausible that there is a
Well,
night and there is a
okay.
day, and that
Excellent.
if the Earth is not spinning around its
Oh,
own
dude,
axis,
just relax. I only needed a short answer because what I'm gonna ask you is, if you
I
say it's a
cannot give
planet
you a
based on.
short answer. It is too
Well, the point is,
complicated.
sir. Okay, the point is that other people told you something. What I'm asking specifically is your primary experience, you and you alone. I'm not talking about what Joe Blow said down the street, or you
Why?
went to school and somebody told you, "Hey, man, the Earth's a globe. Check it out." I don't care about that. How do you
Yeah.
experience the Earth every single day? Do you know it's a globe, sir? You, not the other guy who told you it's a globe. How do you experience the Earth being a globe?
You need a lot of time to ask me a question.
Yeah,
I have to
because
remark.
it's broken
Look,
down basic.
okay,
It's broken
but
down basically so that you can
are
understand
you
only you and
interested?
you alone.
Are you
Yeah,
interested
tell
in
me
my
from
answer?
your
Tell me
from
do you
your
have the
primary experience.
and do you
Go
have
ahead.
the time?
From your
Can I give
primary
the
experience, go ahead.
yes, but first I want
Okay,
to
go.
before I answer, I ask you, do you give me the time or not?
If it's from your primary experience and not like, well,
Say
this
yes
guy
or
told me
no.
this. Yeah,
My
like I said,
my
it's
primary
conditional. It's
my
conditional.
primary oh may I? My
Yeah, it's
primary
conditional. If
experience.
you start talking
Oh,
about other
say
people, yeah,
oh.
if you start
Why
talking
do
about
you
other people,
interrupt?
then I'm going to stop
You're
you.
not
Because I
interested in
told
the
you, it's
answer.
conditional. You're not talking about the answer. You just keep bloviating. Go ahead. I'll give you
I
the floor. Go.
try. That's what I'm trying, but you
I
interrupt me
gave you the
always.
floor. Go.
Okay, shut up, and I give you answer. My first experience is that in the morning I see the sun come up, and there is only one opportunity that the sun come up. That is because the Earth is spinning, and the sun at a distance of 150 million
No,
kilometers from the Earth.
no. Wait. You have to actually
Okay.
expound on. You have to expound on how you know the Earth is spinning. You see the sun come up in the morning. How did
Yes.
you make the logical leap that the Earth is spinning from seeing that?
If the Earth was not spinning, it should stay.
No. Not if it's not doing something. I want you to tell me how you actually know it's doing something, not how it's not.
I'm
How do you
sorry.
know?
I'm sorry you are not interested in my answer, so I go
Yeah,
to
it's
shut
not
up.
what it's.
Go
Listen,
ahead.
bro. It's not.
Go ahead.
No,
It's not what it's
hold
not
on,
doing.
hold on, Miggy.
Go
How
ahead,
do you
Eddie.
know the sun isn't revolving around the Earth? Let's just say it's a globe and it's a geocentric model. How do you know the sun isn't revolving around the Earth? Yo, dude, don't run away. How did you
He
get
laid
from
it down.
the description to the how'd you get from the observation, the description to the explanation? The logic, we want that, dude. I guess we're not gonna get shit. Sorry, I wasted my time.
Yeah, maybe he didn't like your voice in you or something. I don't know.
Well, it seems to me like they want to have a conversation about the conversation, but not the conversation.
I want to say one profound sentence. If sun coming, I see the sun comes up in the morning. That means that surface cannot be flat if sun is doing that.
That's what he's thinking. No, that's
I
what he's
don't know
thinking.
because because you know what, the lake, when sun comes up in the morning, the lake it's curving. It cannot be flat.
That's the only shape that it can take, man. A curved surface.
Yeah.
All right. So, anybody else? Because really, we're only interested in your primary experience of the Earth being a globe and telling us how it's a globe. You got no answer to that. I mean, we don't want to hear you say, well, the Earth is this way because I heard it from my teacher, or the Earth is this way because I think it's this way. Yeah. How do you know, man?
Forgive me, but I really believe that you are stupid. Forgive me.
It's a great argument.
I'll forgive you.
That sure proves the sun, the Earth is. You're stupid. That's my proof the Earth is spinning. You're stupid.
Who is stupid? Only him or all of us?
Yeah, you're so.
I don't care that you call me stupid.
Oh, Cyclone's here.
No, listen, I was channeling you. I'm not calling you stupid. I'm saying your argument is the Earth is spinning because we're stupid.
Jeez.
Just very quickly,
Go ahead.
does he not sound
That's
like
your argument.
Does he not sound like Kobayashi from Usual Suspects?
I don't know. I've never seen that show. Well, we got there was a good conversation I had with a gentleman prior to this. 2 conversations that just appeared. And well, let's see. I tell you what, Cyclone. Here, have a conversation with independent thinker because I, couldn't get through to him. Maybe he can speak to you.
Yeah, you should speak to me. You know what's funny? His argument wasn't the Earth is spinning because you're stupid. His argument was he was actually making an argument, and then you muted him over and over and talked to him over and over, and then he called you stupid. So it's
That's a
actually kind of cute what you guys
mischaracterization.
did there.
That's a
No, it isn't at all.
mischaracterization of what happened.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it
I'll
isn't.
tell. Listen, I'll
Yours
tell
is.
you. Look, dude. He was asked a question. How did you get The idea that the
And
Earth
he
is
was
spinning.
answering it, and you interrupted
No,
him.
he didn't.
And they said,
No,
"Okay,
no,
you guys
no,
are
he didn't
stupid."
answer it. No, he didn't
100%.
answer it.
100%.
You're lying.
He began to
Well,
answer
maybe you
it.
can pick it
He
up. Maybe you
began
Hold
can
to
on,
pick
answer
it
hold on
up
a
it,
second.
and he was
We
independently.
interrupted.
record this. You want me to clip it and play it back?
Go ahead and clip it, and let's and get a timer and
He
time how many
wasn't
seconds he
beginning to
spoke for
answer,
before he
dude. He
was
was beginning to
interrupted. It was
obfuscate.
less than
He was
10
beginning to
seconds.
obfuscate. I listened to the whole
Because
thing. Come on, man.
wrong.
So when
You're
he was
wrong. Go ahead and
when
play
he
it.
was asked a question, how do you
Time
know
it.
that?
Time it.
Hold on,
How
shut up, dude.
long?
Shut up
How
for a
long was he
second.
speaking
Hold
before he was
on,
When he was
hold
interrupted?
asked the
on,
Time it.
question,
hold
how
on.
do you
Hold
jump?
on.
How do you make that leap of logic? Right? When he was asked that question, how do you make that leap of logic? He was like, you're
Yeah.
stupid. I don't wanna. I'm done talking."
That's
He's
wrong.
gonna mute
That's
himself.
wrong.
That's how he was gonna
He
answer to
started
this.
talking about the
Okay, who
sun
cares?
rising
Who
in the plane,
cares? Who
and then he was
cares? Who
interrupted.
cares? Who cares?
Yeah,
Independent
who
thinker.
cares? We're right. You're
What was
wrong.
his
Get
what was his
muted. We're
argument?
dumb.
No, no, you're talking
Who
about the
cares?
conversation. Let's talk about the topic. So, what was his
Sure,
argument?
sure.
What
Let's
was
talk
the
about the
guy's
topic.
argument?
Let's talk about the topic.
Yeah, what was the guy's argument that you think he was right about
He was
for it being
making.
a
I
globe?
believe he was about to make an argument about the the sun and the way that it goes around in the morning.
The sun being round in the morning. What does that mean?
I didn't say round. I didn't say round. I say the way that the sun
You
goes
just
around in the morning, as in like the way that it. I don't know. It's difficult to know what argument he was
Can
about to make. It
can
has something to
You
do
don't
with the
even know what
sun.
Okay,
argument
This,
he made,
okay.
you're
well,
he
attacking
said
do
him.
you know the reason why I don't know? Do you know the reason why I don't know? Because he was interrupted.
Why?
That's why
no,
I don't
man.
know.
because
Okay.
you're an idiot.
Man,
Because this is the
Well, don't
second
say
time.
it.
Hold on,
he
I want to
said
point out something. So this is the second time he said Matt Nuclear made a great argument when asked. He didn't know what Matt Nuclear argument was. Now he says this other guy made a great argument, and he doesn't know what his argument is. So why don't you just put down your pom poms, right, and just stop cheerleading for the globe and use your head.
Yeah, let's think about the globe, not who's trying
Why
to
don't we
say
just
what.
reset with him? Why don't you guys question him and reset and not just
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
yeah.
the
That's
other
what I was about
arguments?
to do. Independent thinker, just give us your whatever you think makes the Earth a globe, or whatever makes you think it's a globe. What would your argument be?
He's muted. Hang on. Go
I'm
ahead.
muted. You guys are talking to a person asking questions to a person who's muted. That's the level of intellect you guys have.
No, I didn't mute you.
You're
I
gonna
was just
talk
asking
about
you, what's your
Yeah,
argument?
I
What's
know.
your
I don't
argument?
think it's a globe. I know it's a globe
Okay, how do you know it's a globe? How do you know that?
because I've seen the curvature.
Where did you see it?
I saw it. You can literally just see it if you go up in an airplane. It's clearly a globe.
I've been in an airplane. I didn't see any curvature. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's because you're poor and you didn't fly in an actual expensive airplane.
Oh, well, how expensive an airplane do you have to fly in to see the globe?
You have to fly overseas and it goes way higher.
Overseas, yes, I've flown overseas. I didn't
Yeah,
see any
and
curvature.
there has
How
to be
high are
big
we
enough
talking?
windows to actually look
How
out.
high are we talking?
You probably had a middle row seat and you couldn't see out the window.
Okay,
That's why you didn't
do
see
you
the
need to be at the
curvature.
foot? Do you need to be at which? How high did you have to be to see that curvature? Do you think?
Above 30,000 feet.
Okay.
Oh, how high?
Well, how come
I
when
just
Neil
told you
deGrasse
how high.
Tyson
I
is
just
speaking
answered
about
that.
it?
Just
Okay,
above 30,
What?
so 31,000
See
feet?
that?
you
Like,
heard.
you got to be more
It's
Hold on, hold
specific,
on,
buddy.
No,
hold
it's
on.
not. That's very specific, actually.
That's okay. That's okay. So you think you've seen
Yeah.
curvature from an
No,
airplane?
I
Yeah.
don't think I've seen curvature. I've seen it's clear. You can literally, like every pilot, every time they fly above 30,000 feet, sees clear curvature. As a matter of
Okay.
fact, you look down and it looks like you're like, oh wow, there's where I live. It's on a huge, massive globe.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which have you ever
yeah.
heard a pilot saying this?
Okay. No, I
Which
haven't heard
pilot
a
said
pilot
that?
say it because nobody needs to say
How'd
it
you know?
because the average
So how do you say
normal
the
person. Let
pilot
me answer
said
your
it?
question. Hold on. Before you interrupt me, let me answer
Oh,
your
calm
question
down.
because it's actually really important. The reason why nobody says it is because it goes without saying. Nobody needs to say that we're on a globe. Only
Oh.
to weirdos like you with your beer belly and your Dr. Pepper does it need to be said. Nobody
Okay.
says it
So
because
no
it's
pilot
clear.
said it. So why are you saying the pilots see it if you
Because we
haven't
could
heard them
all
say it?
just look out the window and see it simultaneously. It doesn't need to be said. You
Why did
understand?
you say the pilots see it if we all see it? Why pilots?
Everybody sees it, including the pilots. It doesn't need to be said.
Oh, okay. So how come
Okay.
Neil deGrasse
You should watch. I
Tyson?
just watched it. It's funny. Hold on. I just watched a video with Steve-O, the guy from Jackass.
Yeah,
They take him
the
up in a
scientist.
fighter jet, and they go way higher than the average plane goes. And he has his cell phone. He's filming out the window, and you can see this. He's
The
really
window's
high.
curved,
You
bro.
can see he's on a ball.
The window's
What?
Yeah, those
curved, bro.
windows. The
Oh
windows
yeah,
are
does the
flat or
window
curved.
in your, yeah, I heard that dumb shit before. Does the window in your vehicle, the curvature in the window in your car distort the
Oh, you
image that
took a
you
car
see
to the
as
parade?
well?
Oh, nice.
Wait.
Oh,
And
you're
now you're
interrupting
saying,
and not
now are
listening to
you
what I'm
saying,
saying?
You're
Are you
not saying that you
listening?
can
Not
see
listening again?
curvature in a
You
car?
guys not listening again? No, no,
You're not
no.
saying you can see
I'm
curvature.
saying the windows in your car are also curved. Does it also distort the image and make it all fisheye?
Curved?
No.
What do you mean by curved?
Retarded flat Earth.
What do you mean the
Hey,
windows in your
buddy.
car are curved? What do you mean by that?
Hey,
This guy's unhinged.
hey, Cyclone. Is that Cyclone talking to him? Cyclone, are you
Yeah.
smacking him down? Okay, check it out, Cyclone. It's weird because I'm going to talk to him like he's not here right now. Because it's weird because he doesn't comprehend how windows in the sky have to be engineered to compensate for the amount of pressure that's going to buckle down on them when they go up in the sky. But he might not know about that, so let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. So here's the thing, though.
No, I do comprehend that. I know about that. There's an explanation for that.
I'm not done. He's literally comparing windows in an airplane, in a jet, by the way, compared to your car. That's a new one.
You
Honestly,
don't understand anything.
Wait, ready? Ready? I got another new one for
Hold on,
you.
Kobayashi.
I got another new one for you. Ready? Here's another new one you've
Another-
never heard before.
Yeah.
How much would it be
Go
worth
ahead.
for you to see the curvature? How much money do you think?
What curvature?
Just to know definitively, like if you could take like let's say like a spaceship or something, like a crazy new airplane where it didn't have a windshield, like how much money would it be worth to you to actually see for yourself? Would it be worth maybe
Well,
$300, 400, 500?
But there is no curvature.
Oh, is there? Okay, well, but you've never seen the Earth from 30,000 feet up
How
before.
do
It's
you
clear you
know
haven't.
that
So,
there is no
so do you,
curvature?
yeah. Hold on.
we've
How much
been
would
in-
it be
we've been in
worth? Would you be
planes.
willing to spend $400 to know for sure?
Do you know?
I'm just curious.
Do you know that the globe model story?
No, answer my question. It's a yes or no. Would you be willing to spend $400, yes or no, to know definitively?
Hold on.
Yes,
Is
I
that
will.
what you did?
You would?
Is that what
You
you
would?
did?
Okay, great. Then what you should do is, hold on, listen to me. What you should do is you should go book a skydiving tour, and then when they
Bro,
go
are you
30,000 feet
preaching
up,
or are you having a
you should pull the
conversation?
door
Are you
back and you can see
preaching
without
or
any
are you
glass.
having a conversation?
Hold on, let him
Independent. Can I?
I'm not having a conversation.
This
I'm
guy is
dealing
preaching,
with
man. He's not
retarded
really
children.
talking to anybody. He's just preaching. It's a
Independent
pain to
thinker.
listen
Are
to.
we going to have an interactive dialogue, or are you just going to sit here and just puke stuff up?
Okay, let's talk about the windows. Let's have an interactive
No, let's
dialogue
talk.
with the windows.
Okay, so you're
Hold on.
gish galloping all over the
Oh,
place.
we're changing the subject now. If you pull the door back, if you go skydiving, there is no windows, and you can see the curvature of it as well.
And can you
What's
see?
your response
Can
to
you
that?
see curve?
What's
Why
your
do you
response
think
to
you,
that?
dude? Because you can't see an airplane. It's not high enough to see curve from, bro.
Yes, it is.
So let me
And
get this
and
right.
if you're
Just-
skydiving,
what
you
makes
can
you
pull the side
hold
door
on?
open, and there is no windows, and you can still see the curvature.
Cool. No,
The
you
image
can't.
isn't
I don't know
distorted.
why you're saying
Cool.
that.
Oh, you
Nobody thinks
can't?
that.
Really? Really? So
Nobody
every
thinks that.
person who's ever gone skydiving has seen the curvature, but you haven't because you're not.
Okay, give me a
you can't
citation.
afford to go
Listen,
skydiving.
post independent thinker. Post in the chat. Skydivers that's seen the curvature of the earth. Post it in the chat.
Every skydiver
Okay,
ever.
no. Post the evidence for your claim in the chat.
Oh, but the goggles are curved. The fisheye goggle. Goggles are curved.
Are you going to
He's
post the
a
evidence in the
bricked
chat or not?
preacher.
Goggles are curved.
Yeah, this guy's gone.
He's bricked and preaching.
Guys, we know he's
Hey.
bricked. We know he's bricked. This is the point.
Goggles are
Indio's asked you the
curved. It's
question.
goggles.
Indio's asked
That's
you the
why it looks
question.
curved.
Which skydiver saw the
goggles.
curve? Which skydiver
Every
saw the curve?
skydiver who's ever gone skydiving, and if
Okay,
you're willing to
name
actually
one.
definitively see
Name
the
one.
curvature,
Just give us one. Just give us
Name
one.
you're
one.
willing.
Name one.
Name it. Name it.
Just,
No, name
no,
one.
give
This
us
is
a quote, a
pathetic. Your
citation.
argument is so
Look,
bad.
no, independent
Nobody
thinker.
needs
What
to
we
say it
want,
because
see,
everyone has seen it. You're
yeah.
retarded.
So
Every pilot,
independent,
every skydiver.
dude, chill out. Stop snipping your fucking Ritalin. Okay,
You're
chill.
sniffing your Ritalin.
Chill. Okay.
Yeah,
You
have you ever
claim
done
that
Ritalin
every
before?
skydiver. Well, how do you know what every skydiver saw? Well, maybe you saw
Because
one
it's
skydiver. Hold
it's
on.
impossible not to see it. That's why. It's impossible not
And
to see
how
it.
do you know this? We want to know
Because
what the
I've
source
seen
of
it,
you. We want to listen. We want to see what you're about 3
Bro,
seconds from getting banned out of the channel.
I have
I'm not fucking around.
Ban me.
bro, he's spiraling by his own breaching.
This guy is hold on. This
If I
guy's
do
saying,
this, no, wait, just a second. Only 1 second. Only 1 second. If I do this, everybody will mute me for 1 hour. If I do this, for example.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
That doesn't help much.
Well, listen. This guy
Eric,
just
you're
said.
hot, Mike.
This guy just said it's impossible not to see something that he's never seen before. Think about it. Oh my goodness.
May I
That was
reverse a little
insane,
bit
man.
to the rotational? There was a question about how can you tell the rotation, and then the guy spoke about children being able to use rudimentary objects to prove the moon's rotation around the Earth, but that's not the Earth rotating, right? So when the sun sets, then we see other celestial bodies in the sky, right? We see the Milky Way galaxy, we see planets that are very far away, and we can predict their movement. And if you observe those stars, those galaxies, they will move over time in a predictive time frame, and then you can predict when the sun will come back up. So is that not a is that not some evidence of a
No,
rotating planet?
it's zero evidence of that. Because I'll tell you what, kid, you can observe cars going around circles outside your house over and over and over. The red one went by at this time, the yellow one went by, and the blue one with it. You could do that, right? You can repeatedly see them go around, but it makes no sense to try to attribute that to now know the shape that your house and roads are built upon, because you are looking outside and you're not moving and you're seeing this. If anything, you're actually helping our argument, because we're trying to
Well, hold
tell
on.
you that these things are going around and around above you, and that's it.
Hold on.
That has
Hold
nothing
on.
to do with
We
go,
don't even
go,
have
go ahead. Go ahead.
we don't,
So
we don't
it
even have
means
to, we
that
don't
you
have to
believe.
analogize it. Hold on, hold on. We don't have to analogize it to cars because he said it himself. We see the stars move, right?
Right.
So that would be evidence that the stars are moving. How do you get to you're moving?
Right.
Well, I think you're missing an elephant in the room. What he said was, we can predict when the sun comes up and goes down, therefore it's a globe. Well,
Right.
guess what, Atlas? They don't use a globe to predict when that happens. They use something called the equation of time, and there's no globe in it. Yeah, if you look at the
Right.
math, there's no globe in the mathematics.
I mean, think about it. The originators of that, the Saros cycle, were not even globers. Think about that. Think
Yeah,
about that logic.
we had sundials way before fucking a globe was ever thought of.
So for me right now, it's exactly 12 p.m. and it's dark. What time is it there, and what does it look like out of your window?
Well, hold on. Yeah, before we do that, could you respond to what was just said to you? You said that we observe the sun, moon, and stars moving. Yes. Why are you
Yes.
attributing that to you moving?
Well, I would imagine that like the Milky Way galaxy would not move at at that kind of speed. It would be the
We
Earth's
don't know
rotation
what
that would
speed
make
it's
much
going.
more sense. I mean, I'm looking at if I don't know what the closest star is to our uh, solar system. I think it's Alpha Centauri or maybe something else. But anyway, we can observe the star, or let's say Orion's belt, whatever, and you can see the position in the sky when it's dark. You know, when the sun is on the other side of the globe, moving across.
You're assuming a globe
And
here.
yes, of course. I mean, I'm trying to make obviously.
Try
I'm
it
trying
without
to make
assuming.
a case.
Try it without assuming that it's a globe. How does seeing the stars move tell you that you're moving? Answer that directly, please.
Because they are so far away that they cannot move.
How do you know how far
at,
away they are?
well, through the use of telescopes and.
No, a telescope doesn't tell you how far away something is.
Well, we have infrared telescopes that tell us how far objects are based on their redshifts.
So how do you know? How do you know how far away these lights in the sky are, though, specifically?
How do I
Like
personally know that?
Yeah. Are you just
From
relying on what we've been told, or have you done something yourself that you think tells you the distance?
well, the only thing I've done myself is actually lay down and stargaze and witness that the stars change angles
move.
in the sky, right? And then
Thought maybe you
move, yeah.
thought maybe you proved the globe when you went skydiving.
Yeah.
no, I'm laying flat on my back
That was a joke. I was
on
kidding,
the
man.
roof of a house, and
Okay,
I'm
so
looking at
you observe the stars
Orion's belt,
moving,
for example.
right? But that doesn't tell you how far away this thing is. It just tells you that you see the lights moving. It doesn't tell you anything about you moving. It doesn't tell you anything about their speed or distance. You just see how they move. So how do you get to a globe from that?
I guess you need to use logical conclusions.
Your imagination.
Well, it's not logical to conclude that because you see the stars moving, you must be moving. That's an assumption, and not really a logical one, unless you can walk us through how that becomes logical. You're just assuming the opposite of what you observe.
Assuming the opposite of what I observe. Right, I'm gonna need like 3 minutes just to think of a decent answer to that.
Yeah. I'm sure you got DMs.
Ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'm sure people DM
No,
you.
no,
Like,
no.
yo,
I'm
this
not
is what
gonna.
you
Trust
answer.
me. I'm gonna down a glass of wine. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna go to fucking
Nice.
Google or anything like that.
That's fine. Drink some alcohol and then come back. That should be good.
That always works.
Hey,
That's
it
the
makes
first step to proving a globe.
well. That's how you prove spinning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, India.
And how you prove stationary?
Sobriety, AA meetings. I don't know.
That means that if I don't know if Earth start to move, that means that we are stationary.
Right? Yeah, you have a point there.
Because now when we are stationary, we are moving. That means opposite is stationary. When we move, we will be stationary.
You know what's
That's a lot.
interesting? You know what's interesting? I was watching this graphic earlier of some Glober posted it, and it showed like the shadow like of the Terminator line on the Earth and the way it goes like throughout the year, and you can totally like see like the data that they fed into this like program. Like the Earth in their paradigm would have to be wobbling all throughout the year for the way that the shadow of the Terminator line changes, across their ball that they have in this program. And I was thinking about it the other, like a week ago, I was arguing with one of the Globers, and they're like, it only wobbles like every so many thousands of years. And I'm like, well, the image of the data that they're feeding it in this one little thing that this person posted the other day or yesterday, it's like, well, that shows it to be wobbling all throughout from day to day to day, all throughout the week. It's wobbling, 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 wobbling. So I don't know. It's kind of like contradicting. I just wanted to ask a Glober, like, what say you? Does it wobble every day to day to day based upon the data they fed it and show the shadows of the Terminator line? Or is it just believe that it just takes thousands of years for a Earth to wobble, meaning it tilted one way and now it's going the other direction? So that was another discussion. That's why I'm asking it. Anybody? Any Globers? Want to? No? I don't know.
Hocus pocus.
Well, I was going to ask about the wobble, because a wobble isn't a stable motion. So, like, if you spin a coin on a table and it'll eventually, like, go into a higher speed before it flattens out. So, are they saying that eventually the Earth's going to go into some super unstable wobble, or what's their story for that? It's been a while since I looked into that.
I don't know, but Trig is like chomping at the bit. Can one of the mods unmute him? He, like release the hounds.
I know the answer to that one. The story goes like this: they say in 500 million years, the sun will grow in size and turn the Earth into basically a desert planet, and life will not exist here.
Yikes! Imagine that. Jeez. Talk about a Goldilocks story.
Well, wobble can't just stay the same forever, right? Wobbles get exponential.
That's why we need to move from another planet. There is no oxygen, no water, no life, but there is a possibility to survive.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like, if you have a wobble of any object, right? Let's just think logically. Here down on Earth, right? If you have anything that wobbles, eventually, even in the calculations and the physics and the math of it all, right? Like reality, it will eventually start to spin off course so much, it could actually technically it should throw it out of its original, trajectory along its line. So that's actually very strange that, these great minds and scientists that created this heliocentric model, it's weird that they didn't include that calculation. Like, okay, if the Earth is wobbling this much because it's a round ball, right? We all know that to be true. But if it's wobbling, like, how far would that be off from its original eclipse, a path? I mean, dude, Globers, wake up, man! You were fucking lied to. Nah, okay, I'll shut up. Oh, by the way, can Trig be unmuted? Hey, Trig, I'm helping, bro. I'm trying, bro. If you don't get unmuted, hey, it's because the one that muted
Yeah,
you
Apocryphon. They've done the
doesn't.
calculation. They got a different answer than you did. Theirs is right. Yours is wrong.
Oh, that's so. What's the calculation, Scott? How many wobbles does it take to make the Earth fall off its fucking trajectory? Scott's got the answer. Go.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
That's exactly. I was trying to phrase it that way, you know what I mean, to make it.
It's 3, man. The owl said 3.
Hey, everybody saw that cartoon. I mean, that's
hold
probably
on.
over.
Let me unmute Trigonometry now and see what he's saying. He's
Oh, there
Why
you
the
go.
hell was I even muted in the first place? Can I
Hey,
get an explanation for that?
don't start the unmute with
It
a
just
negative.
automatically happens now.
It's going to just throw you back into mute. Let's just
All right.
forget
What was
about it.
Can you send me the program or simulation of it so I can see what you're talking about?
There's an auto mute feature or something.
Somebody posted it here in I should have saved it. It was like a GIF, and it showed like the data that was fed into this program, and it showed like the Terminator line, the shadow of it, and it actually was kind of showing it like the way the shadow goes up and down over Antarctica, like on the ball. No, it wasn't like that. It was different, but it had a Terminator line. Like, it was kind of just looking at it from one side, not like those are 3 different ways. But no, it wasn't like that. I wish I would have saved it. God damn it! I'm just pointless at this point. But it was showing how the Terminator line from, imagine this, one fixed position, taking a snapshot every, on a particular time each day for like a year, and you're going to see the Terminator line in one, like, from one fixed position. It's going to go down and then up and then down and then up, and that's from a fixed position. I mean,
right.
if we don't
have the source, this is going to be
pointless.
I'm assuming it's probably a geostationary satellite because that happens.
Yeah, I think it was from that position, of a geostationary
I didn't
satellite.
even have to see the source, and I know it. That's crazy.
With the data, kick back, Trig. You're fucking.
You mean the ones with space brakes? The space brakes ones? They got space brakes. Geostationary.
Space brakes. But still, though, Trig, the whole point though here is that if it's showing the shadow to look like that, where it's literally covering Antarctica and then it goes back to the other side of Antarctica, that is clearly representing a wobble. But in your paradigm, you guys say that the wobble takes like thousands of years, meaning it's like shifting one way and then like 1,000 years later it's going to shift back.
I already explained it without even looking at the source. I knew it was a geostationary satellite simulation before you even said it was.
So then what's your explanation for it? Go ahead.
Small invariances in speed over like a year in time, if you're in geostationary orbit, is going to cause the Terminator to appear like it's wobbling.
Okay, so then are you saying that it's wobbling constantly throughout the year and not like 17,000 years later, or I think it's like
it looks
17
like it's
or
wobbling
23?
from the satellite's point of view.
So then what is it then?
I would say the Terminator is not wobbling around. Let's say it's a perspective.
Okay, so optically you see it changing position, and you're saying that doesn't represent wobbling. Like, for instance, if I saw a guy stumbling down the street, but I'm going to say, oh no, but he's not stumbling. I see it, but that's not what's happening. Is that what you're saying right now?
What if you were stumbling too at the same time?
Oh, so if I'm stumbling and he's stumbling, does it still stand to record that we are stumbling, hence a wobble? Like,
would you know that you're stumbling though? Would you have reason to know that you're stumbling if you're completely drunk and you're stumbling with the guy?
Okay. Well, here's the thing though. If the shadow that's going entirely across in your paradigm, by the way, it's just data. It's data fed into a program. If it's showing a shadow that's going completely one direction and then rising up and going to another direction, that means it's wobbling. That means it's not just a perfect spin, turn, beautiful revolving revolution on its circuit around the heliocentric model path.
I could actually explain this in KSP better than I could on here. Should fucking boot it up.
I don't know, bro. Whatever you got to do to help you sleep better at night. I'm just saying, you cannot say that the geocentric satellite took a photo of it at a particular time throughout the year, showing that it would be wobbling and changing, and then say, oh, well, how do we know if it was? Because it was also moving. That makes zero sense. If anything, it proves the fucking point. Like, where's your logic
That's what you
at?
got out of that? Was that it proves the point? Interesting.
It would definitely prove the point, bro. Like, because if it's changing, if your position is changing,
it is changing. It's if you're not in a perfect geostationary orbit, yes, it's going to change.
So then the question is that is it wobbling throughout the year continuously?
You don't get what I'm trying to say, dude.
Or is it no? You just answer the question, bro. Is it wobbling throughout the year, or is it wobbling every 17,000 years? Go ahead. You
think
answer
the wobble?
me.
Do you think the wobble is irrespective of the satellite? Yes or no?
Well, if the satellite is capturing a shadow go further than its own position, then clearly it's representing the wobble. That's why it's capturing that way. In perspective, okay, for instance, dude, why are you so lost right now? In perspective, if I had a camera and I'm watching a shadow on something, okay? Now, if I am locked to this ball, like you believe we are, and then all of a sudden I'm moving to a position to where the shadow is going to seem different than my perspective, and then all of a sudden that same shadow goes the opposite way. Remember, it's not the shadow moving; it's me and the ball moving. It's in your paradigm, bro. I'm just literally trying to
perspective from the satellite. It's not actually happening, dude.
So you're saying that the Earth is not wobbling; it's the satellite's wobbling. That's what you're saying.
Basically, yeah.
Oh my god! How is it locked and not, dude? You are so far up your own ass. It's crazy. I'll shut up, bro, because you're about to irate.
Stationary space wobble.
Yeah. So what you said was this simulation. You didn't even bring it up, and I literally knew exactly what you were talking about before.
No, you don't know. No, you don't know. No, you don't know exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's what. I don't know that that's what it was. It could have been just data taken without a fucking an outside view. It couldn't be an outside. Dude, you're a fucking. Maybe you got to go back on mute because you're just a piece of shit. Now I know why they muted you, because you're just a piece of shit.
What?
That's all you are. Yeah, that's all you are, bro. Yeah, that's all you are. Anyways, all I said was this is this like little gift that showed the shadow throughout the year, and it shows it wobbling. And I was like, wait, I thought they say that the Earth only wobbles like thousands of years from one point to another. But clearly, this data that's been pumped into this thing shows it wobbling like throughout the year.
This
and
is
you're
also
like, oh,
irrespective of the fact that you don't even have the data. You don't even have the source.
Yeah. I get
if
that.
If I'm not mistaken, I think they say there's two wobblings happening at the same time. I think Witsit did a show on 3 wobbles and how it wasn't even possible. I don't know.
So I gotta like entertain it without knowing the source. That's fine with me. But
I mean, I wish I would have saved it so I could show you exactly what I'm talking about. And you, yeah, matter of fact, I'll tell you what. It was over in Earth Awakenings, I think. So let me go look through it.
oh hell yeah! If it says something about geostationary, you owe me $100.
Wouldn't that make it like super easy to launch rockets if the planet's like flying, it's spinning, it's moving, and it's wobbling two different ways? That's simple. Well, we'll figure it out on paper.
And can someone please restate the claim? I've been here for 5 to 10 minutes and I didn't pick it up.
I don't know if this is a claim or not claim sort of thing. I think we're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I made mention of this GIF that I saw earlier. I forgot what it's either this server or maybe Earth Awakenings. But they showed this wobble, the shadow showing over. It was, I believe, Antarctica. So it showed the shadow dropping up and down and up and down, and it was over a time lapse. But that goes against the narrative that the wobble takes forever, thousands of years for it to wobble. Because here's the main argument, by the way. They say that the only thing that you feel is a change in velocity. Because they can say you can go 17,000. They said you can rotate at 1,000 miles or 66,600 miles per hour or 1,000,000 miles. They say you can do that because there's no friction in the space. So the only time you'll feel it moving is when there's a change in the speed. And that change would be like a wobble. There would be a shift. There would have to be a shift because that's what a wobble represents, a change in velocity.
So
I
can
mean,
Can we see the GIF?
Yeah, can we
Yeah,
agree
I'm
that
looking
there is you only feel acceleration, not velocity? Do you agree on that at least?
Yeah, no doubt. I totally agree with you. But here's the thing, though. Here's the point, though. Logically, in your paradigm, there are moments when the rotation in your paradigm would be slowing down or speeding up or even wobbling based upon the
All
data
right,
of the shadows. So that
here
change
I've
we
got
should feel. Go ahead.
the three kinds
So
here.
the Earth,
The Earth
I don't want to get
wobbles in
misconstrued or anything,
three
but the
ways.
Earth. Oh,
It wobbles in three ways. Listen to this: melting ice in Greenland. The Greenland ice sheet has released a large amount of water into the oceans, redistributing its mass. The second way it wobbles, glacial rebound. And the third way it wobbles, mantle convection. Of course. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
so I confirmed.
And Pinocchio's nose is
Definitely
longer.
bullshit. So nothing. Okay, that's fair.
Wait, I don't know what's going on. I just lost my train of thought from paraplegic talking and somebody saying something.
So you were saying that you were saying something, and I don't know. I didn't understand. And then I heard him talking about the three wobbles. The three wobbles that nobody can explain. Now hold on. How about this?
Okay, yeah. I don't want to
Can
get it
you?
misconstrued. Yep, I found my train of thought again. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
So
Go ahead.
I don't want to get it misconstrued that the Earth doesn't accelerate at all. No one claims that the Earth doesn't accelerate. It's just that the accelerations that it experiences are so incredibly small compared to any acceleration that you could feel. Like you're not.
And do you not find that to be a problem in your own paradigm?
No, I don't actually.
That's weird. It's almost as if you have a bias to where you can't believe it to be true because it would go against what you believe to be true. Isn't that weird? Isn't that awkward?
Not really.
Here's the point. Here's the point. Here's the
If
point.
I'm sitting in my chair, and I spin around once per day, I'm not going to be flying off of my chair or feeling the chair moving, right?
Okay, how about
If
this?
I go around my house once per day in my chair while spinning
With
around,
that analogy, with that analogy, how about there was a wobble in that chair that you can literally, you can feel it. You yourself would feel that just logically, bro. Fuck the bullshit, globe earth, flat earth. Let's just think logically. If you had a
And it's
chair
speeding
and
up.
you were being
And it's
spun,
speeding up. It's
exactly,
speeding
because
up.
it has to
It's
speed up.
speeding
Exactly,
up.
because it has to speed up. You're right. You're
And
right.
slowing down
Right.
because it's in
Yeah.
an elliptical orbit.
Exactly. So here's the thing, Trig. Let's think logically. Fuck the shape of the earth right now. Let's just use put on your thinking cap. You ever hear that as a kid? Put your thinking cap on, okay? If you're in a chair and you're going around spinning in it, and meanwhile, as you're spinning, you're also on this like weird path to where you're actually going to also go in circles in the room. So you're spinning and you're going around. The second that your chair has a change in the axis to where the angle is going to create a wobble, you sitting on it will slightly feel it. And then when it slows down or speeds up in that wobble, you will also feel that. Just think logically, bro. We're not talking about the bullshit stories of how the earth doesn't or does do it. I'm saying you in a chair going around in a room circling, you will feel that. Even if you're going really slow, really fucking slow. That
but
wobble.
do you know that? Have you tested that?
A long time ago in a land far away.
Listen, get a schoolroom globe and try to get it. Try to get it to wobble 3 different ways. I bet you can't do it.
I haven't even seen the wobble GIF yet, so I don't even know if this is true or not. This could just be fake news.
Oh my God, bro! Oh, so now you're denying that the Earth wobbles? Is that what I'm getting right now?
Denying
no, you made a claim, and I just need.
I just need to know.
Not a denial. That's not a denial. That's just me asking for evidence of the claim.
Okay. So, do you, in your paradigm, do you know that the Earth wobbles? Yes or no?
I need you to answer I need you to provide the source of whatever you're trying to say.
Okay. No, wait, look at that's neither here nor there, because what I was going to provide was your paradigm. So now, I was going to do your job. Literally, I was going to do your job. But here's the thing: do you believe your own paradigm? Because they tell you that the Earth wobbles. Yes or no?
I guess yes. I do believe that in the model it would wobble. Yeah.
Okay, so then if it's wobbling, and you know it's funny too. Do you know that they also say that they know it's wobbling because also the moon wobbles, and they say that the moon is Wait, did you just say that the moon doesn't wobble?
No, I said the moon does wobble.
Okay, and the reason why they account it to is why? Because they say it's tidally locked, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, the Earth is wobbling, the moon is wobbling. How many years does it take for the moon to complete a full front and back wobble in your paradigm? Do you know that answer?
That means.
Yeah. Okay, so for instance, imagine you're looking at it from a side view, and that wobble, it only goes so far to the left and then so far to the right, and then that's the wobble that we're talking about. If you had God's view and you're able to see these balls in your paradigm wobbling, there's going to be a maximum to its drift. If you catch my drift. So then, how far of that wobble, according to the time that it takes, are you willing to provide us with this proof that it does that?
But the moon does. We can observe the moon wobbling, and it doesn't take thousands of years for it to complete a wobble.
Okay, so then why do they say that the Earth takes thousands of years, but the moon doesn't? If it's tidally locked, do you understand? I'm literally just walking you down, bro. I'm trying to bring out sense into your mind to realize you believe in a bullshit paradigm. If they're telling you that it takes 17,000 years for the Earth to wobble, but the moon only takes fucking 7 months to wobble, do you understand how then they are not fucking tidally locked? Because technically, when the Earth wobbles, the moon wobbles. You get it?
No, it wobbles just because it's getting closer and further away from Earth. I don't know why you're trying to like. Here we go. I'll send the GIF.
Oh man, you.
Let's go back to curvature. You know, the curvature that allegedly exists or the lack thereof.
No, I like talking about this. Come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro, but in your own paradigm,
You know,
shit
just saying
doesn't
it a
add
bunch
up.
doesn't make it right? Like, I'm
Shit
trying
doesn't
to
add up.
explain it to you, dude.
I'm trying to explain it to you. You're not getting it logically. See, here's the problem. You got your Glober glasses on and your Glober thinking cap. So everything we're telling you, it doesn't make sense to you because you are still thinking from a Glober
Saying it doesn't make
perspective.
sense doesn't make it not make sense, dude.
Well,
Hey,
I mean,
just on another note, does the audio
ahead.
keep going spastic for anybody else? Randomly?
I'm sorry,
I'm
I
listening
missed you.
to like it.
What'd you say?
Does the audio keep going spastic for anyone else? Like, or just
Not for
randomly
me.
all of a sudden just okay?
No, not
all right.
no. It might be your signal. You know, you're yeah.
Yeah, I drop out and come back in. It fixes it, but it's like you know, it's like being in between radio stations.
I hear you.
Fuzzy. Yeah.
No
all
worries.
good. Thanks, mate.
Not for me.
You want to jump in for a little bit, brother? You know, I'm pretty much done with this guy. T-Dub, are you recording? I hear an echo.
Quick question: is the moon round? Is it a sphere?
Go ahead, Clay. Get him. I'm out.
Okay. Quick question: is water sea level?
Sea level isn't about water. It's just about the mean value.
I didn't ask you. I'm asking Yura. Is the ocean water sea level?
No, I asked if the moon is a sphere.
Okay, but we want to go back to the Earth. We don't want to look at lights in the sky because they have nothing to do with the surface area, okay? So let's talk about the surface. So when we're going to talk about the surface, let's make it very simple so a child would understand it. I'm not trying to be rude. This is not I'm just trying to say let's go back to the simplistic things about reality. So the simplest observations would be, is the sea level? So the question to you is the sea level or is the sea curved?
Yeah, that's not my question, man. I just want to see how.
Well, I get it.
how
Yeah, you
see the
want to
world.
talk about the sky.
No, I want to know if you believe that the moon is a sphere or not.
So I don't want to introduce beliefs into a conversation about reality because then we can literally have a discussion about why one person thinks unicorns exist and the other person thinks why Superman exists. This is beyond what is the meaning of this channel. We want to talk about the things that can be naturally observed in reality. And observing the moon is obviously not going to show you that it's spherical because you have never seen a full spherical ball that you would call the moon in the sky. Therefore, let's go back to the ground and talk about Earth instead of, do you think the moon is something? Do you believe the moon is something? No, we don't want to believe anything.
So, in your observation of the moon, you can't say that it's spherical, okay, because you haven't seen the dark side of the moon. But can't you like figure out that it's at least a semi-sphere?
Sir, I don't even understand what you mean by semi-sphere. You talk about like a half cut ball or something,
At the very
or like a
least.
plate, like a plate turned upside down.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just see one side of the moon. That's it. And same thing goes for everything else that I observe. And I you know, I have beliefs about things, but I think it's not very a good contribution to talk about beliefs in a topic that can easily be cleared up by, talking about what is naturally observed equally to everybody that has been given or granted, hopefully, the healthy eyes and healthy balance system senses,
Right, but many things can be observed differently, right? Through experimentation, through logic, through deduction, and most people cannot do that, right? So you cannot
Yes.
go to the lower common denominator and then fall on the same page in terms
I
of
agree.
science, right? People are stupid.
Yes, I 100% agree with you. 100%. See, now you're on the right path because this is actually what my full intention was about in the first place by putting the conversation back to the ground, grounding it, especially going back to water because that is obviously something naturally being observed by every man equally. Therefore, every man equally except for the ones who maybe have mental dysfunctions, which is okay. This is also a common thing. People can have strong delusions and mental problems, which could influence what is equally observed when it comes to the natural behavior of water. Therefore, I just wanted to have a ground basis to start a conversation, which would be why I asked in the first place. So, how or do you observe the sea to be level? Hence the word sea level, or is the sea curved?
The problem with the sea, it's tricky. You're saying that everyone can see it, but in fact, you can see much more of the moon than you can see of the water.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You can see very little of the Earth, but you can see half of the moon.
Okay, I understand, sir. But okay, let's make it even simpler. So I maybe just can see if there is a basis to have a discussion in the first place. So are you able to answer questions with yes or no?
Yeah, sure. So you want to talk about water? Let's talk about water.
Okay, so the simple question is this: is the sea level?
If it's curved, yes, it's the sea is level in the sense that there exists a sea level, right? In the short term, it's level, but on the grand scale of the entire world, Earth, no, it's curved.
I agree with the first premise. I can't agree with the second one because that's a contradiction in itself. So you can't have both things going on at the same time, right? I can't have a car driving while it's standing still. Right? If it uses the given capabilities of its own tires.
If you're going for absolute level, then no, it's not level because it's a sphere.
So the sea is not level. Sea level is the sea is curved. It's sea curved.
Yeah.
The ocean level curve.
So how have you come to the conclusion that there is something that is the opposite of sea level, but actually sea curve, which would imply that trillions of tons of water are bending 360 degrees in every direction as soon as you are in the middle of the ocean?
Everything bends like that. It's not just water.
I understand, but we just want to stay at the topic of water. How have you concluded and proven to yourself and verified that water bends 360 degrees in every direction as soon as you are in the middle of the ocean or even at the shoreline? Really doesn't matter.
I haven't gone out to prove for myself because I do not doubt the other claims made about the spherical Earth, right? They make sense. I can observe the moon. I can observe the rotation of the Earth, right? It's things. There are other things that I can observe and agree with. So, and I believe, like, I'm sure that I can test that water is curved, right, with the horizon thing and all of that.
So to clarify and make it even more short to the point, currently it is a belief that you uphold, contrary to the simplistic observation of sea being level, but you introduce upon that another framework, which then goes into the realm of having faith in something that is contrary to what you observe, right? Just to clarify, so currently the standpoint of you saying trillions of tons of water are bending and therefore sea level is actually sea curving is now standing on the foundation of belief currently, right? Just to clarify.
There are lots of things that I believe that I cannot observe directly. I can observe them differently.
Well, that's fine, man. I also believe lots of things, man. And I think it's a wonderful thing. I think it's a precious gift given to us human beings that we can all have the freedom to believe, right? I can believe that a good stew is made out of a good bunch of beef, right? I mean, that's a small belief, but I at least believe in something that makes a good stew. But, you know, anyways, we can believe things. This is amazing. But at some point, we gotta agree upon something, right? For example,
can I say
water.
something, and then I'll leave.
Yes.
Just with the sea level thing.
Mhm.
So you can go onto any app, right, and see where you are in the world. I'm assuming you are in Germany or something like that, and you can go onto a beach, and then you can see, okay, it's going to be low tide at 2 a.m. And then I challenge you to go and sit where the water breaks at 2 a.m. at low tide, and then stay there until the fucking waves wash you and almost basically kill you. Stay there for as long as possible. Now, how did that water that was in low tide, how did so much more water envelop you over time? What caused that tide? And why is that still flat?
How can it be anything else? I mean, the thing is, which I don't understand. I don't understand how you're thinking right now. Like your thinking pattern is kind of off to my acknowledgement of reality. Because how can you invoke that you see water moving backwards in a huge scale is ultimately the causation of bendy curvature or bendy ground? Like why is it that you see water going back, going back and then coming back again, right? How then do you how do you do the jump to then conclude, oh, this is because I live on a spinning wobbling tilted space ball flying from ever expanding void of darkness that is accelerating and decelerating simultaneously. Like I just don't see how do you make that jump? Like, and then you ask like, so if we have tides, how can the water still be flat? You know, like I just make me understand. I mean, I'm willing to listen, man.
Okay,
I just want to understand how that works.
I'm trying to think as well. Okay, so do you agree that the moon is responsible for tides in the ocean?
Do I agree with something that a premise that has yet to be proven in the first place that relies on the foundation of the Earth being a bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction? No, I can't agree. I'm sorry. Because the foundation of the claim itself is lacking. So if I would agree, then I would shoot myself in the foot, and it doesn't make sense. So I need to be an intellectual, continuous person, right?
Okay. So then, how do tides work in the ocean?
But you tell me. I don't know.
I just fucking told you how it works, and you don't like the answer. Now I'm asking you.
Sir. One more time. I'm very I'm respecting your answers, but I need clarification. Just as you did with the first time and your argumentation, you have jumped to the conclusion that tides therefore bendy water. Then the second one was tides caused moon, or moon caused tides, therefore answer to why tides, right? So this is a very strange argumentation or way to argue, argue this topic in itself, because don't you agree that this is pretty lacking in substance when you just say moon, therefore tides? Can you maybe further explain how
I find
a
it
rock
very
that
interesting
one
that
second,
you
one
have.
second, one second. Let me finish, sir. Respectfully, can you explain how a rock that was formed out of the earth, and then formed into another rock that then was just some right rock? How is it that thing is affecting trillions of tons of water?
So the moon has a gravitational pull on the ocean. What I find very interesting is that you keep asking me questions. I ask you very simple questions. How do tides in the ocean work?
I told you. Tell me, man. I already given you an answer.
I just have. It is the moon. It's the moon's gravitational pull
That's
on
false.
the ocean.
Okay, that's all great, but don't you agree that that's just a story at the end of the day, if not being supported by some gravy, right? Like some substance to the explanation. Like I can tell someone a car drives because it's a car, right? But that's like, bro, can you not like give me like why is it actually driving? Yeah, there's an engine and the engine is being fueled by this and that, right? So this is what I'm trying to get to, right? You gotta be more precise if you want to claim the seat of authority of thinking you know something. But maybe at the end of the day, it turns out to be a belief if I tear it apart. But because I can bet you, sir, I have been through all the argumentations regarding the moon. But still, I'm gonna play as if I don't know anything about the heliocentric model right now, just to see at what foundational level you are regarding your belief, because I think at the end of the day it's gonna be a belief.
So it's pretty amazing. So what you can do, right? If you go to the beach, and depending on where you are on the planet, you can search what time will be the low tide, and the way that and every time they say it will be low tide at this time, and you go, lo and behold, it's low tide. How the fuck did they do this? Was it magic? Do they have a shaman that senses the Earth's spirit?
So I thought you have the answer. With all
I'm
due
getting
respect,
there.
I thought you have the answer. Why do you invoke these weird questions? Did a shaman do it? Whatever. I'm trying to learn from you. You have the answers. Just provide the answers. You don't need to scattergun and all these.
I'll provide you with the answer.
Please
So
let me
you
take
can
this.
look up what
Let
the
me take
tide
this.
will be at certain times of year at certain locations, and the way that they can determine what the tides are is through determining where the moon will be at any specific time at that moment, and they can precisely tell you it will be low tide, it will be high tide at this time, accurately every single time, using the moon. And the way that we know this is because the moon has the moon has uh, 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 a, a gravitational attraction on the ocean, right? Does this make sense to you? I don't think it does.
And I would like to add something. Given that the standard model that we normally use, this one, is able to predict basically everything we want, why don't you believe it? Is your model able to predict anything?
Yeah, great question. Why I choose to believe something or not? Well, that would take a long time to explain in itself. But to make it sure that there is a lack of evidence or sufficient evidence, both can contribute to either me despising a belief system or not. Anyways, to go back to the question that Eddas asked me, do you understand it? Well, I would refer that back to yourself. Do you actually understand what you just mentioned regarding the time zones?
Yes, I'm very confident in it. Yes.
Okay.
Not time zones, the tides. Yeah.
So what do you think about non-tidal areas in perspective to
Physics.
oceans, where you have like a range
Ponds.
between
They are
30
ponds.
centimeters? Huh?
Where there are ranges of 30 centimeters. Okay. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.
What? Well, that's sad. Anyways,
Okay, perhaps you can go back to my question. Why don't you believe a model which is able to predict basically everything you throw at it?
well, I just wanted to highlight that this gentleman, which was not, very gentle by just properly getting tired and falling asleep and in mid conversation, or had the need to go to sleep, which is okay, maybe that's true. But it's kind of weird when I wanted to just open up a conversation about non-tidal areas in regards to oceans. It's a very big masses of water that just don't seem to act the same way as the other masses of huge chunks of water do, especially in correspondence to the time differentials of tracking the moon, what he's talking about, or the time zones where specific responses are seeming to be observed. Anyways, this gentleman got very tired very fast and left the conversation. Okay, anyways, I just wanted to highlight that for the audience and the stream, and now we can move on to Uriel.
Right. So why don't you believe a model that is able to predict things?
So, believe. This is a very, very, a very, very important thing for human beings. And again, it's a wonderful thing to have beliefs. But I told you, I gave already an answer to it. Now it's the second time. And because it would be a very lengthy answer, I'm going to make it short. There's a reason why I choose to believe something, and it's tied to either sufficient evidence or a lack thereof. This is when I make decisions regarding the things I put my trust in or believe.
And a model that correctly predicts everything you throw at it over and over again is not proving enough evidence for its validity.
That is a great
It's not
model.
providing enough evidence.
I wish you could make me aware of a model that does that. That is flawless.
It's not flawless because we haven't discovered everything, but it's near perfect for what we need. For one, we have GPS, which works based on that model.
That's
and GPS
great.
is an amazing technology.
Oh yeah, it is.
They
GPS is a great.
Tides are the tides can be high tide on opposite sides of the planet in their model. Like, if you believe that, you got to be just kooky. The moon's pulling on one side, but it's also high tide on the other side. Hilarious.
So, where did we left off? Oh yeah, why don't I believe in the heliocentric model? It's
Can
a
we
very,
start calling it
very.
the fundamentalist heliocentric models? Because they got the 4 fundamental forces, and they believe gravity causes the time.
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I
Can we
kind of.
please start calling it the fundamentalist model? Because they have the 4 fundamental forces, right? They're fundamentalists, right? They talk about their beliefs.
I get it, yeah, but I mean, if we're honest, for the whole purpose of being more clear to the whole audience, I think keeping it on the sun being their center in regards to what they call their model.
Right, that's one of their fundamental beliefs.
Mm. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, if I look out in reality in the sky and I see the sun coming closer to me and going away from me, I don't really imagine a huge ball that is gigantic in size, 93 million miles away. It's also not what it represents itself to be in regards to what I observe in reality. It's quite the opposite. But, well, if you have something to believe about it, everything can be real. Because beliefs make things real, even though they might not be real. There could be upside down people. There could be a spinning,
Not real in
wobbling,
your
tilted
mind.
space ball.
But
Yeah.
believing something makes it real in your mind, but it doesn't make it tangibly real.
Exactly. Exactly.
Which is tangibly real is the most real kind of real.
So exactly. So the last thing this gentleman has invoked was GPS, which where we come to another problem because all ties back to a very fundamental foundation, haha, which is the fundamental foundation of a model such as invoking heliocentrism means that must be the so-called 360 degrees of a bendy surface area to form a ball flying from every expanding void of darkness in space. So this is just one part of the foundation, right? Let's just make it very simple and dismiss all the other glaring inconsistencies in perspective to reality itself. You know, gases and the law of gases, and the whole atmosphere thing, and the whole movement.
Hold on a second. Can you stick to GPS? How do you think it's working if the Earth is not a sphere?
Wait, this is the great thing I wanted to actually say is, first, in order to have something orbiting this so-called spinning wobbling tilted space ball, would be the fundamental foundation of knowing this ball, which would be direct measurements of 360 degrees bendy surface area in every direction to form this supposed ball, because otherwise you could not shoot a rocket up into space that would have a GPS satellite orbiting this very body that you needed to measure as a requirement for the foundation in the first place. Isn't that right?
Can you please repeat that?
So, to make it more simple, you need the foundation of knowing what the body is that you're living on, for then putting something that is free falling around that body in the first place. Because if you don't get the measurement right, or you don't have it in the first place, then you cannot argue on the stance of saying that there is something up there falling around the very body that has yet to be proven in the first place, right?
Right, but apparently the world has done that, right? We do have satellites because we can receive their signals, right? And your GPS's location wouldn't work if you wouldn't take into account that the Earth is round, right? So we know that there is something in space that's transmitting data. We can actually track their location because they are sending their location in the packet, right? And your phone, when it's figuring out its own location, has to take into account that the Earth is round, right? And how would that work if it wasn't round?
Yes, that is not correct, because the GPS grid system itself is fundamentally derived from longitude, latitude, and meridian lines, which fundamentally, their foundation, is not sitting upon a sheer body of mass of bandy surface area 360 degrees in every direction, but actually that foundation, one second, actually that foundation of longitude, latitude, and meridian lines are fundamentally 100% referred from are from the sky, okay? Just from the sky. Sorry, I just can't get the right term. Referenced from the sky.
But I'm confused, dude. Are you saying that the only way to communicate or transmit signals is from space? Is that what you're saying?
See, who's saying what?
You're saying the only way that you can transmit data is through space.
No, I'm saying that the only way the GPS system would work and like the math would work out is if the Earth is round, because the math
No,
is
man,
based.
that's silly. You're just saying it. So a presupposed program only works because the Earth is a sphere. That's silly.
Yes, the math
Because I'd be asking.
takes
That's
that
why
into
I
account.
asked you. That's why I asked you if the only way to communicate information is by satellite. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not
Because
saying
if that's not what you're saying, then there are other means of communicating data, aren't there?
Right, but then GPS wouldn't work if you were because if you were transmitting data from the same location and you would move, right?
Yeah.
Then the math works by taking into account that the Earth is a sphere, so your movement would be factored into the math, and it would perhaps
What
it would
move?
show the correct.
You're still using stuff in the sky, yeah? They don't necessarily have to be in space, do they?
No, they don't. They don't.
They don't. So why is your proof that's because GPS works, therefore satellite, therefore Earth is a globe? That doesn't make sense.
Because if you move, that movement
doesn't matter.
is
You just agreed. You just agreed that you can transmit data through things in the sky. They don't necessarily have to be in space, do they?
Yep.
Right, except the data that we receive is moving and is moving. Let me finish. The data that we receive
because you
is
just agreed that
moving.
it's not the only possible way that you can transmit data. So
Can
therefore,
you
it's
let
not
me finish?
exclusive.
Can
It's
you
not
let me finish?
exclusive to a globe. So therefore,
data.
what you're going to add on from here now is irrelevant.
No, it's not. So the data that we receive is moving, and your location, your computed location, is calculated based on the time that signal gets to you, right? And then
and you just agreed that doesn't necessarily have to be in space, does it?
it has to be, because it says it is in space and it's on an spherical. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You're talking to a satellite and it says to you, I'm in space.
Exactly. It's telling you it's in space, and it's telling you
Can you
its
show me
trajectory. It's telling you in the packet, in the data packet. Yeah, you can look it up. And if you want to, you can.
Sure evidence. Because you can have something closer, right, moving at the same angular speed, right, and then you just say, okay, well, I know how far away that is, therefore it's moving at 17,000 miles per hour. But if something's closer and it's still moving at the same angular speed, then that's a ratio. So you don't actually know how far away it is and how fast
not
it's moving.
moving in a circle.
You're making too many assumptions.
It's not if it's not moving in a circle around. If it's not moving in a circle around the Earth, the math won't work out. It's that simple.
Okay, Uriel. Timbo, if I might for a second, Uriel, I just want to make you put your attention on one specific thing, which is figure out which we use nowadays in 2024 to actually securely navigate through high dense populated areas such as cities or other urban areas where you have a lot of houses and streets. which is what you will find is that there is a large installment of so-called pseudolites, which are basically ground-based satellite systems that, according to their own technological, definition, are using or creating satellite signals that are ultimately by the receiver not able to be separated from the parent, reflectors falling around the body that hasn't been measured. So therefore, what they have figured out, and what you can read in many papers, is that in order to have precise ground positions, GPS navigation, they need to use these so-called pseudolites, these ground-based satellites, to create a net system that then gives you to the meter exactly or centimeter exactly positioning. So I just wanted to put the attention towards that, because this is a very interesting topic, and I hope you're going to look into it, because it's going to really answer a lot of things or clarify things. And then
they are not satellites. We are using Wi-Fi networks IDs, because Google and big companies like this that have access to that data have collected it and have mapped it with GPS, right? And they know like how strong it should be when you're in a particular location. So if you're receiving the signals from 10 Wi-Fi networks, based on the signal level, they know kind of where you should be, right? They are doing triangulation, but this is not GPS. This is a different kind of location service.
No, it is GPS. They are pseudolites by definitions. It says here on Wikipedia. Listen,
GPS works differently.
It says here, right on Wikipedia. I don't know if Wikipedia is a good reference, but because this is a reference that is being used by the narrative, I'm going to use it. And it says,
Clay,
right?
Hey, Clay, let me jump in real quick. Just let me jump in real quick. Hey, Uriel. First off, love the name. That literally means truth and wisdom. Yet you are so far away from that. But here's the point. You probably should go check out this dude called Alan from Space Audits, and he breaks down the whole thing about GPS. He looked into it like wholeheartedly. He looked into it, and he found that it had a bias even within the system and the calculations itself, because even before they can perform this measurement to make sure that they were actually I guess, how would you say it, calculated, or calibrated correctly, in the calibrations they had an assumed spherical position. So you should probably, I implore you to look into Alan from Space Audits. He did a really great presentation.
I'll post the video of what Alan said. Give me just a second.
Awesome, Larry. Thank you, Larry. Thank you. Dude, he broke it down so good, bro. Like, you should probably just listen to it. I'm not telling you to fall for anything one way or another. All I'm saying is just listen to the truth, and then come back and revisit the conversation, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Is that the video that I am Larry posted?
Let me check.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go.
It's got a funny title, but it'll work.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it now. Do you guys want to watch it together?
I can't speak for the whole room, because maybe people don't want it, but maybe people do. I don't know. Maybe everybody should watch this, because that way, next time somebody such as yourself comes into the room and says, "Hey, GPS proves it's a globe," then let's refer back to Ellen telling us his findings that we all haven't done. He did it though. And let's go from there. So maybe we all should listen to it, to be honest. I don't know. I'm just calling it out. I'm just throwing it out there. And thank you, Larry, for like on deck right there. He had it for you. Good looking out, Larry. Like, hell yeah. He was prepared.
The question I always ask is this, right? If we had a sufficient ground-based navigation system called VOR, which is a radio navigation system that has been used by the Concorde that was flying 2 times faster than the speed of a bullet, as far as I know, to New York without ever having any problems regarding navigation, and this was purely based on ground-based data. Why is it then that we have this small period of time where we shoot rockets in the sky to put reflectors falling around a body that has never been proven to be measured in the first place? To then send signals to then just a few years later, and military papers and other papers such as Stanford University for NATO and so forth, to then openly classify and say actually what is much more precise in order to have good navigation is these so-called pseudolights, which are just basically ground-based satellite systems, mostly put on high elevations, such as, for example, when it goes about major cities on the top of skyscrapers, to then have a net grid system in order to. I mean, this is so simple. This makes so much more sense than having a free-falling dish reflecting signals around a body that has never been measured or proven in the first place. So, I mean, why? This is the big question. Why all this effort and money to figure out something you have already know prior in the first place, because it has already proven to be working perfectly. Hence, this is why I use the example of the Concorde. And this is not even talking about the inertia reference system being used by everyday aircrafts, commercial aircrafts flying up to 12 hours through the sky, even above military jammed territories, losing the supposed GPS tracking system for about 3 hours, still hitting the route target because of the inertia reference system that is built in every modern aircraft.
And yet the GPS in our
hello guys.
No, about that video, I really want to watch it, but it's 2 hours long. So maybe some of you who know the claims can lay them out, and we can discuss them.
Well, I mean, I would love to share with you what he was talking about, but Larry I haven't heard him talk. So Larry, you want to jump in and take over? Go ahead.
Not really. Did somebody have a question?
No, he asked, what was the video talking about?
Yeah, so
sorry.
what's the biggest
he goes
argument
over
against
how we've been told over and over again that the GPS satellites require the globe Earth, and he actually goes over the data how actually it's all from a flat stationary Earth that they use all this stuff. So we were told a lie. We were sold a bill of goods.
That sums it up short and sweet. Pretty much, that is exactly what it is. That hour and 43 minutes, it gets very, very, very technical, but he goes over it like with a fine-tooth comb, and he points out through page by page, he's pointing out how everything about that GPS system that we all grown to love is not based upon a globe, because even his own calculations, it's based upon a planar Earth. And the only thing about it being a globe is a thrown in calibrated correction. Before they even touched it, it was already thrown in there. So it should raise an eyebrow to everybody and say, what the fuck's going on? Why do they do that? But
exactly.
Yeah.
Why would you ever be a globalist?
And Apocryphon, just to add to this is, by the way, Uriel, if you truly search for the truth and you read through all the stuff that you can read through, and there's a lot, you will figure out that this is not only the case for GPS, but mostly for everything. If it's construction, what you will read, or is it military, or construction, what you mostly read is, for example, let me give you an example with the London Underground construction papers. If you read through, and this is why there's this nice term, reading between the lines. It says, for example, such as, we have calculated, or there is a calculation of supposed curvature, but even though it's tens and 20s and 30s of miles, it's such of low priority that it can be treated as if it's flat and stationary. This is basically what you read with military papers, with any construction papers. They always say, yeah, I mean, there is curve, but actually there's no curve. It's just so slight, almost as if there's none, so you just treat it as flat. But be sure that there is curve.
Exactly. Let me share a personal story real quick. And you're so spot on, Clay. That's like so spot on. So, hi, Myra. So what happened was, my boss, he contacted one of the main, like national-wide, known wide surveying companies that's all across America, and he's talking to the main dude, like he's like sitting vice president right now, right? And he asked him because he has him on his personal contacts list, and he's like, "Hey, have you ever accounted for a curvature in your largest project?" And he was like, "Let me get back to you because I honestly can't answer that." So a week goes by. He contacted the president of the company. Now, the president of this company, again, it's a nationwide, national surveying company. Every general contractor will freaking hire these guys because they are very well known. Just top of notch fucking surveying company. Now, he comes back and I'm there. I'm literally there at the house. And he calls him again. "Hey, did you find out that answer?" He's like, "Hey, I totally forgot to call you back. But hey, I want to tell you, I asked so-and-so, who's the president of the company, the owner." And he said, no, they've never accounted for curvature, even in anything about it. But he like reiterated the fact, but we have to. So think of this logically,
What do
right?
we have to do?
Yeah, think of it logically. Like, he's saying they've never accounted for curvature, but they have to because they know the formula. They know that's a mathematical formula to represent a curvature from everything of all their projects across the nation. But yet, they never had to use it. But it's in the book. He said it. But it's in the book. But it's there. But they never had to use it. Imagine that. How does everybody not see what's going on right now?
This makes me so frustrated, right? You read these papers, and what it literally says when you read it between the lines. Yeah, we treat it as flat and stationary. We observe it as flat and stationary. But just be sure that there is some curve. But actually, we treat it flat. But be sure that it's curving, right? This is what you read with all the construction papers.
Right.
No, and this is just with the ones that mention curve, right? If they mention curve, be sure that they mention it's just so slightly and unimportant that we treat it as flat station. If they don't,
Clay, don't even go there. Clay, don't even go there because I'm telling you right now, there's not even a make sure you make mention of a curve because I'm telling you right now, everything we build, and you can ask even Globers, bro, they know when you build something, it's plumb level square, no curvature accounted for, hands fucking down. Every day, all month, every year, bro. It's plumb level square. You don't even have to throw in curvature because that's not even a fucking word that's in the vocabulary of construction. Other than if you're building something to actually be curving, something with camber, like something with an arc. Yes, then there's curvature involved. But as far as it having to do with the earth, never. Ever do you ever have to. That should raise a flag in even Glober's minds. I'm just saying. It should.
Yeah. Imagine building something called, for example, the Panama Canal, and then you look at construction papers, and you'd be like, wow, it's very interesting how there's literally no mention of that spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball of 360 degrees bendy surface in every direction. Why is it that they just treat the Earth as flat and stationary? Why is it that every other paper I find is kind of like talking about the Earth, being treated equally, which is in this case flat and stationary? Why even NASA having documents of aircrafts being tested over a non-moving flat stationary surface? Why don't they test it?
I mean, I can tell you the answer if you want to know it.
Scott's been really.
I'm guessing you don't actually want to know it, right? It's a rhetorical question, right?
Here we go, Scott. What is it, Scott? Why do they do that? Because it's simple, Scott. Is that why?
Well, I'm just asking Clay if he wants to know the answer first. If he doesn't want to know the answer, I don't have to tell him. I have no need for him to know it.
Do you know the back in the days when your grandma made some tea and you have
so you don't want to know the answer, right? It was a rhetorical question, right?
You put on a stove, and then at some point you get that peep sound, is and now the water is boiling.
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott, that I reached the point.
so you don't want to know the answer. Okay, that's fine.
Hey Scott.
You can go through life ignorant. It's perfectly fine. You'll make it. You'll be okay.
Hey Scott, tell us. Hey Scott,
it's okay to stay ignorant. It really is.
Hey Scott, tell us how the reason why they do that is to make it simple for the calculations. Please go ahead.
No, it's not why they do it.
Why do they do it then, Scott?
It's because if you add in those other factors, it won't change the result at all.
Imagine,
I'm sorry if you failed physics and math.
Everybody, listen to this, guys. Listen to this great analogy here. Okay,
it's not an analogy. It's not an analogy.
Hold on, Scott.
It's an answer.
No, not.
You're giving an analogy.
Yeah.
You're giving an analogy that's not even close to appropriate to what I said. Go ahead.
Right, Scott. So you said the reason why they give it a non-rotating stationary position in the calculations of these models that they've created is because even if they included the globe spinning, rotating, then it doesn't even matter. You don't need to factor it in because they are the same. Okay, now imagine this, guys. Imagine you have a carnival ride called the Gravitron that's spinning under you. And then you're trying to say, I'm going to get data points off of me walking across the Gravitron. Now, logically, people, not Scott, because you're not logical. Logically, people, can you at least with a whole heart, soul, mind, and spirit say the data I collect when I walk across the Gravitron will be different if the Gravitron was turned off and not spinning? Let's use logic, people. I am going to raise my hand and say, definitely two different things. Definitely not will have the same outcome. But Scott McCaughey, whatever you want to call yourself, he is saying, makes no difference. Brother, get out of here with your bullshit. You're a liar. You're lying. And it's crazy that you even come to this conclusion in your own brain. Who are you
done screaming? Are you done screaming?
Sorry. I'm done.
Okay. So if the Gravitron were spinning at 1 rotation per day, would your measurements change?
If it's moving at all measurements will change. Can you not grasp that? Can you not grasp
it? So you think you have a device
it's amazing.
that you can get? You think you have a device that you can get that's going to measure the difference between 1 rotation per day and no rotations per day?
Scott,
you think you have one of those?
Scott, you are amazing, brother. You are amazing.
Answer the question, man. Stop running. Stop running. Answer the question.
If you're trying to say
answer the question. Stop running. It's okay. You don't need to run. You do not need to run from reality.
If you're trying to say that stationary and rotation will result in the same fucking, result. I mean, well, yeah, will result in the same.
What measurement are you making?
Dude, oh my God. Scott,
What
why do I waste my time?
measurement are you making? Come on, man.
In what?
Work with me here. Work with me.
In regards
It'll be
to what?
okay.
In
What
regards to what?
measurement are you making on this gravitron?
We're going to talk about the it moving.
What measurement are you making on this gravitron?
It moving.
How do you know? What are you using to measure the movement?
We're going to take the center pole of which it's placed upon, and then when you get on it, you can literally feel it moving, and not only that, you can, from the third person perspective, you can see it spinning, like looking at gravitron at a carnival. You can
One
see
rotation
it
per
moving.
day? At one rotation per day?
It doesn't matter. It's still moving.
No, it does matter. These things do matter. In the real world, in
So
the
you're
world where
saying,
people try to achieve things,
so
in the
Scott,
world where people try to
I
get
hope,
things done,
hey, Scott,
the specifics matter.
Hey Scott, I
They
hope
matter.
every Glober listening to this recording right now and listening to this conversation right now can at least address the fact that you think standing in one place and rotating around something moving is equivalent. I hope they see how fucking asinine that is.
Well,
I hope
I'm
they
betting.
see how
I'm betting all
retarded
the
that is.
Globers will see. They'll see exactly what I want them to see. Yeah, I agree. I'm fine with that.
Globers,
I'll assume they're seeing what they need to see.
Globers that are lost like you will say, makes sense to me, but people with a fucking brain are going to say, holy fuck, this guy Scott thinks staying still and moving is the same thing. Get him the fuck out. I don't want him to teach me. I don't want him to tell me the truth because you don't know.
They'll see how you ran away. They'll see that.
I'm right
When
here.
I
What
asked
you
you,
talking
what
about?
are you
I'm right here.
measuring and how are you
You're
measuring
measuring
it?
the rotation. You're measuring the rotation.
How are you measuring it?
Okay, let me tell you how you measure on the gravitron. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
So what
One
happens
rotation per day. How are you doing it?
So here's what you do, right? So if you're at the carnival and you see this thing with a red line, okay, we're gonna spray paint a red line on the side of it, right? And then throughout the day, we can see it in a time lapse transversing round and round. It's moving, Scott. Guess what? It's moving. Okay, with movement, that means if
How are
I
you
was
measuring
to walk.
it?
Holy
You said you were
Scott,
on it. You had some kind of measuring device. What kind of measuring device did you have in your hand?
Scott.
You're getting data points. How are you getting data points?
Scott.
Be a
Can we at least
perhaps?
Scott,
how are you getting data points?
Scott, can we at least address the fact
No, as soon
that
as you can answer a single question I ask you,
Scott,
maybe we can. But you can't.
Scott,
you run
okay,
like a little boy.
Okay, Scott, can we at least
You
address
keep
the
running.
fact that
running.
Scott, can we at least address the fact that you are telling the audience that somebody standing still is equivalent to somebody moving? And can we at least address the fact that that is complete fucking retardation?
I didn't say that, though, so I didn't say that.
No, you did, though. You did.
No, I never said that. If that's what you heard, you're making things up.
No.
You're not listening.
Okay. Scott,
you're not listening.
Earlier.
You're not listening.
Scott, you're not listening.
You don't need to keep saying my name. I know who I am. I know I'm. You're not listening.
Okay, let me say this. Earlier, somebody said, not saying somebody's name, somebody said the reason why they use stationary non-rotating because it's the same thing as.
That's not what I said. You're not listening. No, I didn't say that.
Rewind the fucking tape.
I said they will get the same result.
What?
It's not the same thing.
Oh my God. Okay.
Because when they're doing these measurements and they're doing these calculations, they round to the necessary precision.
I'm putting myself on mute. Check, please. Mute.
Okay, so I just want to highlight something which was the turning point where the pot got heated and Scott, felt entitled to say something, which was, in his perspective to reality, contrary to what we would conclude regarding the whole conversation we had prior, which is that every major construction, everything regarding the Earth is being measured, flat and stationary, treated the same way and also observed the same way. But
Except none of that's true. Except all those three things are wrong.
But according to Scott Mackey, this means that even though that's the case, everything must adhere to the opposite, which is if the Earth is being measured, treated, and observed stationary in a topographical plane, it must be a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flame from every spinning world of darkness.
No,
and I just want to highlight this very fundamental delusion.
Except it's not a delusion because you're just wrong.
Complete delusion. You think standing still and rotating is equivalent. You literally said it earlier.
And if you're and if you're not smart enough to know the difference between what I said and what you said, there's not much I can do about that.
If you're not smart enough to realize what you said, then maybe you're just not smart.
I know exactly what I said.
You said, Scott, that the reason why they use this non-rotating stationary model, it's because in the rotating non-stationary model, it's equivalent.
I said they'll get the same result.
What the fuck does equivalent mean, you dumb shit?
It means after they round up to the necessary precision, the number does not change.
You're an idiot, Scott. Okay, so you want to play semantics here. That's fine. That's fair.
I'm just showing you how they do engineering.
It's the same.
I know how they do engineering.
You know what, Scott? The only engineering you do...
You have no idea how they do engineering.
Your engineering mind is like filled with pseudoscience bullshit, so it makes sense to you. But
my engineering mind is the same as other engineers' minds who keep the planes in the air that we fly on every day.
Can I sum up the way of how Scott is arguing since he started arguing, which is basically, nah, you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Is that really all you're hearing?
Yes,
that's typical Scott.
This is all what you say. Basically, there's no substance.
That's not even close to what I said.
God,
that's all you're hearing.
You know why I can't even get you know why I can't even get bored to have any energy put in forward talking to you, because it's always the same, man.
Yes, I know.
It's always the same. It's just no, you're wrong. It's a lack of substance. At some point it just gets boring, right?
I know, but if you're constantly wrong,
you spoiled everyone with your lack of arguments, and it's at this point it's just garbage,
But you also do the same thing. You never argue. You just cry. You come in here and whine. That's all you do.
No, that is wrong. I had wonderful conversations with Yura. I had another wonderful conversation with another guy that unfortunately got tired suddenly and needed to leave and go to sleep, which was also a good conversation. Two nice gentlemen. I also had a great conversation with Apocryphon. Now you, unfortunately, come in and listening to a conversation for 5 minutes, making false assumptions, which just shows that you're purely projecting, because therefore, because you coming in this late, therefore it can be nothing else but a projection currently.
Dude,
you're
always crying. You're always whining.
I can very much care less, because that is untrue. And I think this is a projection, because every time I come in here, because every time I come, I think this is a pure projection, because every time I come in here and I see have a Met Nuclear conversation, right? If I see Met Nuclear having conversation with other people, I see a Met Nuclear always crying and complaining and scattergunning. And I think you're trying to project your personality
why don't we stop
onto me.
having a conversation about conversations, and why don't we just start talking, like have a conversation? So prove to us here at this flat.
I looked up the GPS stuff, and you are wrong. The GPS is not using latitude and longitude. It's actually using a geocentric coordinate system. It's called ECEF.
Right, right. And
we were told that it proves the heliocentric model, right?
Right.
Yes.
I'll let Larry.
It's a geocentric grid system.
Right.
Yeah.
And
So
which also
that means which means that if
wait, one
if you are
second,
on the other
just real quick.
let me make
It
my point.
uses
Let me make
one
my point.
second. One second, it uses reference points which are rooted in longitude, latitudes, and meridians. If you look deep into the grid system
No, it
itself,
doesn't.
there are
It
references.
doesn't. Again, let me finish because I just read the Wikipedia pages, right? It's actually using the center of the Earth as a reference point, which means that if you are on the other side of the Earth and you're picking up a GPS signal and it's not round, it's not a sphere, then it would show you, your phone would tell you that you're in space, right? But it's not
Oh
telling
my
you
god.
that. It's telling you that
Oh my
you're
god.
right
You
where
didn't get
you
it.
are.
Oh my god. You didn't get it. You gotta go back and rewatch it or something. I don't know. Has it been an hour and 43 minutes already? Holy fuck.
No, no,
Because that
no.
whole video is an
I
hour.
read.
no, he
I
went to
didn't watch that
Wikipedia.
video. I read the actual documentation for GPS.
Dude,
Right,
bro,
from your
you're
alma
supposed
mater,
to watch the.
Wikipedia.
Oh my god. You're supposed to watch the video because he breaks it down to you page by page. You're supposed to watch the video because he breaks it down. We didn't
Yeah,
say go
don't
to
read primary
Wikipedia.
sources. Just go to his YouTube guy.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
Well, hey,
didn't
real
your
quick,
guy go to
I got
imagine
an
this.
Wikipedia?
answer for the
Imagine.
question you asked me last time I was in here. So we were talking about construction and bridges, and you put to me a question: what, like, how far does someone have to build along a latitude to, like, till you start having to account for Earth curvature? The answer is about like 1,000 meters.
Oh, you came back with an answer. That's
Yeah,
funny. So, so,
about
so,
1,000
so, here,
meters.
so here's my question to you, because logically that's total bullshit. But here's my question to you. So, if you weren't accounting for this curvature to happen 1,000 meters away from you, then how do you
Oh man.
think? How do you suggest that the structure is now prepared to handle that curvature at 1,000 kilometers away?
I don't
Real
know what
talk.
that means because engineers do add in that when they build that long. So
No, they don't though. No, no,
those
they don't
structures
though.
don't exist on Earth.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Hang on.
That's a,
Okay, then
One sec. Can you
why are bridge pillars not
one sec,
perpendicular? Like they're
dude,
canted away from each other towards the top. About
so
like
you
like
so
the
so
narrow bridge
Cooper,
is
just
okay.
hang
Yeah,
on
canted away.
one sec, man. Hey Cooper, can you show us the can you show us where this happens, please?
Yeah, and bridges. So like the Narrows
Yeah,
Bridge.
where? Yeah, I know you can say that. Yeah, I know the Verrazano Bridge
Oh,
very
I'm sorry.
well.
It
All
happens at the
right.
top
I know the claim,
compared to the
right?
bottom.
No, it's a just stop. It's a mathematical equation that they're 32 millimeters apart at the top. Is that correct?
Have I done the math? No, I haven't done the math or taken the
No, I'm
measurement
not
myself.
asking you if you've done the math. Think about this, right? So that the two bridge piers are 600 feet high, right? So you're saying that each bridge pier is 18 millimeters off plumb at the top, and this has been measured. You're telling me that?
Yes.
Okay, can you please show me this, that where you got your information from?
Wikipedia.
Hey Cooper, does this
Yeah,
bridge only
just
have two
wait,
towers?
dude. So
Yo,
you're gonna.
friends. Hold on, Cooper, chill for a second. Listen, friends. When somebody asks somebody else for information, that's not your cue to shit all over the room. Okay, let him respond with where he got his information from. Don't muddy the waters. It's very disingenuous. Now, if he comes back with Wikipedia, by all means, laugh at him. Fair. All right, go ahead, Cooper.
Why would you guys shit on Wikipedia? That's a great source for information.
Oh my god. So you know that anybody could just change it, right?
Yeah, there's like sources at the bottom and stuff, and you can reference all the stuff, and
Okay,
people
well,
keep
click on those
touch on that.
sources, please. Please click on those
I'm kind
sources
of
at the bottom.
driving right now, so I can't do it. But it sounds like you're glued to your
Oh,
keyboard, and you could probably take a look yourself, right?
Already done
okay.
it.
So you want me to do your research for you? Gotcha.
Well, I
I
mean,
don't even need to.
we could talk to an
Think about it
engineer
this
if you
way.
wanted. Is there any engineers in the room?
So look,
Yeah, I'm a
friends.
structural
It's more
engineer.
simple than that. It's more simple than that, friend.
Yeah.
Okay, all these ideal maths and ideals, which are based on a perfect circumference and an absolute homogeneous mass distribution. and they're not accounting for the fact that the Earth's rotating. So all they're doing is they're just telling you an ideal state of what it would be. Therefore, I can dismiss it out of hand. I don't even need to research it further.
If you assert
let me
that,
tell you
sure.
why. No, let me tell you why, friend. Think about it. If you're claiming the Earth is a particular size and it has a particular gravitational distribution that's homogeneous, you're wrong, because the mass distribution is not even claimed to be homogeneous. Not only that, but the body is rotating, which means the plumb lines would not go to the center, which means if you use radial math, you're going to get the wrong answer. Okay, so it's automatically wrong. Period. Okay, that's just the facts.
If you assert that, sure.
Okay, follow my logic one more time. If you're claiming splayed radials to the center of the Earth, and that's the math that's being used, yet that requires absolute homogeneous mass distribution, which the Earth doesn't have. It's also disregarding rotation, which would skew the plumb line, because you'd have to add the vectors together. So it can't be the case that the plumb lines are perfectly in line with radials to the center of a circumference of a circle, dude. That's not possible.
I don't think that those the pear shaped of Earth has a very big effect on like the local engineering. Wow,
oh, really?
right?
You sure about that?
Like Earth is
Okay,
really,
so then,
really big, and when we build structures,
that's interesting.
relatively they're very small.
Okay, so here we go again into speculation land, dude. So what it takes from you is to actually give us the efficient methodology that was employed in the field at the actual towers to prove that they're this far apart. And then, ancillary to that, not only do you have to prove how far apart they actually are, you then must prove that the reason they're that far apart is because of the distribution of the plumb line, which is very hard to do.
Obviously, I can't do that. I don't have like I'm not going to go to this bridge with a tape measure or anything. You know, I'm not going to do that, right?
Yeah, we know that, dude. We know you can't do it, dude. That's why this is a moot argument, bro.
Well, obviously, I can't do it because I don't live in New York. I'm not going to go there to fucking
No, bro. Let's be clear. You can't do it because a methodology to do it doesn't exist.
Yeah, sure it does. You would measure the top of the bridge and measure the bottom bridge and say, these are different. Why would that be? Let's talk to the engineers who designed it. Maybe. But I mean, we don't trust experts.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. So then you would have to take into account the differential methods of construction, what it's made out of, the tolerances of the spans, the tolerances of the set, the tolerances of the build. You'd have to get all that math and then decide whether any measure you make is in or without that error. Because you can't be certain.
As laymen, we could talk to an expert. Be like, hey, Mr. Engineer who designed this bridge,
dude, I could care less.
Design these towers.
No, you don't get it, dude. You don't. Dude, pay attention. Pay attention really close.
I mean, if you don't trust anyone or anything, it makes life really hard. I understand that.
Listen, dude. There's a difference between theory and practice, correct?
That bridge is theory put into practice.
Correct. So there's a difference between the two, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so even if you ask an engineer who drew the schematics and he tells you, oh, I quote unquote accounted for the curves of the earth, and then you find out from the actual people who build it that the material necessary to construct the building, it's impossible to account for the engineer's tolerances based on his ideal, which is his plan, and therefore they would tell you that any variance of the quote unquote 33 millimeters would be subsumed long before they ever got to the top by the errors of the materials. So neither one of them could actually tell you whether the bridge is practicably accounting for earth curvature. It's not possible. Just as Mackie said.
Man, I guess that's another
By the way, Chef, Mackie already conceded to this point that the results would be the same. Let me tell you why, friend. You want to know why? Because the efficacious differential is subsumed by the tolerance error of the materials and the measurement methodology.
How do you know that, though?
Dude, I know that because I build things, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, I build things too, and I think it's because of curvature. If that's
Oh, sure you
that's
do,
the
bro.
level of proof we have to offer.
No, in fact, me and Timbo actually went to the construction material site that got the variances on the spans, and they're like 1.25 inches per 1,000 feet.
I've got a wood shack next to
No,
my
per
house, and I
100
built
feet.
that. All right, it doesn't.
Yeah, who
It
cares?
doesn't hang off of the
Could
curve.
care
It's
less.
flat.
Yeah, could care less, dude. Are you building wood? Sorry, are you building steel and concrete?
No, it's like 2x4s and pallet wood.
Yeah. So how about this, friend? How about you, with your claim, brother, go and research the tolerances for the materials, and then actually figure it out for yourself. How about that?
No, I think I'm going to trust the expert engineers.
No, I think I'm just going to trust whatever Wikipedia told me.
Yeah, and AI Overlord, if you don't mind me popping in just a quick second, bridges that do have a difference where on the two towers are apart from each other, that's done purposefully, not because of curvature of the earth. That's done for tension across the bridge span to help pull it apart. So there's tension.
That may be the case.
Basic bridge building 101. That's just basic
Sure,
bridge
but
building 101.
yeah, sure, I would agree, but that's
not
never
what the
going to
other guy
be less.
said.
That's never going to be less than an inch, right?
No, 100%, and it's never going to be 18 millimeters. It's the idea that it'd be 18 millimeters off and that you could measure that is just laughable at best. It's trollish at worst.
You got it, but the idea that you can actually build a tower out of steel and concrete that tall with an intentional 18 millimeter camber is pathetically ridiculous on its face to anyone who builds anything.
Why are you guys referencing millimeters when don't use like feet and inches in the States?
I thought it was like an inch and 5/8 difference. I feel like that's a measurable difference.
As the leaders of the free world, we can do whatever we want. We can use metric.
I meant like in the United
We
States
can
when you build
use
stuff.
imperial.
Don't you use US customary in building and construction over there?
Listen, dude, check it out. It's very simple. Yes, you are correct. However, lots of things are written in metric, and lots of people say metric. So oftentimes you'll notice some people will use metric and imperial in the same sentence.
I meant in actual construction.
And yes, some government construction projects are all metric here, and I can go 50 miles south of me, and highway signs are in metric.
Didn't NASA program a Martian rover in meters, but calculated it in miles, and the fucker buried? So why don't you talk to NASA about wasting tax dollars?
Oh my goodness. Well, listen, I think I see the problem here. If America could just decide imperial versus metric, then we could once and for all settle the debate of the surface of the earth, right?
I was just more referring to you were talking about an inch and a quarter before, and then you say like 16 millimeters. I was just finding that amusing because, like, why would anyone build in like metric when I thought the legal standard in the US was US customary?
It's all application specific, basically.
Yeah.
Look, the moral
And
of the
it is
story.
interesting as far as metric. Oh,
Go ahead, brother.
go ahead, Overlord. No, I was just going to say it is interesting that the hospitals in Florida are completely all metric. That so for nearly 2 years of our life, almost everything was a metric. We moved north, closer to the Canadian border, and all the hospitals up here are all imperial. It was just interesting. Somebody would think that that's a noteworthy point that Americans are talking about metric.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, the flexion of the materials at that scale are greater than an inch and 5/8. Like, for example, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, from where the inch and 5/8 towers comes from History Channel, Modern Marvels, stupid assholes who can't even do any research, claiming that the bridge towers are that far out. Dude, the deck of that bridge changes by 11 feet throughout the year, dude. 11 feet from thermal expansion. But you think they're going to engineer something with an inch and 5/8 made out of steel and concrete at that scale? Get real.
Wouldn't the bridge thermally expand at kind of a uniform rate throughout the season, be relative to itself?
What does that even mean? Relative to
Go
it?
ahead.
What does that even mean? I'm just wondering what relative to itself means.
Relative to itself. So like you're not measuring it from the difference isn't from it to the ground, it's from it to itself, another part of itself.
Well, duh, but what does that...
Well, I mean, to be fair, if the deck of the bridge raises and lowers 11 feet, then it's 11 feet closer to the water throughout the year than it would be otherwise, correct? The reason is because the steel and the concrete expand at different rates, dude. The deck of the bridge is suspended by steel, not concrete. It's the primary efficacious means by which it's anchored to the towers, right? Steel cables.
But why do you think this is a globe defense, that it would expand relative to itself anyway? I don't really understand.
Oh, that's not the globe defense. Earlier, last time I was chatting with the Apocryphal, he had asked me a very specific question, so I tried to find that answer. So this conversation is me answering, was an answer that, or a response to the answering of that question.
Well, you should have trusted Scott, to be fair. Scott had the right answer. So the right answer is at these scales, the materials and the measurement methodologies and the construction methodologies are insufficient. And the practical effect on the structure itself is negligible to the point where it's irrelevant. Okay, that's the correct answer. So bridge towers is not an argument for flat Earth. Bridge towers is not an argument for globe Earth. It's just an argument that trying to make arguments about measurements that are irrelevant and inconsequential and therefore don't matter whatsoever is kind of a moot point.
Okay.
You hear it all the time. You hear it all the time, Fred, to be fair. Yeah, but to be fair, you hear it all the time from flat earthers and sometimes globe earthers that if the Earth was a globe, the curve would be so impactful at these small scales that you'd surely notice it or surely have to account for it. And the answer is that the scale at which the curve, quote unquote, allegedly exists is irrelevant and inconsequential to practically anything we do in our daily lives. Right? It's kind of, to be fair, people that have been in this for the better part, just think about it this way.
I want you to calm down.
What? All right, start over, bro. You're choppy as crap. Bro, you're choppy as crap. Start again. Well, guess not. Look, it's a horrible argument.
Am I roboting still?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
What I was saying is, it was a little tongue-in-cheek comment, but next time me or you hear somebody say, well, because it looks flat, I want you to come down with the hammer of God on them.
That depends on the context of why they're saying that.
Okay.
No, that's true, right? If they're trying to get you to concede that it looks flat, and you say it looks flat,
thing usually it's like, well, it looks flat, bro.
All right, so you do understand that context matters, right?
No, I don't understand that. Please explain.
Okay. Right. So obviously, it's not a carte blanche. If somebody says it looks flat, they need to be chastised because it does look flat. Okay. So it depends on why they're saying that, right?
Yeah, but as you just said, like just because it like looks like that, the proposed curvature of Earth, like obviously it's gonna look flat. That's like a really dumb thing. Like it's a irrelevant thing to say, right?
Listen. Yeah, fair enough. But if I dated a supermodel and she was so busy that she's never home, the fact that she's not at my house right now is proof she's mine, right?
What?
Yeah, go to my house. There's no. Yes, if you go to my house right now, there's no supermodel there. The reason is because she's so busy. She works all the time. But I promise you, she's real.
Okay.
Best.
Have fun with your
not
supermodel
okay.
life.
No, not okay. So what he's saying is the absence of evidence is not
I
evidence.
understand. Hey, I just got done on my drive. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
We keep hearing this claim from Globers that they have to build these structures specifically accounting for the curve of the Earth. Then, when asked for any evidence, all they can do is find repetitions of the claim. At best, there was one article that I was given, which was the attempt of a journalist to get to the brass tacks of the situation, and all he could find was the claim.
I mean,
And he
this isn't.
basically, go ahead.
Oh, I don't have a claim for it mattering. I have a counterclaim against that. I was just reading like a paper. So in the Netherlands, there's this giant like flower fucking market. Have you heard of that?
A what? A market?
There's like a flower market in the Netherlands. It's the largest building on Earth at 518,000 square meters.
Okay.
And like reading about it, so theoretically, if you were to apply curvature at 7.9 centimeters, but like doesn't the topology of like topsoil like have more of a variance over a large distance anyway?
Well, I mean, you'd have to level it locally, right? If you're
So,
going to
like,
pour a
even
foundation.
yeah. So the curvature is like the least important thing, I'd guess, because like if the ground floor be flattened, then all this other shit, even if it was an issue, you would just flatten it.
Right, dude. Correct. And then you'd have to also take into account what type of methodology of building is used, because there's no structure that's employed in building materials that is that long, right? So it must be assembled with joints, right?
Yeah,
So you'd have to figure out if the joints themselves couldn't subsume that tolerance over the distance. And the answer is probably 99.9% ad infinitum, yes. So the thing is like when they make these claims, they're just making claims based on what a projection of the radial plumb line would be at that scale. And then they simply make the circular argument that because my projection says this is what it would be, then that must be what it is. They never provide an efficacious means of measuring whether that's the case, or even if the differential would be subsumed by the tolerance of the materials and building methods. And that's why this argument is like almost an impossible burden to bear. Because even if you can prove that the towers are off, that doesn't prove that they were intentionally made off, because that off could have been error in the construction.
The longest building I could think of would be train tracks, but I don't see trains falling under the curvature either.
Well, I mean, even train tracks have that problem of being pieced together, right? So, for example, if a stretch of track is straight, perfectly straight, but the joint is off at any small degree of an angle that's almost immeasurable at the local joint, but if you add up all the offs over the entire span, you end up with a large off, right? So in other words, some of these claims where they say it must be built to account for the curve of the Earth, that's one claim, versus it's built on the curve of the Earth, that's a different claim. Because you could say that the engineer doesn't have to account for the curve, But if you laid all the parts out, they would be curved based on the natural splay of the curvature of the Earth, right? But those are two separate claims, right?
Yeah.
And either way, you would have to prove in the field that they're actually arranged mechanically in that manner. And that is the proof that is never provided with any of these claims.
I mean, the small little difference across a kilometer is fucking irrelevant. It's too small to notice.
There, that's the answer.
My girlfriend's only there, like, one Sunday a month. So you work on Sunday, so it's really too small to notice.
Oh, no, I'm not using that as a globe argument. I meant from a building perspective. I was just reading like papers on that while he was talking before.
Think about it this way: if you were a globe earther and wanted to make this claim and had to prove it in practical reality, how would you do it? And if you were a flat earther and wanted to prove that claim and had to prove it in practical reality, how would you do it? You both have the same problem.
You can
You
make
have to
a
go to
really
the
long.
site.
You can make a
Go
really
ahead.
long level. You make a super long level stick and fucking hold it down, make sure it doesn't flex over the distance. But what a waste of fucking
Oh,
time.
dude, what material do you know that can go a kilometer in a single piece without flexion?
Carbon nanotubes.
Okay, so how much would that cost?
I don't know, a few $1 million.
Yeah, so let me get back to you after I crowdsource that money. I don't even do. I don't even know if that would actually work, dude. I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt that material could hold its rigidity.
Oh, I read a fucking white paper on building a space elevator, and it was apparently the strongest thing you could use, but it's not practical due to like tiny little meteors.
Isn't a space elevator vertical?
But fucking, it's not even like that they can't theoretically build the fucking. It'd be like A, it'd fall out of the sky, and then B, it's like even if you managed to raise it up, it would just get raped by debris.
Wouldn't space have to exist as well?
Well, sorry.
I mean, you're building an elevator. That elevator has to go to somewhere that exists, right?
I mean, the space elevator's issue would be that, like, if it breaks, that's hundreds of billions of dollars just destroyed. And it kind of will break. It's not really practical.
Everybody thought that the song Stairway to Heaven, they were talking about the Bible, but really it was talking about Globers.
What do you mean?
Well, it's, about the words of other men and how you have to trust them, right? So really, in actuality, the space elevator is the stairway to heaven, right? It's just a retro interpretation. I'm not saying it was actually written about future events.
Hey, an overlord?
Hello.
Hey, overlord.
What up?
Yeah. Hey, some point over the next few days, I'd like to pick up our conversation from yesterday. Again. Very fascinating because there was a few things you shared with me that I wasn't aware of, but had brought a few questions that I'd been trying to figure out over the last couple of years.
Cool.
Cool. So let me know one evening if you would, when you got a little time, if you would.
Yep. But on that note, so when it comes to arguments, like the argument from absence thing, right? Like it's so big you wouldn't see it. You don't see it, therefore that's proof it's so big. It's like those are just bad arguments, right? You know, it's like we've been doing this like for the better part of a decade, and there's flat earthers out there who still haven't learned how to argue points with the point proper. Like if somebody like Scott concedes to you that it's irrelevant at that scale because the result would be the same practicably, what you need to do is just graciously accept the concession. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it where the Earth's curve would impact the structure, but then the Earth's curve is also negligible. I mean, which way are you going to argue? Doesn't make sense.
That's not fair, AI, because that's all the globe arguments. Coriolis, curvature, sunsets, stars. So you got to give them something.
No, it's fair. It's fair to attack it by them So if they tell you these things are real, right, but they can't be measured or impactful at this scale, and then you agree that that's true, they can't be. Why would you argue they must be? Think about it. It wouldn't make no sense, would it?
No, you have a great point. I'm being facetious. Every globe argument is that you not seeing something or something that, not seeing is seeing. Not
That's
seeing
fair, but I wouldn't categorize it. Yeah, but I wouldn't say every argument is that way. It's just those arguments are that way.
Well, like I said, the sunsets, the stars, like the declination, for Polaris and the other stars. Sunsets, it's boats. I'm not sure what else is left. I can't remember. Coriolis is, like I said, it's negligible or immeasurable. What else is there? I can't really think of all of them.
Well, I would say that the broader category is just assuming the globe in the first place, and what springs from that is a group of arguments that are absence of evidence, therefore type arguments. And then there's others which the kind of observation can be interpreted multiple ways, but if pre-assumed you're on a globe, then you end up on a globe, right? So Eratosthenes is a good example. Or boats over the curve as another example, right? So it's not that you're not seeing anything there, it's that the interpretation is only being taken in one direction. So I would say, so I would say the absence arguments are part of that larger branch of pre-assume the globe, and then you take your conclusions from there.
So Eratosthenes would be the assumption one. I agree with you on that one. Boats over the horizon, not seeing the bottom of the boat, is seeing the effects of curvature. That's the claim. That's what I mean by not seeing is seeing. But the sticks and shadows is an assumption.
There's an actual effect. There's an actual effect there, right? So there is still something there that needs to be interpreted either on a globe or not on a globe, right? So, but when you're talking about the Earth's too big to see curve, there is no effect. So that they are different.
Yeah, and then you got the Coriolis, as far as, well, maybe I'll just ask. The sticks and shadows, I would say, is absolutely not a globe proof. It's an assumption, but it doesn't fall in line with what I had specified earlier about not seeing something and then interpreting it as curvature. Is there any others, I wonder, for the globe side? Any others that are not just illusion based, I guess, is really what I'm saying. So it's, the illusion is the globe proof. Sticks and shadows is just an assumption of parallel rays and curved Earth instead of curved Sun and flat Earth. I wonder what else there is for the globe side. I can't think of any.
You know what else? What for?
What's that?
You said you wonder what else? What, sir?
You wonder what else? What, sir? Is that what you're saying?
No, because you said you wonder like what else, and then you said.
Yeah, so the proof that we live on a globe is that the effects of not seeing the bottom of ships. The sun goes so far we can't see it, therefore curvature is blocking it. Stars recede towards the horizon at about 15 degrees above the horizon due to curvature. right? Those are all like interpretations of not seeing something and then inferring that the reason we're not seeing it is due to curvature. The Coriolis, we're moving with the spin, therefore we can only infer that there would be a displacement of celestial objects, which would occur with a stationary Earth and a moving sky. Not even just the forces. What I mean is the displacement of stars, etc. But so what does the globe have to offer that's not just a flat Earth explanation? The sticks and shadows, like I said, is an assumption, right?
Well, I think
But at
you're
least you're
asking
seeing it.
what else is like that with the globe model, and I hate to bring it up, but the dark matter and dark energy, black holes, and beer bubble universes that pop in and out of existence.
No,
There's a lot of stuff.
I'm literally saying what else is not like that. They're all like that. They're all awful.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all just awful inferences of effects, and then inferring to globe because of this effect. What is it
Shady
that?
inferences. That's what I call them. Shady inferences. Because let's be real, right? They say we're living on a sphere that's flying through space at converging and diverging and converging, patterns, and your house is moving, right? But can anybody demonstrate that their house is moving without,
Wait,
go look at the stars?
I'm gonna sound like a fucking retard for a second. For the flat Earth model, was it stationary or is it moving? Like, I actually don't know.
It's stationary. It's geocentric.
Yeah, when I said that you'll get apparent deviation of the celestial objects, according to Coriolis, meaning north, south, east, west. The sky moves in the east west direction. Therefore, if you decided to get dead heading north or east or west, you're going to get an apparent Coriolis drift of the placement of the sky. With your compass, magnetic declination, and all these things. So you'll get what you may say is a drift of the Earth, but it's just the sky moving in its direction, and you maintaining a straight line to the best of your ability in that direction, a dead reckoning direction.
Okay. So what that would explain in your eyes star constellations?
No, that's not what I was talking about. But
oh, sorry, you said like sky shifts and moves, like east, west, south, north, or whatever.
Well, I mean, I don't have tons of time, but so what the observation is, you got the North Pole and you got the stars. They move at their rate. The moon moves at its rate. The sun moves at its rate. Now you want to try to just like get in an airplane or something and go in a straight line somewhere, but the sky keeps moving in these different circles, and the sun gets displaced in a more southerly or northerly direction every day until the year resets. Now you're going to try to maintain that straight line, but all according to the stars. That's how you map out where we are. But the stars are moving, so you're going to say, "Oh, look, I'm getting this east-west drift." When I'm trying to maintain my straight line, but you're trying to stay with, you're trying to navigate according to the stars that are drifting. So you're going to get a drift.
Kinda. Like, your star constellations don't exactly move in this. I mean, sure they move, right? But it's like, if I recall correctly, reading like let's say you use like a laser meter between like the moon and the Earth. It's like a couple centimeters every year. It's not that far. The only time you won't see a constellation is if you're on the other side of the star, like using the globe model. Like, isn't that kind of like a moot point?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're arguing anything. I'm saying that, it's a global state that you get these Coriolis, right, where the Earth spins beneath you, but then the sky moves with it, giving you a null result. But then with the stars and the sun and moon, everything moving in its direction, that may be the drift that could be then calculated or found in your results. not the Earth spinning. You know. It depends on which side of the Coriolis you're on, actual drift or apparent deviation, apparent drift. It all depends on which side of that Coriolis you're on. Is it a force or is it just an apparent deviation? I don't know which one you're on, but
So are there any Glovers in here that actually think their house is moving, or do they think the model is reality?
I mean, even if your house is moving, man, if you're moving constantly at 100 kilometers an hour, like if you just go sit in a car and throw an apple up and down in your lap, it doesn't really look like it's like moving forwards by 100 k's an hour.
Do you want to know why that's a false equivalency?
What?
Because the car is a closed system, and you're saying this car would be moving at a constant rate. Well, the orbits are elliptical.
Well, even if it's the back of the car, right? Like, let's just say you're in like the bed of the, like, let's say you, like, if you throw an apple up and down, it's not going to go flying off the car. It's still got the initial force that was applied to it. Like, it doesn't really matter if the fucking Earth is spinning in a circle or not. Like, you can test this with a car. In the case of like I'd say, like, let's say Earth, right? It's also a closed system.
Did you say the Earth is a closed system?
Well, in the case of like you feeling like, you know, the planet rotating, it's closed by that sense. You're not going to feel yourself being thrown at 1,000 k's an hour if you're sitting in a car. Like, and then it's just like flat. How do I reword that actually? You ever done the experiment where like you just like hold a ball and you just spin it around? Like,
sorry, I don't know of any experiment where you hold a ball and spin it.
Fuck. So if you go to like school fairs or anything, or like science festivals, you'll see things. So they put these little marbles in a glass container or like a plastic container, and then you spin it really fast around a central point. And then you'll note that the marbles inside the container don't exactly move like normally when they get to a high speed. And it's just, you're not going to notice your house like moving at a high speed if you're just like inside of something that's moving like really, really quickly, because the force applied is just going to feel normal. It's like you're not going to be lunged forwards any like further or harder. It just depends on how quickly you got to that speed. Like if you're in a car going 100 k's, you're completely fine. If you stop in an instant, you'll fucking die. If you like slow down slowly, it doesn't matter.
In physics, they don't say it's stopping. They say it's acceleration in the opposite vector. So it would be any kind of change in acceleration. You can't just stop. You'd have to change acceleration in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I'm not a I'm not a physicist, man.
So like physics, you know, in physics, they say, well, we can measure a change in acceleration.
Okay. Yeah. So for example, the only reason you would die is because you're not ubiquitously deaccelerating. If you stop, if every part of you stops on a dime, you'd receive 0 damage.
But your organs are going to crash into your bones and cause irreparable damage.
Oh, no. No, I said if all of you stops at the same time, there'd be no damage, right?
I agree, but that doesn't happen.
Yeah, correct.
Well, this is a cheerful topic.
For someone who's driving around, be safe, bro. Be safe.
Cheers, guys. So I've got my seatbelt on. I'll be fine.
Excellent. So, yeah, it sounds like what the guy said is, you know, an excuse. It sounds like an excuse as to why it can't be measured. And it turns out that the ring laser gyroscope, you know, the gravimeter or whatever they call it, it would be able to detect the motion of the Earth going around the sun. And the excuse for that is, well, it's going like 1 year, so it takes a really long time to go around. But it would be measurable, right? And the Michael Morley so-called experiment, they were trying to measure it, and it was a failure. So you go all the way back to Airy's failure, and he's trying to measure if the Earth is spinning, and he gets a failure on that one, and that one's actually called Airy's failure. So it's always an excuse, and the current excuse is that the entire reference frame shrank, and that's why they have what do they call it? Gravitational. It's the Lorentz contraction, but they call it I forgot what they call it. Crap.
Can you kind of like?
But yeah, they say that the entire reference frame shrank, and that's why the two light waves were in phase. They should have been out of phase if the Earth was going around the sun. And this is the Michelson Morley experiment. Please don't click on the Wikipedia. Actually get the paper. But that should have been called the Michelson Morley failure as well, in my opinion. Because they failed to detect the Earth's motion.
Imagine these globers like requiring this kind of evidence. Or they're kind of like just the flip. Like, what would you do? Like, the Earth's not moving, right? There's no measurement of it, and we're gonna do what kind of tests are we gonna do for that? Like, are these tests of motion or not motion? You could just, I guess, take it either way. But it's just amazing that the lengths that these minds are going through, like the stretch, because they want the Earth to be spinning around the sun. It's like crazy.
Want a legit question?
Isn't it interesting that in 2024 you don't have a name, for example, for that? Who proved the rotation of the Earth? And then you have, let's say, whatever, John Smith in 1987. Then after John Smith, it was Laura, I don't know, whatever. And then Laura 2011 made even better experiment than John Smith 1985. No, we have some flat earther with some gyroscope proving the flat earth in 2017. And he didn't get the Nobel Prize even.
Yeah, but I'm on
That's a
board with
joke.
I'm on board with you. Like, my house is not moving. Like, my dusty table isn't moving. Right? Like, when I go to the garage, like when I go to, like, I don't know, the garage or like grandparents' house to go through their old photo albums, they didn't move. They're right there. Like, if I want to go check out my old house where I grew up, it's right in the same place. Like, nothing moved. It's all just sitting there.
And do you know what is interesting? We don't have that John Smith, but we have random people coming and explaining how rotation works. Even we don't have John Smith, the real guy who proved it in the first case.
Oh, I thought they were explaining how rotation isn't noticed.
Okay. Yeah, because there is no things for opposite. You cannot prove stationary then.
It's so big. It's so big and so slow that you don't even notice it. Yeah, you guys remember Guardians of the Galaxy, where that one alien said he's invisible, and what he can do is he's so big, but he can move so slow that he turns invisible. And they're like, "Bro, we could still see you."
I don't remember the Guardians of the Galaxy, but I do remember that argument from this one movie. The guy said that he was invisible, but the only time that you can't see him is when nobody's looking. Because if you're looking, then
Mystery
you can
Men.
see him. Mystery Men, yeah. Mystery Men. That's great.
Before you started your sentence, I knew what you were going to say. That's why I was waiting. And I think the guy in Guardians of the Galaxy is Dax or Drax. Like that. It's the guy with the kind of the blue skin with the red kind of crevices or whatever. I personally prefer Globe Guardians of the Galaxy. I think that's a much better film.
Those movies are too busy. There's too much shit going on. Give me like one superhero guy, one guy to focus on.
Crypto, do you know for Red Dwarfs? That could be good to watch. For Glovers.
Yeah, but the Glover a moment ago said that everything's going too fast to notice it. That's what he thought. But too slow is the mainstream. Yeah.
You know what was the thing about Red Dwarf is they were traveling around in the universe, right? Like the last human alive and some android and whatever, and they're having all these adventures. And then finally, they figure out that they're actually characters in a TV show.
How do you guys explain those long exposure photographs of the sky where it's shown that it's rotating?
Showing the sky's rotating? Yeah, they're long exposures, and they show that the sky is rotating once over 24 hours, roughly.
Yeah, but he's probably talking about... As an expert in the fact that I've seen the sky, I will agree that if you take a picture of the sky rotating, you've taken a picture of the sky rotating. I would agree.
Wait, you just said before that the Earth actually spins too slow as the mainstream. How the fuck is 1,500 kilometers an hour slow?
Man, orbital speed, it's 18 miles per second.
Because they interpret it as revolutions. So if they say it's 1 revolution per day, that seems slow, versus saying it's this many kilometers per hour or miles per hour.
It's classic double speak, right?
Depending what your reference point is, it makes sense to use angular velocity, not actual velocity.
Right, it's double speaking. It's like we have a PR department, right? What's really it's a propaganda department, but they don't want to say propaganda department. Let's say PR, right? So when we say at the equator the Earth is moving 1,038 miles per hour, like people will literally go, "Nuh-uh, it's 1 rotation per day." It's double speak.
Well, again, it depends on your reference point. Depends what you're trying to measure. If you're trying to measure against something in the sky moving, right, because of this movement of the Earth, then you have to take into account angular velocity. It doesn't matter how fast it's moving.
Is it Earth and sky 2 reference frame or 1 reference frame?
I'm sorry?
Is it Earth and the sky 2 reference frames or 1 reference frame?
Well, the sky, I don't think just the sky can be a reference point. You have to look at some object in the sky, and that can be a reference point.
Is it Earth 1 reference frame and sky another reference frame?
Again, the sky cannot be a reference point. It's nothing, right? You have to pick an object from the sky.
It's nothing.
He's basically meaning that the sky is not a physical object. The sky is a void of stars in it. So you have to pick a distant star as a reference point. Or a moon, or a fucking satellite, or whatever the fuck you want to use.
Okay, let's use moon.
Yeah, you can use the moon as a reference point, sure.
Yeah, I'm looking now moon and nothing is moving. Maybe moon is moving very slowly, but everything is stationary. I see the moon, the sky. It's like I don't know, 40, let's say 30 degrees in the sky. That's all.
Yeah.
Right. Is it going to be in the same place tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Or a couple of hours from now?
Yeah, it will not be the same place, but I will be on the same place.
Right. So compared to that reference frame, you have moved, or that frame has moved.
No, I didn't move. The moon moved all the time. I can watch
Okay,
the moon.
sure. You didn't. You did move,
Okay.
to that
Can I
reference
ask you a
frame.
question? How would it look like if I was stationary?
Okay, you Jesus Christ, you don't understand reference frames. If that frame,
Okay.
if
Can
that
I ask
thing,
you
if that,
like a simple?
let me tell you how you moved. If that thing that you have referenced yourself against has moved based like with you the reference frame, then you have also moved with that thing as the reference frame.
Okay, but my building, I'm stationary and I'm not moving at this moment.
Yeah, that thing isn't moving either with it as its own reference frame. That's stupid.
Okay, when I go outside and are we moving or we are stationary?
Like, it depends what your reference frame is.
Earth.
Sorry?
Earth.
The Earth. If you're walking on the Earth, yeah, and the Earth is the reference frame,
No,
yeah, you're moving.
I'm standing outside on the ground. Does Earth moving?
So you're asking me if you are moving or if the Earth is moving?
Yeah, does Earth is moving, not me. I'm stationary. I'm standing on the ground in the garden. Does Earth moving?
Based on which reference frame?
I'm telling you, I'm on the ground in the garden. Does Earth moving or is it stationary?
What is the reference frame?
Earth.
You're asking me if Earth is moving with the Earth being the reference frame? No, nothing is moving when
Okay,
itself is the
I'm
reference
standing
frame.
in the garden and I'm watching the moon. Does Earth is moving?
Is the moon the reference frame?
Yeah.
Then yes, it's moving because the moon is moving.
Okay. How would look like if Earth doesn't moving?
Everything would be still. Right?
But
Whatever
moon,
you're
no,
Jesus Christ, man.
moon. I'm telling you, the still its moon is moving. How would look like if Earth is not moving? You told me that Earth is moving because moon is moving.
He wants you to make the
He
assumption
he
it's
actually told you
stationary.
he told you the moon is moving. When you asked him that question, that clarifying question, he said, "What's moving though?" You said the moon. He said, "Oh well, the moon is moving. That means the Earth is moving." Yeah.
Yeah. And now my question is, if a moon is moving because of that, Earth is moving. How would look like if Earth is not moving?
With the reference frame being the moon?
Yeah, also moon need to be stationary. Moon can you tell me like this? Can surface could be flat and moon is moving?
Sure.
Sure. Or can surface be curved and moon is moving? Without
Sure,
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it has no
Okay.
bearing on.
Can Earth be stationary and
Movement.
moving?
Sorry.
Can Earth move and moon is moving? That can be also.
Of course, but
Can be
again,
that only
it depends.
can
It
be,
depends. It
okay.
depends on the reference frame. If they reference each other, then by definition, if one is moving, the other one is also moving.
Oh, really? It cannot be that something is stationary and something is moving.
If you define it as stationary, if we define the moon as being stationary,
okay, if I see the car,
and
if I
that
see
is
the
the
car,
reference frame, let me finish. If you define the moon as being stationary, and we are using that as the reference frame, but we see it going away, right? We cannot say that the moon is
I don't
moving
define
because
moon.
let me finish,
But
please.
you said
Let
if you
me
define
finish, please let me finish. If we have defined the moon as being stationary and we observe it moving,
no, we didn't define that.
Jesus Christ, man. Then it is us who are moving, not the moon, because we have defined it as being stationary. Now go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I'm standing. There is a car also standing. We are both stationary. My reference is to the car.
What? There's a car.
There is a
We are in
car.
a car?
There is a car not moving in a distance, and my reference is the car, and I'm also standing and it's not moving. We are both stationary.
In reference to each other, yes.
Okay, the star starting to move. Am I moving or car is moving?
We see them moving, right?
Yeah, now the car is reference. Car now starting to move. Am I moving or car is moving?
If you see the car changing position,
yeah,
right?
That means
and
I'm moving.
If you take yourself as the reference plane,
no, I'm taking the car like a reference plane.
And the car for itself is not moving. No.
If I take the car who was stationary, and I said, "Look, this car is not moving because it's not moving." Now that car start to move. Now still
it cannot move. It cannot move. If it's its own reference point. Something cannot move in reference to itself.
Man,
It's absurd.
Are you crazy?
No, I think you are.
If you are standing and see the train, you are standing on that railway, and the train is coming. Train, it's moving and will kill you, or not. You will stay there and nothing will happen.
Do you Jesus Christ, man? You have to look up reference frames.
The reference frame is car, like the moon.
This is shit
like
you
a
learn
moon,
in the fifth grade.
It's the same reference frame like a moon. In the first place was the moon. Moon is moving. In this case, it's my car. It's moving, But I'm not moving in both cases.
If the reference frame is the car, right,
Yeah.
and the car is moving on the ground as you're seeing it, it doesn't matter. If the reference frame is the car is not moving in
I'm not
relation to
speaking
itself.
about Earth in this case.
That
I'm
is what
speaking
the
only
reference
about
frame
car.
is.
Yeah.
What?
I'm not speaking about Earth in this case.
It would be great if you let me finish my sentences. Because I cannot hear you when I'm talking, right? So if you start talking over me, you're not communicating anything to me because I cannot hear you.
Okay, I will leave you like this. Can you explain all this room, how this all works? What is stationary, what is moving, reference to what? That everybody can understand, okay?
In what scenario? Like with the car?
Both scenarios, stationary scenario and moving scenario. You have two objects, and which one is moving?
If you have an object, wherever it is, right, the moon, and you say, okay, that is my reference plane, and I can see that object changing position, then I am the one that's moving because I defined that thing as the reference plane. It doesn't matter if we're moving together or if it's a complex movement, right? That thing is your reference plane. It's point zero. So if I defined that as point zero, its position changing means that I am changing. And if I am the reference point, then I am position zero. And if I see that thing moving, changing position, right, then it means that it is moving because it's changing position versus point zero, which is me.
Okay,
I don't understand why this is so difficult.
If I put the drone, not to fly, how to say, to be above the, in how you say English word, levitating, fucking in the air.
Covering, yeah.
Covering, yeah. What then?
What's the question?
To reference to the drone. Drone is not moving, it's hovering. That means it's not moving, it's only hovering. And you are watching that drone, and standing on the earth. What is moving?
The drone is the reference point, and it's
Can we put like this?
the problem?
let's put it like this, it's even better. The moon, it's in the sky, the drone, it's in the air, hovering, and you are on the ground. What is moving?
And what's the reference frame? The drone?
Everything is reference frame.
Well, you can't have everything as a reference frame. Is it the
The
drone
moon
Yes,
is
you
or?
the
can.
moon.
Wait, stop, time out, time out. In the standard model, there's infinite reference frames.
Well, yeah, you sure, but you have to analyze them individually, right? So what's the reference point here? Is
The
it the
moon
drone?
and the drone and the earth.
Okay, well, the Earth versus the
Yeah.
drone, they're not moving. The drone is not moving in relation to the Earth. The moon is moving in relation to both, and both of them are moving in relation to the moon.
Both of them. How they are doing that?
It's how reference frames work.
Reference like air and ground are the same reference frame.
They're not the same reference frame.
That
The drone
means
is a different. The drone is
the
one
drone is
reference frame.
yeah. We can put one drone on the ground and one flying, hovering, and we can put also one is going. We can take also other 4 drones one going north, one going west, one going east, one going south. We can do also that thing in the same time. And what then? Explain me all these drones. One is going south, one is going west, one is hovering, one is going, 4 direction, and one is on the ground with me. What then?
What's your question?
Are they rotating together in some reference frame?
Well, again, it depends how you analyze it.
Okay. Let's analyze. Explain other people. I get it enough. You can analyze now.
Is anyone else confused about reference frames?
When I was a child, I learned that air and the ground are 2 different reference frames. I don't know what's happened in the future in 2000, because some guys said that Earth is flat and everything changed, like a level is curved, new definitions and stuff like that. The reference frame air, it's one different reference frame from the ground, if you want to know. But if you want to call it one reference frame, that's something new.
You know what? It's possible you're thinking about something else that's not called a reference frame, or because reference frames are purely conventional. It's something you decide when you start your analysis. You're saying, okay, this is my reference frame, and it can be anything, right? It can be a star, it can be a drop of sand, it can be anything, and you analyze things with that as your point zero. That's the idea of a reference frame. There's nothing else to it. It's just a convention. So maybe you're thinking about something else when you're saying reference frame.
Man, if you want to know what I'm thinking where is measurable curvature in reality? That I'm thinking the last I don't know how many years. Why sphere is not a
Or,
sphere geometrically?
excuse me, brother. Or axial rotation. Or
Yeah.
demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density.
But for all these things, you need sphere, always.
Yeah, you're right. But those are my 3. I know that Other people have their big threes, but my big three are those.
Like if you go with the rockets, Larry, you know they said that they see the curvature. That's all right with me. If you are really okay, that means it must be on the ground also. That's all.
Well, for me, if it's on TV, then it must be on the ground,
Yeah,
not over the water.
they're saying that is the real video. Okay, great. That means it must be on the ground. It cannot be like a look at these flat surfaces.
Sweat me out.
But that issue about geometry, nobody wants to speak about that. You know that we will spend at least 1 minute on that curvature and stuff. It's more about these things to go somewhere else, about to speak about reference. What is reference? You know, frame.
Just a frame of reference. It's really weird that he keeps saying that you don't know what a reference frame is.
What would be a reference frame on merry-go-round?
Well, you could use the center.
Whatever you want it to be. That's the point. Whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
To be the outer rim?
It can be anything. Absolutely anything.
There is no possibility only for stationary, I realize. There is everything moving, man.
Of course, there is a possibility for stationary. In your example with the drone, of course, in your example with the drone hovering, if the Earth was one of the reference points, then the drone was stationary.
Oh, drone was stationary. No, 15 degrees per hour.
No, because if you were to measure the position of the drone an hour from then it would be in the same place, so it would be stationary in reference to the Earth.
Man, can you tell me something? Is it possible to demonstrate Coriolis?
I do not know.
You don't know. That it's possible with merry-go-round, or not merry-go-round, with everything what is rotating. That it's possible. You can test it that, and you can with everything what is rotating. You know, the only thing where you cannot, you know, make Coriolis, it's with something what is not rotating. And look at the devil. We don't observe Earth Coriolis. You know. But all other Coriolis with other rotating things, we can, you know, demonstrate that Coriolis exists. But only with the Earth we cannot do that.
Right. That's why the Globers always say things like conservation. Hold on, brother. Hold on. That's why Globers always make up excuses and they say things like conservation of momentum, conservation of angular momentum, or something like that. And they'll say that the Earth's atmosphere is rotating with the Earth, so we don't see the Coriolis effect.
Coriolis has nothing to do with whether the Earth's atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. Coriolis only comes into play when you're moving to or from the center of the axis of rotation. Period.
Tell that to the Globers. You're not talking to me.
I already did, and we already understand. So a helicopter lifting off the ground is not in any way, shape, or form, well, it's going slightly away from the center, but if it's lifting 5 feet off the ground, is not subject to Coriolis.
From where? From center.
Let me ask this, Scott. If I'm in a balloon,
yes,
and let's say there's no 138,000 limit or whatever it is, and I keep going up and going up and going up, eventually it's going to start spinning, right? Underneath
what's going to start spinning?
The Earth.
It's always spinning.
From the moment you left the ground, the Earth was already spinning, and you were spinning with it.
Okay, so what I'm saying is my ground position is going to change because the Earth is spinning. Right?
Why?
Because after, let's say, 138,000 feet, now it's 300,000 feet. Now it's, 2 or 3 miles. Now it's, But at what point does it start spinning?
It's always spinning. I said that I just said that a second ago.
Okay,
It's
I
always spinning.
clarified.
Okay.
I clarified. Maybe you didn't understand what I mean. I mean that it's going to start spinning underneath your feet.
It already is. It doesn't start at any time. When you foot off the ground, it's still spinning.
Okay,
It never
I
stops
guess
spinning.
you can't
I
understand
think
what I'm
he's
trying to say.
asking when it's going to move away from you, right? It's going to
Never.
happen when you move outside of the atmosphere and it's not dragging you with it.
No, it's not.
Well, you're going to move sideways, right? You're probably.
Well, you're going to maintain your current angular or tangential velocity, right? And so as you get further and further away, your radius from the axis of rotation is a little bit larger. So the ground will slightly start to move in relation to how far away you were at the beginning. And so if you're 1% further out from the axis of rotation when you took off, the Earth will be spinning at 1% faster. I think if those calculations are right. I don't know. We'd have to do the calculation.
Well, yeah, because as you move up, in order to keep up, your angular velocity would have to be
exactly
higher. Yeah.
Yes. But it's not like it's going to start spending 1,000 miles an hour in relation to you, right, at any given time. Unless you get really high up, I guess. Then. But this idea that the moment you leave the ground in a helicopter or a drone, the Earth starts going at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and your drone's is going. That's just nobody believes in. It's just such a gross misunderstanding
I've
of the
heard
idea.
I've heard Globers say that the Earth is spinning under you, and when you kick a football, that it's going to appear to deviate because of the Coriolis effect. So when you say nobody believes this, I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about exactly that. Nobody's ever said that. I know you can point to deGrasse Tyson, but you haven't found anybody else who's ever said that.
Yeah, people say that bullets and artillery and all sorts of things are affected by Coriolis effect.
Well, the people who say the artillery does the military, but you don't have to believe them.
Well, I guess you do.
But that's not an argument I'd ever make. Coriolis is far too difficult to calculate, and it's got too many moving parts to be a good argument here.
You can ask people who was in military.
Sasha, if I remember correctly, you were in the military, right?
I was 30 years ago.
What'd you do?
Yeah,
were
but
you
just
artillery guy?
Anti-aircrafter.
A puppet. That's all anybody.
My wife said you were a puppet.
That's all anybody.
Puppet.
But just because you're in the military doesn't mean you understand how the military does all its stuff.
Yeah, but I used the weapon in military.
Yeah, so you shot at things. Big deal.
Yeah, big deal. Yeah. Yeah, do you know what? There was 2 years, like a sniper is counting on that, debating about that, Interesting that we never spoke about that.
Why would you?
Why would be? Because the bullet is accounted on that. When I shoot the bullet, it was the chip inside, and it was 30 years ago, but it was also that kind that you can say it, bullet, please account on Coriolis, and please, whatever you learned about weapons, that's okay, but please do these things for me. That we learned in military, Scotty.
The amount of Coriolis that would play into effect if you shoot directly north or south would be almost negligible.
You will be dead, I think, man, in real life, but that's okay.
Sounds like an excuse to me.
Sounds like an excuse to me. Military situation,
excuse,
but that's
explanation,
all right.
whichever you need it to be to maintain your worldview.
Okay.
Well,
my world view is like this. If I see the flat surface, I can describe the flat surface like a flat.
Yeah.
If I see the curved surface, I will describe the curved surface like a curve. But
and
if I see
do you think you're capable of determining whether it's curving or not?
There is a geometry helping me. The beautiful thing, math. But I love it more than anything in my life.
I don't think you do, but okay.
Yes, Scotty, I'm sorry I had all fucking A's in school. I'm sorry because teachers gave me.
Bro had A's in high school. Congratulations,
so
man.
Can you then tell me how refraction affects the horizon distance?
I will tell you. Refraction doesn't do anything when you see the flat surfaces, real ones.
Why not?
Because that is what you see, it's not that it's something happening. There is no unicorns flying around and saying, look at
Nobody's mentioning the unicorns. Why would you have to bring up unicorns? Come on, make a good argument, man.
Okay. Suez Canal, Florida, all seas, all oceans, all lakes.
The Suez Canal curves, yes.
Okay, good. Is it curved?
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
Yes, it follows the shape of the Earth.
I think that everybody heard, and now we know. Suez Canal curves, Earth is globe.
No, you don't have to believe it. It's true.
No, man, I
you
get
if you
it.
believe the truth, but you don't have to.
I was waiting 7 years that somebody tell me that Suez Canal curves. Now I get it. Scott, you're okay. Yep. Good.
But you don't accept it, right? You're going to reject it still.
No, I'm accepting. I'm accepting, and I'm saying, okay, you are saying that. I'm hoping that other people are also listening. All others, on YouTube, because you said, and it must be like that.
Oh my goodness, that was an excellent rebuttal.
So I did the math on how fast the Earth is moving under you, and if you are at 10 kilometers above ground, like if you simply go up, it's going to move under you at a speed of 0.7 meters per second.
Good.
What is?
Not taking into account friction with the air and stuff like that.
Of course. Do you think
why is it going to move underneath you?
Because you will have, like, when you depart Earth, we assume you keep the velocity with which you departed, right? Which is the velocity at the surface of the Earth. Okay. And as you're going further, in order to stay stationary, you would have to increase your velocity, right? Because
at what rate?
I will tell you per meter. Per meter, you would have. Let's increase the radius by 1 meter minus the original speed. Okay, that's a very small number.
Yeah.
Let's do it with 1 kilometer. So
it's going to still be a small number, but yeah,
it is. Yeah, it's 7 centimeters per second at 1 kilometer
per second. Okay, that's something at least. I mean, that might figure into a calculation.
What I did was figure out the speed per second, which is roughly 460 meters per second.
Yeah.
And in the same formula, I just added the number of meters to the radius, right? And then I calculated.
And I assume you're doing this at the equator then, 24,000 something miles.
I took it
not at 45 degrees or something.
It's I took it off of Google. It says 6.3 kilometers, something like that, right? Radius of the Earth. 6.3 thousand kilometers. Sorry.
Yeah. So essentially, you're
I
going
can
from the
show you.
maximum radius of the Earth, so you're not at like 45 or 60 degrees latitude, or which would be a different result, right?
Yeah, for
Because
sure, for sure. Yeah.
I wonder how you do that mathematically, though, because if you're rising at 60 degrees in relation. So you take the sine of to actually your distance from the axis of rotation, but does that play into? I don't know. Can't do that math in my mind.
They
Sitting there putting away
have
dishes right now. So
they have a model. It's called VGS something 84 or something like that. I read about it just earlier. Apparently, it's a model the army created for the GPS system. They had one, like initially they assumed the Earth was round, and that didn't work properly. So they had to create one that was more elliptoid, and it had to be tweaked even further, right, to take into account other stuff. And but still, it's an elliptoid model. And if you use that model, you can basically calculate every position on Earth. But yeah, VGS 84, I think. Let me see. VGS 84, yeah. WGS, sorry. But yeah, I think the math is a little more complex. I think is anyone else speaking and I can't hear them, or?
You're good, bro.
Okay. So I think that shift of 7 meters at 1,000 meters altitude would probably be greatly reduced in normal circumstances because the air is also moving in that direction, so it's being pulled, and it would also pull you, so that number would be greatly diminished, I think. And also, yeah, that would be at the equator, so the number would be smaller as you would go up in like towards the poles, up or down.
Every now and then an idea comes up or a topic comes up that I'd only get by thinking about the shape of the Earth. And one of this, we're talking about the Coriolis effect, right? And we were just talking about if the object that we're rising above the Earth is right at the equator. And so you don't have to take into account any centrifugal force, any other forces in it. But let's say you were rising in a balloon at the 45th parallel, or even further than that, at the 80th parallel, right? Your velocity is going outwards, and the gravity is causing you to accelerate towards the Earth, but it's not countering that entire velocity. We're at the equator. The gravity acceleration is directly aligned with the velocity vector. It's in the same plane. But when you go further up on the globe, they're not in the same plane anymore. How does the math on that work? I'm trying to visualize that, and it'd be an interesting equation.
It's super interesting. It's so interesting that in order to be able to tell me whether bridge towers were perfectly played radials to the center of the Earth, you'd have to disregard that fact, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why my fellow globers want to look at these minutia things. Like, I agree with you on the bridge thing. It may be wider at the top, but it's not the way to go.
So there actually is, I want to say it was a flat earther that did the measurements for that differential that you're talking about. And I think he came out with a tomato. Essentially, it's the weight of a tomato or something like that. I can't remember exactly. I have it somewhere. The question at that time was, okay, if you have this differential vector and it's exerting a force in a different way, would you be able to measure it, or how much would it be expected? And it's something like a tomato is what he said.
Oh, you guys believe the Coriolis effect is like fake conspiracy?
We understand the Coriolis effect is a real thing, right? It can be demonstrated. But does it happen because the Earth is spinning? That's what's questionable.
Well, in the case of like storms and stuff like that, which can be photographed, right? We see that they're spinning differently based on the hemisphere they're in. So
except for when they spin in the opposite direction, right? They usually go clockwise or counterclockwise depending on what hemisphere. Except sometimes it happens in the opposite direction. So there goes that theory.
Hey, you know what actually goes clockwise and counterclockwise relative to a circle? You know what does that? Besides what you're thinking?
No.
Waves. Like you could put an object in a fluid and trace it in a circular path, and it'll make circular waves come out from it sometimes, and they'll rotate in opposite directions. You could imagine that circle as the quote unquote equator, right? So if you have a set of fluids where something's passing in the center of them, between them, and creating this opposite rotation in the fluid, then it would make sense that anything you put in that fluid would then rotate oppositely, right? So it's not as simple as, oh, they're rotating oppositely, therefore I'm on a giant ball. That's not necessary logic. Now, it's possible, based on those factors, you'd have a probability or a possibility, but you wouldn't have a certainty.
Do waves rotate in the opposite direction? If you rotate a thing in water, I don't think they do. Like if you have something that disturbs the water, a small, I don't know, a stub in the bowl or whatever, you're spinning it, I expect the waves to in the same direction as the stub.
Tell you what, dude. I'll find the video evidence for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen demonstrations of it in the past, and it's like when you dip something into a liquid in a certain way, it creates essentially a vortex, right? And from the center of the vortex to two sides are opposite. Larry, you're killing our ear holes.
Sorry.
Damn. Some silence here. What's going on, Larry? Talking about the crisis in cosmology?
You guys are really butthurt about that. You guys gotta, start charging me rent for as much time as I take up in your mind.
We're not butthurt about it. It amuses us. It's just an amusement that the crisis in cosmology. An amusement.
It's amusing that I know about the crisis in cosmology after studying it.
And that you talk about it, and that you just talk about it. So great.
It's amusing, huh? Well, I'm glad I could entertain you. Have you done any research on it? You found any possible solutions?
Man, I haven't broken the code yet, man. When I do, I'll tell you. You're gonna be the first one I tell you.
So it's still the largest mixed match between theory and observation in the history of science.
Yep. Guess so.
Yeah, you seem to be how do I put the word seem to be coming across hella sarcastic for someone who's losing the argument.
Argument? What argument was there?
Well, it sounds like you got completely destroyed on an argument before, and now you're coming. Really, you're not paying attention to the conversation you're a part of.
You can't gaslight me. What argument were we in?
Did anyone else not hear you take part in a conversation?
When? What time? An hour ago. 2 hours ago. Like what?
Larry, here's all yours. I can't be bothered.
You can't be bothered because you don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't talking to anyone here.
Yeah, it's interesting because
now you're
came...
gaslighting me. Isn't that ironic?
But you can't recall. You can't recall when it was, though.
I never. What? No, you're just making shit up now.
Okay, when was the argument?
What? You were just.
You said I was in an argument with you.
You were just talking with Larry.
When I was talking to Larry, that wasn't an argument.
You were just. Yeah, I was saying that you're coming across hella sarcastic. Which
for someone who's losing the argument when there was no argument.
Yeah, but it's about the crisis of cosmology, which you clearly got murdered on previously. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come in and started talking about it.
When? So you're assuming I got murdered. By the way, just for your information, I never talked about the crisis in cosmology with Larry in a debate. I've only mentioned it. So
I don't know why you're butthurt about it. Then it's weird.
I'm not butthurt about it. It's just that I know Larry likes to talk about it so much, so it's amusing. That's what I told him.
I don't know why you're butthurt about it. Then it's weird.
I'm not butthurt about it. You think I'm butthurt about it, but I'm not. It's funny that he talks about it though.
You clearly are, dude.
Listen, Larry, like I said
Why
before,
is it
man,
funny?
whenever
Why is it funny?
it's funny because like you always mention it with like trigonometry man, and you're always talking about it with him, and it's like the thing you always talk about. So it's like it's great. It's just every character here has their little thing, and that's your little thing. It's great.
Right, because it's
And your
the thing
thing
that I
is pretending not to be upset when you are.
You think I'm upset about it, dude? I don't even care
You
about the
are
crisis in
clearly
cosmology.
upset
I'm
about
not
it.
upset about it. Dude, trust me, I'm not upset about the crisis in cosmology. Dude. That's the least of my worries.
You're upset that Larry brings it up. It's obvious.
No, I love that he brings it up. It's funny. I love when he brings it up.
Yeah, that's coping.
You're mistaking it, dude. When I come in here, you ask anybody, or you're not usually in here that much, but I'm always in here just laughing. I don't care usually about anything. Sometimes I might get heated if I'm in a debate, but
I don't know. It sounds like a cope to me.
I'm not that deep into it, dude.
You know what I mean? Where you've got like the troll face, and then you've got the feels guy crying behind the mask of the troll face. See what's going on right now?
I'm hurt, man. You gotta understand. This is my religion, the globe, and I gotta pray to the globe when I wake up and stuff. This is me. This is how I identify myself.
So, which denomination?
That part is true.
Yeah, which denomination of the globe have you chosen? Have you gone for DeGrassism, or are you more of a Nihilism?
No, it's either a
Grassism.
fundamentalist. He's either a fundamentalist, right? He thinks gravity is a force and Newton was correct and Einstein is wrong. Or he thinks that Einstein is correct. Or he's actually done his research and he's looking into Malgromian gravity.
Electromagnetism.
Oh, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's the electromagnetic force.
Gronian gravity?
Gravity, even
What
if
about
you...
nuclear gravity? What about nucleic gravity? What about that?
Oh, man. You ain't even on the level of that.
Damn it, man.
Even if you believe...
Yeah, if you're not into the modified Newtonian dynamics gravity, then you're not hip.
Well, hold on, friends. That one guy trying to get in, but he's kind of low. So let's let him go.
You gotta up your mic, man.
Let's see. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Right. Thank you. So I was saying that even if you follow Einstein's gravity, the rest still applies. You can still analyze it as a force, because when you're converting gravitational acceleration to a force, like you're using it as a force, it doesn't matter that it's not something pulling you in. You can still analyze it like that.
Okay, so if I post something for you, would you read it?
Depends how long it is, because I'm not going to...
Well,
okay.
There's no shortage of evidence, but it's not the one.
I wonder if this is going to be a quote saying that gravity isn't a force. I wonder if it's going to be right out of Einstein.
When you multiply mass by gravitational acceleration, you get something akin to a force, right? And you can use it as a force in all the formulas.
Well, it's a pseudo force. Go ahead.
So maths, therefore, worldview.
Yeah, please check out the stuff that I posted. And if you want to cite something that's saying that it's not a pseudo
Again,
force,
I'm not
specifically,
saying...
hold on, bro, I'm talking. Can you
I'm
not hear
saying
me?
it is.
Bro, why do you feel the need? If you can find something that's saying the opposite of what I posted, great. If not, fine. You can recant.
But I'm not claiming the opposite. I'm not saying it is a force. I'm saying you can use it as a force.
Yeah, so then your claim is maths, therefore worldview, which is dumb as hell.
No, my claim is that probably Einstein is right, and it's not a force, it's just a bend a space-time that is bent, and we can still analyze it as a force with Newtonian gravity, right? With his model.
You are saying what I'm saying. You're denying it, and then you're saying it again. So yeah, whatever. You're double speaking. Here's what it is.
Well, to be fair, if something's moving, right, and it smacks you, if it's being moved by something that's not a force, when it hits you, the motion that it's currently undergoing is still going to impart a force upon you. So the question is, if something's in motion, is it being manipulated by a force or is it exerting force? Which one?
If something is in motion and it just has energy, right, and it can transfer that energy to you.
Right. So the real thing in question is what's causing. Yeah. So the real question is what's causing the motion, right?
Right. Well, if you go by Einstein's gravity, is the bent in space-time, right? And in that case, you are talking about something that you can analyze as a force, but not because something is in motion, but because it is accelerating, right? Accelerations times mass gives you that thing which we call the big G,
Oh
which is
yeah,
the force.
yeah. So it must be in motion, correct?
Not necessarily. Like,
Yes,
for
necessarily, because
example,
okay, cool. So define it. What is acceleration?
acceleration. Okay, it's the increase in speed.
Okay, awesome. What is speed?
It is distance over time.
Okay, what is distance?
Okay, I'm not sure I can go that deep. Distance is like what the fuck do you mean?
Okay, so
Like what is distance?
yeah, that's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. So I'm here, right? And now hold on. I'm moving over here. I've transposed myself a distance, right? So I'm now in a different location in free space, correct?
Right.
Okay, now please tell me how you can have speed without distance and how you can have distance without transposition of your position.
You can't.
Correct. So there must be motion, period, full stop.
Not necessarily.
Oh, dude. As hard as this is for you to fathom, regardless of what you say now, by sheerly defining the words, you've already conceded the point. The concept of acceleration is incoherent without
You're
distance,
saying,
dude.
right, you're saying that because we are not moving in relation to Earth, right? Then we are not being accelerated.
Wrong.
And what are you saying?
I'm saying without displacement in free space, there's no acceleration, period. So you must be in motion for acceleration to be occurring, period.
Not necessarily. You can start
Oh,
accelerating
yeah.
from zero.
Oh, my goodness, dude. Okay, so
When
think
you
about what you just
move
said.
from zero
No,
to
just stop,
something,
dude. Just stop for goodness sake. You're at zero, correct?
okay.
And then you start accelerating. To start accelerating, you must transpose your place in dimensional space. You must go from here to there, correct?
That would be yes.
I'm
Holy
thinking
crap!
about it. Give me a
I
sec.
didn't know we had to convene. I didn't know we had to convene the Council of IKEA of the world's greatest philosophers to understand that if you have to get somewhere, you have to move.
Yeah, but we're not talking about getting somewhere. We're talking about acceleration, right? And
Right. Acceleration requires getting somewhere, dude. It's
let
literally
me
the
think about it.
definition, dude. As you already conceded, it requires distance to be transposed. Period.
Yeah, I mean, so AI, I mean, he's just going to nut out everything you say, and it's going to be like pulling teeth. But can I get to your more, like, your greater point? Because obviously this is kind of in the weeds. What's your greater point here?
Okay,
no,
so
let's not move on. I'm truly trying
dude,
to wrap my
dude,
head around it.
dude, you listen. You can't move on because in order to move on, you must accelerate, and in order to accelerate, you must move on.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, let's get something a bit more. He's just nut eyeing everything. So just what's your
Yeah, dude, look, dude. Yeah, for that other guy, you can go on a piece of paper and try to figure it out. When you come up with the answer, come back and let us know. But the greater point is this: in Newtonian concept of gravity, mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone. So in empty free space, if you put a mass in one location and you put another mass in the opposite location, the two masses will move towards each other because the impetus for motion is the presence of mass. Now, in Einsteinian, the impetus of motion is not the presence of mass, but rather the effect of warped spacetime upon objects in motion. In other words, they follow a path that deflects their motion. In other words, it doesn't have a cause of first motion. So if you put two objects of mass in free space under Einsteinian, they would never move towards each other unless they were already in motion.
Yeah, so I'm going to say that you can have acceleration without movement. As in
Yeah,
that
well, that's
first point,
stupid, dude.
and I will tell you why. I will tell you
Okay,
why.
let's hear why. Let's hear why. Go ahead.
I'd
Because
rather,
when you are that,
to be honest, I want
can I
to
speak?
actually respond to.
Can I
Yeah,
speak?
but dude, like
You
you're
are
just saying
supposed to
dumb
follow.
stuff, and you're dragging this conversation into like really
521
territory when you say stuff like motion is
I don't think
required for acceleration.
he left
I just
nine.
don't care
No,
what
he
you have
only
to
has
lay out
9.
for that, to be honest.
Hold on,
So
somebody's
anyway,
talking to all three of you, bro. Guy, you can hear him talking,
whoever
right?
this is,
Somebody's got a hot mic.
yeah. So AI, I wanted to just expand on your point and say that the interesting thing about the quote unquote fabric of space time is it's literally just a coordinate. It's just a bending coordinate system. There is no fabric. It's just bending maths. So when they talk about fabric of space time, they're trying it's a literal reification. They're trying to make.
Why don't you let me? Why won't you let me
I
talk
finished.
and
I've finished. Why are you
provide
talking?
your rebuttal rather than
Why are you
doing
talking?
it before I
I've
even speak?
finished. Why are you talking? I'm
He's not.
finished.
He's not.
Stupid what you're saying.
Yeah, he's
You're answering to something I didn't say.
not talking to
I
you.
didn't. I'm not talking to you at all, bro.
Right. I'm sorry then.
So anyway. Oh. Evening, guys.
What up?
Okay, he left. Can I tell you why you need to have acceleration without velocity?
Go for it.
Like, it's a pre-requirement for you to start moving.
I mean, that's a cool story, but
It's true, right?
okay. How?
Well, if you didn't have acceleration, you wouldn't move.
Right. So moving in itself and acceleration are intrinsically linked. Correct.
They are, but you have to have acceleration first in order to start moving.
Dude, acceleration is coincidental with motion. Correct.
Not necessarily when you are at 0 point, right? At
Dude.
0, and you start accelerating, right? That's what
Yes.
creates the movement.
Right. So let's pay attention. Let's pay attention. So we have 0, and then we're accelerating, and as soon as we're accelerating, we're moving. Correct or incorrect?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So you concede that there can be no acceleration without motion, and therefore something that's at 0 isn't accelerating.
Nah, you boom ton of the cook nil man. That no make no sense.
Listen, you bumper clock.
Hey, what you coming at me, man, for? Yeah, gonna sort of blood clap, man. You acting like a roadside guy right now. Come on.
Hey, dude, I'm on a roadside smack you upside the roadside head, bro.
I listen, man. I chop you up.
I got a joke.
You know,
I got a joke for you.
You're one of those people, right?
Joke.
Yeah, you know one of those people. You don't eat a pum pum. You too weak.
Hey,
you know,
listen,
eat a pum pum.
That may be the case, but let me give you the joke, man. You ready? Let me give you the
But
joke.
be a good joke, man, because I'm not too weary.
All right. What do you call a donkey with 3 legs?
A proper Jamaican lad.
Oh, that's a good answer, but the correct answer is Maurice.
Nah, could have been better, man.
Oh, you don't
Comedy
understand
not your
it?
strong suit. Maybe stick to something else, man.
No, man. See, the donkey, he got 3 legs, right? That means he can't work. That means he's got more ease.
Nah.
All right, so since you're a very intelligent Jamaican, clearly, if you're moving, are you standing still?
He left. I'm pretty sure it's
That's
very
'cause he
simple.
didn't.
Acceleration is rate of change in velocity. It's that simple. So what's going on? What are we
Yeah, so it
confused about?
requires. I don't know. I'm not confused. You don't seem to be confused.
Okay. Acceleration is the rate of change in velocity. Let's do a thought experiment. You have a ball that it's we're in somewhere where there's no gravity or anything, right? We have this isolated experiment, and you have this ball that is tied to spring, right? And you're throwing it. It goes down, right? Or I don't know, it goes one direction because there's no gravity. Right? It goes into one direction. Then the acceleration because of the spring is negative. It stops. There's an instant there where the acceleration is still negative. There is acceleration, but the ball is stopped. The velocity is 0, and then it goes back. So yes, you can have acceleration without movement.
All you did was just explain the same thing, that it's not currently being displaced.
I gave you an
You didn't.
experiment that
That's the
shows
problem.
that you can have
I think that's
acceleration.
actually that might be against one of Newton's laws, because I'm pretty sure an object will remain in motion or in free space unless force is applied to it. Correct?
Yeah, there is a force. There's the spring that's keeping it tied, right? And it's exerting the
Right,
negative
that'd be fine
acceleration
then.
as it's moving away.
That'd be fine then. Yeah, I mean that'd work, I guess then. Yeah.
All right, Matt. Matt, you ready?
What's up?
What's acceleration, Matt?
Rate of change of velocity.
What's velocity?
Movement.
Okay. Well, there's your answer.
I'm sorry. Do you have a rebuttal for that experiment? How is it wrong? Or
What? Dude, you just said the same thing in a different way, bro. It doesn't even change anything.
did you understand?
I think you guys are arguing something that's not even like, I don't get the argument here. I don't from any.
Here, I'll tell you the argument, Matt. Here's the argument. If you just said that velocity requires movement, then something that's not moving has 0 velocity, correct?
Well, yeah, velocity requires force. Something like that's what it really requires is force, which can be movement, but it really requires some sort of force. So, yeah.
Okay. So if something is not moving, right? Is it accelerating? That's the question.
Something is not moving. Is it accelerating? No.
Right, and
no,
it might
right.
no. It is.
Well, there you go.
It is, and you can have acceleration if something is not moving, and that thought experiment that we just did proves that.
No, it doesn't, dude.
Well, a spring is made in a certain way where it would technically, yeah. But I think there'd have to be some sort of. You're saying that the ball would like.
The ball would stop at some point, right? Because the spring is pulling on it, and as it's getting to that point where it's going to stop, it's experiencing
So
negative
there's still some movement
acceleration.
there. There's still some
There
movement
is
there, though.
movement. There is movement to a point, right? But at this point, it's experiencing negative acceleration, and even when it stops, it's still experiencing negative acceleration, and then it goes in the other
Yeah, but
direction.
acceleration's the rate of change in velocity. So what do you mean by negative acceleration? Like just going against a vector, or
Yes.
it's still acceleration and it's still movement. So I think we can just agree on that, and that's fine.
Well, yeah, but the
What he's
point is
talking
that
about.
at the point where it's stopping, the ball is stopping, you still have acceleration.
Yeah, stopping.
Sure.
Once it's stopped. Yeah. So Matt, is there a difference between stopping and stopped?
Yeah, there is a fundamental
Okay.
difference between stopping and stopping.
Correct.
Stopping
So when
is like when you're about to stop, and then stopped is when you're stopped. So there's still
right. So
movement,
if
and
I'm
negative acceleration is still acceleration. So I think it's just
right,
that simple.
yeah. So Matt, when I'm approaching the stop sign and I'm putting on my brakes, I'm deaccelerating or negatively accelerating, right? Stopping.
Yep.
Then when my vehicle comes to a stop, am I moving?
No.
Well, that's
Okay.
different from this experiment, because in this experiment you would immediately go backwards because the accelerating force would
That's
never
fine,
disappear.
dude.
It would still be there.
Yeah, but the
Okay,
thing is,
so
I think what's it called's argument was simply that you need movement or some sort of acceleration for whatever. And I think that's it. Yeah.
yeah, it's very simple to understand, right? The relativistic worldview requires that all things are in motion. There's no static anything, right? Nothing's actually stopped at any particular time.
Did we agree on acceleration, or?
Yeah, we agreed, me and Matt, that if something stopped, it's not accelerating.
I agree with that as well, but in my example, nothing stops. Stopping would mean that you have an instance where it's at one point and then another instance when it's at a different point, and that never happens in this experiment.
What?
Think
You sure
about
about that?
Absolutely. It never happens.
So a ball on a spring, it goes down and reaches the extent of the spring. Okay. And then it reverses direction. And you're saying that in between the time it reverses direction from its previous direction, it didn't stop in any way, shape, or form.
There was a moment there where its velocity was 0, right?
Busted.
Right, but
as soon as you utter that sentence, you concede, dude.
Do you understand that acceleration is still working on it, and the reason it reaches 0 is because of acceleration, and then acceleration is pulling it back in. Right?
It's so simple. It's so simple that it's too complicated.
Yeah, I think you do not get it. Sorry.
No, I don't. I get it.
Probably get it.
Quite
You
adequately.
probably get it, but you do not want to believe it because it messes up your.
What are you guys arguing? It just seems so like I don't think it's important. Like, what are you guys arguing right now? Like,
he's arguing that you cannot have acceleration without movement.
motion.
You have to have acceleration. You have to have movement if you have acceleration.
Correct.
Are you talking about like the force being applied on an object, or like what specifically?
What I'm saying is that acceleration, as me and you, Matt, went through, requires a fundamental part to be present, which is displacement of distance, which requires motion.
I mean, acceleration is literally movement. That's literally what acceleration is, basically. I mean, movement is
Correct.
velocity, but acceleration is rate of change in velocity. So it's definitely movement.
Right. So if that's true, Matt, then it wouldn't be possible that something that's not moving is accelerating, correct?
Yeah. No, that wouldn't be possible. How is something that's not moving accelerating at all?
Exactly.
I don't even know how, like, I don't know why you're using this as an argument, URL for gravity. I mean, obviously, massive objects in
I'm
space
not
are
using
moving. They're all moving.
it's just something he objected to, that you cannot have. I guess he posed that question in a way that made me think about it, and like, I don't know why he asked, but he did ask if you can have acceleration without movement, and I thought about it, and I think you can, yeah, and I think this experiment proves it. At some point, there is an instant there where the ball stops moving right before it starts moving the other way.
Busted! You got busted! You said it!
Before it starts moving in the other direction, but it's always,
So you...
even that
Right,
stopping part.
Uriel,
Right,
you
so
can't even
whatever.
say the sentence. You can't even say the sentence without conceding, bro.
Okay, it stopped, but still,
Like, dude, I don't need to hear you. I don't need to hear you concede 5,000 times.
No, I didn't concede. You just.
You did. You said there's a moment. You said there's a moment where the object is stopped. That's what you said, dude. Every time you literally have to, those words come out of your mouth every time you attempt to explain it, dude.
Yeah, it stopped as acceleration is working on it. Yes.
Oh my goodness, dude.
It has to take it through zero, right? Through velocity zero before it reverses it. There's no other way from going from positive velocity
Right.
to
So
negative
listen,
velocity.
when the object is at zero, it's not accelerating.
It is accelerating because
No, it isn't.
if you take
Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. So when an object is at zero, it's accelerating, Euro? Bruh.
Yes.
What are you saying right now, man?
Yes.
Hey, listen.
How can an object be at zero and still be accelerating?
Well, simple. Let's say in the example of the car, yeah, that instead of hitting the brakes, so you're at the stop sign, right? Instead of hitting the brakes, you have a spring, so you are accelerating towards the back, right? And because of that acceleration, you're going to stop and then go back, right? So you would be accelerating constantly, even when you are going forward. You don't have to go zero. You can even go forward and still be accelerating backwards.
Hey, Matt, don't try to use this to get out of a ticket at a stop sign.
I just want to point out this is typical Glober rhetoric. They say "yeah, but" when they're wrong, and what they're really doing is they're double speaking. Yeah, but is sometimes clarification, but when Globers are in these arguments, so yeah, but, and they're wrong, they just can't admit that they were wrong and the flat earther was correct. The ego thing.
It's not, man. Do you really not visualize that experiment?
Yeah, dude, we all can. Watch how simple this is. Larry, when something is stopped, it's not moving.
Correct.
But it's not really stopped. It's
hold on, friend. Hold on. Matt, when something is stopped, it's not moving, correct? Oh, he already answered correct earlier, so I mean. Now let's ask Uriel. Uriel, when something is stopped, it's not moving, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, man.
Okay, so we all agree. Thanks.
We're not agreeing about acceleration, though. It can still have acceleration.
Dude, okay, perfect. I'm glad you said that. So define acceleration, please.
Well, acceleration is the difference in speed, and in that case,
Excellent. Now define speed, please.
It's distance over time.
Okay, So distance over time is required for this. So if there's no transposition of distance, there can be no acceleration, period.
No, it's
So,
not.
yeah, no,
Like you
listen,
talk
dude.
about,
Listen,
there is acceleration.
you literally just said it out your mouth, and then immediately you said, no, it's not. So you're only contradicting yourself, dude.
No, you just do not want to understand that you can have acceleration working on something that's moving, even if that thing is moving in the opposite direction, right? It doesn't have to be zero. It can work in the opposite direction, and in the same way, it's going to work when the velocity is 0 or 1,000 or minus 1,000, right? It doesn't matter at which point that thing is in velocity. You still have acceleration working upon it.
I mean, that's a cool story. I appreciate your interpretation, contrary to the definition of the term. That's interesting.
I
That's your
don't think it's
philosophy.
contrary. I do not think it's contrary.
Okay, one more time. If something is stopped, it's not moving, correct? And by according to you, the definition of acceleration requires transposition of space. So if it's stopped and it's not moving through space, it can't be accelerating. It's that simple, dude.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How does something that's stationary start moving? Does it
I asked him
accelerate?
that before, man. That was the first thing I did.
Yeah, so even in that example, like you just said, it's not moving. Then it's accelerating, right? So when it's accelerating, it's moving, correct?
Well, it had to accelerate to go from stationary to moving.
Okay, so one more time. It's stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's moving, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it's not moving, what was it?
Stationary.
There's your answer.
Yeah, but the process by which it goes from stationary to moving is acceleration.
Okay, that's awesome. So define acceleration, please.
But not
Change in
acceleration on
speed.
its own, right? Obviously.
Change in speed. Define speed, please.
A distance
Awesome.
traveled in a period of time.
Okay, so transposition of distance, correct?
If you want to say transposition of distance, fine.
Right, and so we define that as motion, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so what you're saying is before something is moving, or before something begins to move, it must be moving. Good for you.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That is what you're saying because
No,
you
it's
just
not.
said it must be accelerating in the first instance. And then you defined acceleration as must having transposition of distance.
No. We defined speed as a change in is a movement over time. We did not define changing of speed as movement over time.
Wow.
You're confusing two different terms. Let me give you an example. All right, so let's say you throw a ball up in the air. Right? You good with that? What happens? So I'm standing on the ground, I throw a ball straight up in the air. What happens to the ball?
You threw it, so it's moving.
Yep, but what happens? So describe it to me. What happens?
Well, yeah, you throw it up, and it just keeps going forever.
Okay. Does it?
Yeah.
You've done that? You've thrown a ball up in the air and it keeps going up forever?
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, man, it's the same experiment I did with him, and
well, it's simple. Let me tell you why. All I have to do is at every point I just change my reference frame, and then since I have infinite reference frames to choose from with relativity, I can describe the ball as going up forever.
Okay. We might as well stop there then, because that's a different experience than what I have when I throw a ball up in the air.
Well, but that's because you're maintaining a consistent reference frame, whereas I'm constantly switching that.
Why are you doing this? Like
You see,
you're
no,
calling.
because you didn't listen, friend. You didn't restrict my experience to a singular reference frame. That's the problem.
Why are you
Now, if you want to do
disingenuous,
that, that's a
man?
different story. That's not
Did you figure
disingenuous,
out that
dude.
we are right, and now you're
No,
just
you're not,
trolling?
dude. The sheer fact of what I just said proves you're not right. Okay, so the real point we're talking about was an object is not in motion and then it is in motion, right? And the moment before that occurs and after that occurs, correct?
Jim pointed out really well that acceleration is difference in speed, right? Which is something I tried to explain, but I didn't put it so cleanly.
Right. And what is speed?
You know what speed is.
Right. So in order to have acceleration, you must have a displacement in space, correct?
Say that again?
Okay, acceleration, right, is what?
Change in speed.
Okay. What speed?
Change in position with respect to time.
Okay, so in order to have acceleration, you must have what? A change in position, correct?
No. You must have a change in speed.
Oh, wow, dude. So you're telling me that you could have a change in speed without speed?
I'm telling you can have a change in speed without a change in position, yeah. That's
How?
what I'm telling you.
How?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
If an object
Go
is
ahead.
changing in speed at an instant in time, it doesn't have to change position.
Okay, but you already
Okay,
defined
So
speed.
an example of that. Hold on. An example of that would be when you throw a ball up in the air, and as it gets to the top of its path, and it stops going up and starts coming down, it's accelerating, but at that point at the top of the arc, it's stationary for an instant.
Okay, yeah, so that instant when it's stationary, it's not accelerating, dude.
Yes, it is. It's still accelerating.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in on the thing and imagine that we have pixels, right? We have 1 centimeter pixels.
I could care less, dude. At this point, it just shows that you guys just are clueless, bro.
Okay, so this is you will get this, I promise, right?
Yeah, go ahead, hurry up.
We are at the
Sometime this
last
year.
pixel. We are at the last pixel, right? And the ball is going up. On the last pixel, right? Its speed is whatever, right? 1 pixel per second, let's say. It stops there, right? And then actually the next second it goes down, right? It stops there. The next second it goes down. So the speed was, when it got there, the speed was 1, right? It became 0, and then it becomes -1. Now I dare you to subtract each speed from the one before. Are you going to get acceleration or not?
Oh my goodness, dude. It's not about the one before, the one after, dude. It's about the zero. Okay, this is the problem, dude.
So acceleration happens like if I'm going 100 kilometers per hour and I stop immediately, right, in a second, the moment I measure acceleration is the moment when I stop, right? A second ago I had 100 kilometers per hour, now I have 0. So the acceleration is minus 100.
Okay, that's great. Now, when you arrive at 0, the deceleration to arrive at 0 is -100. But when you're at 0, you're now at 0 for that moment, correct or incorrect?
I do not understand how you see that moment. I do not see it as something that's long. It's something that you cannot put your finger on. It's something between two things.
Wow, dude. Wow.
It's not one thing.
It's a moment, correct?
Yeah, it's something
A
between
singular
two things.
moment. A singular moment, correct?
I'm not sure you understand the moment the way I do, right? I think
I know you don't understand moments. That's the problem here.
I think you don't. It's not something you can put your finger on and say, okay,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
how easy it is. That's how easy it is. Watch. Hey, watch how easy this is. Hey, Matt Nuclear. When I stop my truck for a moment, is it stopped?
It's muted. Different, sorry.
Okay, and anybody else that's not the two people speaking, when you stop your truck for a moment, is it stopped?
Absolutely.
Oh, man, that was hard. I don't know, bro. It's like you're trying to argue philosophical, metaphysical properties of time itself or some nonsense.
You can't wrap your head around something basic like acceleration.
Dude, I clearly can. It's you who can't. See, I don't live in a philosophy that doesn't allow for things to be stopped. The relativistic worldview
Things can be
has that.
stopped, man.
I don't. No. In relativity, things can't be stopped.
So that ball that Jim was throwing up, it does stop. It's acceleration that's acting
No,
on
it
it. That's
doesn't
stopping
stop,
it.
dude. It never stops in relativity. Never stops. It's always
Depends on
moving.
your frame of reference, but in this case,
Hold on, brother. Hold
we were
on.
not being disingenuous.
So now all of a sudden reference frames matter, whereas before when I could describe anything as in constant motion, according by switching my reference frames ad infinitum, completely congruent with relativity, all of a sudden I'm being
You are
ridiculous, right?
extremely disingenuous. Sorry.
Yeah, kind of like you when you tell me that something stopped, but it's still moving.
I didn't say it's still moving. I said you said that, right? I said that it stopped, but there is still acceleration acting upon it.
See the double speak, dude? You can't even make it within two sentences without double speaking yourself. It is double speak, dude. Okay, let's ask somebody else. Larry, is that double speak?
Yeah, every time he goes, yeah, but in this conversation, he's double speaking.
So he's like, it's moving, but it's moving, but it's stopped. It's stationary, but it's accelerating. Even though acceleration requires motion. It's like guy can't keep his story straight.
It is you who believes you cannot have acceleration without motion, right? It's not me. So I'm not double speaking. It's just that you are refusing something that's, I don't know, physics.
I mean, dude, unless you want to say something that stopped is accelerating zero, then maybe you could say it's accelerating. Sure. What a joke. Listen, friend, it's not my problem that the definitions are incoherent, okay? Maybe you need to.
Fine. You're just making
No,
it
they're
weird.
not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Dude, you conceded to the definition, dude. Larry, I got a question for you, a financial question.
Shoot.
So when I'm spending money, as a debit, my bank account is going down, correct?
Correct.
Now, when I reach zero, my bank account is empty, correct?
Correct.
And then when I start making money and I add to my bank account's going up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm at zero, is my bank account going up or down? I'm unsure.
It's neither. If you're at zero, it's stopped.
Oh.
You can still go below zero, which is what's happening in our example that you don't want to accept. As in what in our
Okay,
example,
okay, I understand that, but I understand that. So no, this is a perfect time for us to have a meeting of the minds. So when my bank account is at zero, there's nothing going on in my bank account, correct?
Not necessarily. You can still go below zero.
I know that, dude. Notice how in order to speak about this, you must give two instances. Now, let me ask somebody who's actually,
No,
normal.
let's
All right,
stick to the
Larry.
bank.
No, I'm gonna stick to Larry. We're gonna stick to Larry. Larry, when my bank account is at zero, there's no activity, correct?
Correct. Yeah, like 90%
Okay,
of the night.
now,
Yeah.
now I go out and I use my debit card, which allows me to debit below zero until I swipe that debit card and commit a transaction. My bank account is going to remain at zero. As soon as I swipe that transaction, then and only then will I be at -10 for the sodas that I bought.
Correct.
Right.
But in no way, shape, or form, is the bank going to describe to me that a maintained balance of zero for any duration of time is actually financial activity.
Yeah, but your bank account's not analogous to motion.
It can be, but even if you have $1,000
currency.
in it, it's not
Currency
analogous
flows.
to financial activity.
That's the best analogy for motion.
It's
Currency
Okay,
flows
so
in the bank.
let's discuss it. Let's say that you have a subscription to, I don't know, Netflix, and it's costing you $100 per month, right? That's the acceleration of your account. And you have $500, right? It's going to go down $100 each month. It's going to reach zero and then still keep going down $100 per month. That's your acceleration. It still acts upon your account. It's constant, no matter of how much money you have in your account. The same thing is with the speed. It doesn't matter what speed you have. Acceleration is still acting upon that object.
Anymore.
Oh my goodness, dude. Painful.
AI trigonometry man said, "Tell AI I feel bad for him. These people are fools." But he's expressing his condolences to you.
Having to deal with these people that think that something that's not moving is accelerating.
You need to go do a physics course, my man.
Wait, so Jim, are you backing it up that something that's not moving is accelerating?
I'm saying that something that's not moving can be accelerating.
In which way? With gravity, right?
It doesn't have to be gravity.
In what essence? Like what situation?
Well, I'm just saying something can be accelerating and it doesn't have to be moving at a particular point in time.
Okay, let's take a random point in space, right? And like I'm saying, when I say space, I mean 3-dimensional space.
Mm-hmm.
No acceleration for gravity. It's 3-dimensional space. We have an object. We have a sphere in 3-dimensional space. Is it moving?
Not necessarily.
So what would make it moving if it's at zero?
I have no idea. There's not enough information.
So what are you arguing?
I'm arguing that an object can be accelerating and not moving for a point in time. That's all. Nothing else.
Can you give an example of that?
Yeah,
give us
I
an
can.
example.
I can. So the easiest way to visualize this is like with a ball. So if you throw a ball at a wall, right? What's going to happen?
Gonna hit the wall? If it's a
Yeah,
rubber
and then
ball or something elastic?
yeah, it'll bounce off and come back at you, right? So in that time, it has gone from going away from you, it's hit the wall, and the wall has accelerated it back at you. But there's a point in time where it's against the wall and not moving, but it's accelerating.
Come on, dude. There's no way that was your entire argument.
That's what we've been talking about the whole time.
Come on, dude. The point, it's always accelerating. Like, down to the nanosecond, it's always accelerating. You can't be feeling zero acceleration and bounce back at you. Come on, dude.
Yeah, no. The guy before was saying you have to be moving to be accelerating, which you don't. There's a point in time where that ball is stationary against the wall and it's accelerating.
There isn't.
Yes, there is.
Oh, man. You're going to really down this hill?
That's how it works,
There has to be a 0 point, right? If velocity is positive in one direction and acceleration is acting upon it in the other direction, it's going to reach 0 velocity at one point. And that was our claim, that you can still have zero velocity while acceleration is acting upon it.
Absolutely, you can graph it.
Go ahead, graph it.
Give me a couple minutes.
You have to graph the velocity of the object.
Yep.
Also take the derivative of the velocity.
Yep.
Yeah, can you ban, unban him? He needs to be here for the, oh, he's not even here. Well, Heretic, can you unban him? He was only banned for adding Jekyll in the chat, Heretic, so. I mean, it'd be a great movement to unban him. Trigonometry, man. Because he has a problem with what they're saying right now. He's listening in on YouTube.
Well, who banned him?
Old dude banned him for adding Jekyll. Apparently. It'd be like the best moment.
Well, let's see what old dude says.
I don't think old dude's even here right now.
Well, I guess we have nothing else to do, so.
Yeah. And he has a problem with what Jim and the other guy are saying about the zero acceleration shit, so.
Hey guys, real quick, report from the field. I'm at a stop sign. I'm not moving. Am I moving? Hold on a second. I'm about to accelerate. I'm about to accelerate. Am I accelerating yet? I'm about to do it. Am I doing it yet? Hold on. My foot is coming close to the gas pedal. I'm about to accelerate. Please tell me when I begin to accelerate. Is it now? Is it now?
As soon as you press
Is it now? Oh. And when I press it, what's going to happen? Motion. Okay, there's motion. Now I'm accelerating. Ah, gotcha.
So I made a plot. That's what happens with velocity. If you have a starting velocity of 100 and an acceleration of -1, it will go through
But
zero.
you gotta show us the sphere demonstration with the wall thing.
Don't
That's
need
what
that.
we're really talking about.
It's just vectors.
Yeah, we do. Sure we do.
Oh, you wanted the wall.
Yeah, the ball with the wall, and you throw it,
Alright,
and it reaches
it's
zero.
a bit easier to do a ball being thrown up in the air. I'm going to do that instead.
That's even harder for you, but
No, it's a bit easier to do that mathematically than
it's always
to do a ball
accelerating
hitting a wall.
mathematically. Always accelerating. You throw a ball in the air, you're saying it hits a point where it's at zero? Come on, dude.
Actually, you know what? My simulation is not correct.
Oh, what's up, brothers?
Trigonometry, man. What's going on?
All right.
This guy, I thought he had a better argument when he said that he's going to throw a ball at the wall and it's going to bounce back, but as it hits the wall, it's going to be at 0. But now he's saying that if he throws the ball up, it'll be at point at 0 acceleration, like
right,
in the air.
So what you're asking for? You don't,
No, not
hold
zero
on, hold on, hold on.
acceleration, zero speed.
You don't understand how derivatives work, apparently. What you're trying to say is, you can have acceleration without changing your velocity.
No, that's not what we're saying.
It is. Okay, take the derivative of a point on that graph.
What we're saying is
Do it.
you can
Take
have
the derivative.
There is a hold on.
Point of
What we're
velocity
let me
on the graph.
clarify what we're saying, and then maybe we won't have an issue. What we're saying is you can have a point in time where your velocity is 0 while you're accelerating. That's what we're saying.
What? You just changed what you were saying, dude.
No, that's
the
been
whole
true
point
the
was
whole
the
time.
whole
what you were saying. Yeah.
the whole point was acceleration. Hold on. Euro's whole point that you decided to die on this hill with him was acceleration. So if you're saying that you're going to still be accelerating, then you're not.
No,
you're
old
no
mate
longer
was
on the point.
saying you must be moving to be accelerating, and I'm saying you don't have to be moving to be accelerating.
That's the same thing I'm saying.
Yes.
All right. So I would agree with that, but you changed it. So
nope, that's what we've been saying the whole time.
So at the apex of a parabola, my acceleration is going to be 0, correct?
Yeah. No. Your acceleration is not 0. Your speed is 0.
I'm not going up, or I'm not going down, right?
Correct. Your speed is 0, but your acceleration is not 0.
Is this invariant of gravity? Am I in a gravitational field?
Acceleration is rate of change in velocity, so you can be in movement.
Doesn't have to be gravity.
Not be
All
accelerating.
right. So then that doesn't make any sense. How can I have a constant downwards acceleration without gravity?
You can have a spring.
You can have a spring. You can be colliding with a wall. It doesn't have to be gravity.
Okay. Well, as soon as you are no longer colliding on the wall anymore, then you don't have gravity. If we're doing this in a
We're just talking about you can be accelerating and not moving. That's all we're saying. That's all that's been said the whole time I've been here.
If you have a force that's acting upon you, yeah, such as gravity, or I guess spring would do it. So you kind of did change it as soon as I asked you to take the derivative of it. I'm assuming that's because you realized that.
No, I haven't changed. The point we've been saying the whole time is that you can be accelerating and not moving. Nothing else.
All right, so then take the derivative of the object when it reaches the top of the parabola.
Are we taking the derivative of its path through the air, or the derivative of its velocity through the air?
The derivative of its velocity. What else would I be doing? Do you not know what acceleration is? It's the derivative.
I know what acceleration is. I'm pretty comfortable with what acceleration is. You didn't specify which thing we were taking the derivative of.
All right, taking the derivative of the ball as I'm throwing it in the air.
There's which parameter of the ball? The speed or the position?
The velocity. I'm trying to figure out if I wanted to take the derivative of its position, then I'd be finding its velocity.
And then you're going to get acceleration, and it's always going to be the same thing, the value of the acceleration.
Really? So the acceleration is always going to be the same on the path of the parabola?
Yeah.
Even at the top?
What's the equation for a parabola?
X squared.
Yep. So what's the derivative of that?
2x.
What's the derivative of that?
2.
When is 2 equal to 0?
Never.
Yeah, there you go.
Still, that was okay. Nice calculus quiz, but you still haven't demonstrated that you've taken the derivative of the top of the parabola, and it's going to equal 0. The velocity.
We're saying that the derivative of the derivative of the parabola is never 0. That's what we're saying.
The derivative of the path of the parabola respect to its position, but not the derivative of the parabola in respect to its velocity, right? The ball. Can you do that?
You just answered his question. Come on.
I answered his
The
question.
first,
Yeah, I
the
answered
first,
his
the first derivative
power
is the
rule
speed,
question.
and the second one is the acceleration.
All right. Who wants to graph it? Velocity for the ball without gravity, without a spring.
Well, hold on.
Going,
We need a force because we're talking about something that's accelerating, right? So we need
At a
a
constant
A.
speed. Yeah.
the velocity or the acceleration of the object, irrespective of gravity, is going to be 0, right?
We're talking about an object that is accelerating.
Okay, yeah, it's always going to be accelerating. I don't know. You guys are like jumping around all over the place. Is this just me?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Ben Riley, are you like a fan or something?
Hmm?
Are you a trigonometry?
Yeah, like Spider-Man.
Do
I
you
mean, like
want a
a fan of
plot
me?
for velocity or a plot for distance?
I want to plot for velocity, or plot for velocity and then take the derivative of the velocity at the apex
Then
of the parabola.
the plot for velocity is going to be a straight line.
Yep, and then
And the
take
derivative
the
for that is going to be a constant.
but take it at the top of the parabola, where at the
It's
apex
going
of
to
the
be the
parabola.
same thing. It's going to be the
It'll be
same thing.
It's not going to be 0.
No.
Then do it. Demonstrate that's a claim. I swear to God, if you show me a straight line, not a line with slope, just a straight line, 0 slope at the top.
But that would mean
that
that would mean
acceleration.
that there are two t's, two time intervals, right? You in this case you have a continuous time, right? But let's assume that time is granular. Having a line that is parallel to the ground would mean that you have two pieces of time where the thing is stopped, and that's just not the case. It's just one instance. It's one instance between two instances.
Yeah.
No offense to you math nerds, with all due respect, but this is the most boring conversation.
Why is that?
I just don't dig math. It's subjective.
Math is subjective. Okay.
No. My
Math is
boredom.
really objective, but I get you on the
No,
boring part.
Wait. He's saying that why he finds it boring is subjective. If you were to find it interesting.
Yeah. I mean that if that's what you were saying, Larry.
Yeah.
Math is definitely boring.
So are we going to go back to the derivative conversation?
Yeah.
We're gonna be on here forever. It really is a boring conversation, but yeah.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I need it.
Well, that conversation went nowhere. Kind of like something that isn't moving.
But it might be headed somewhere later, so you could say the conversation, despite being stationary, is accelerating.
Wow.
Acceleration movement debate. This is beautiful.
Yeah, bro. So 2 guys went into a bar. Place was dead. The guy was like, "Man, this place is accelerating."
There were some scientists at the Biloxi River, south of Dallas, where the human footprint is right next to the dinosaur footprint. And they got some mathematicians to come and check out the footprints, and they said, "How fast is it moving?" And the mathematician said, "Well, if we assume the dinosaur was this foot tall, he could have been running about 45 miles an hour." They said, "No, the footprint. How fast is the footprint moving? Not the dinosaur."
Here, take your mic's doing it again. Here, he's
Oh, bros. There's a glitch on some Discord apps where your other social apps or mute functions will unmute Discord when you unmute them. And so a lot of people are ended up hot micing. So if you just start hearing them hot mic and don't even just if they're a mod, just server mute them straight up. They can unserver mute themselves, so it doesn't matter. So which came first, the force or the motion? First motion without a causal regression into infinity. Answer is you need an extra dimensional source, right? Must be higher than physicality. That's how you get out of the causal loop. Then you might say, oh, well, if you just move it up one dimension, aren't you just kicking the can down the road? Well, maybe. But the problem is that precedent causation is a specific thing when it comes to motion with objects, right? Because objects must transpose themselves through dimensionality in order to impart any kind of force upon anything else. And that's just the consequence of living in a physical dimension. However, if you're in a dimension where physicality isn't required, then that type of chain causation isn't required. And therefore, it's perfectly rational that the cause of motion wouldn't be an infinite regression in that dimension, as though it would be in this dimension. But if you restrict your explanatory power to the physical and natural world only, right, you're shooting yourself in the foot. And if you just say, well, the supernatural is automatically dismissed on its face, and I must have a physical and natural matrix of interpretation for everything. I mean, then are you really being honest with the possibilities of the fundamental underpinnings of how reality functions?
Okay. What's up, gamers? All right, it's time for the mathematical proof. Sorry, I had to go walk my dog. Is everyone here? Hello?
I think those guys went to eat a hamburger.
Really? Oh, come on.
I'm here and I made a plot.
All right.
Yep.
Let's take the derivative of this real quick for you.
That is velocity versus distance.
Yep. So, yep, I know.
Velocity is going to always be it's going to go down constantly. So acceleration is constant. And even at the top, at the peak of the parabola. Because that's how you get the parabola, right?
Say again, sorry. This is peak of the parabola was 0.255. Basically 0. You can agree that that's 0. If I wanted to get closer and closer, I could. And then derivative of that is negative 19.6. So yeah, like I said, I don't know how you're getting it without gravity. So if I remove 9.8 t squared, just get 0.
Jim? Uriel?
Hello?
Yep. It's your rebuttal to
What'd you ask me?
trigonometry, man.
No, I think we agreed.
Asking what's your rebuttal?
I'm just demonstrating the agreement, right?
What do you? I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
No, we need a force to get the acceleration to never be 0.
I don't know what that has to do with what we were arguing.
Yeah, so Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but at some point a little bit ago, we were talking about well, I wasn't even in here. I heard gravity, invariant of gravity. You don't even need gravity for it. And I was like,
Yeah, they literally said you don't need gravity. It was the wall demonstration, bouncing it off a wall. And he said when you even throw a ball up in the air. So
What we were talking about with AI Overlord was, can something be stationary and accelerating?
without gravity.
No mention of gravity. We weren't talking about gravity. We were talking about, can something be stationary and accelerating?
With or without gravity, though. You said it can be without gravity, right?
It doesn't matter. We're only talking about acceleration.
Either we
and
include it or we
stationary.
don't include it. Like, which one?
Don't include it. It's fine.
So if we don't include gravity, then what?
Don't include gravity, so I'll just do this real quick. Negative 9.8 t squared. That's gone. Oh shit! I don't even get a parabola anymore. Wow.
You have to include some acceleration, right?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, you need acceleration. Yeah. Such as a constant acceleration downwards. Something like 9.8 meters per second per second.
Or that's fine.
But then we were saying not gravity. Is what I heard. So I'm just confused.
That's what you just said.
You can use anything you want. If you want to make it complex, use a spring, and it's going to have variable acceleration, but that's going to mess you up.
What do you mean mess you up?
The math is going to be much more complex.
It doesn't have to be an undampened spring. It just be simple harmonic, right? Unless we're talking about having a undampened spring, which should be chaotic, and I'm not doing that. But yeah, if you have a spring, then you have a rebounding force, right? You have a restoring force, not rebounding. That's what they call it, a restoring force. What's up, Ray Nemrod?
G'day. What are we talking about? What's the stream?
Oh, agreement that we need gravity, I guess, but not at the same time. Or some sort of rebounding, restoring force. I don't know. I heard throwing a ball up in the air without gravity. You said that, Matt, didn't he?
No.
No.
Okay.
No. What I want you to listen. All we were arguing was, can an object be accelerating and not moving? Nothing else.
I mean, relative to what?
Now, I think now he's oversimplifying what Euro was saying earlier.
Oh, that's exactly what I was saying.
Or he was changing it a little bit. Yeah, because you were giving specific examples. Jim is just generalizing
An
it and saying
example that we talked about was throwing a ball up in the air
Well,
or
to be
throwing a
fair,
ball against the wall. Those are two
Let's-
examples that we talked about. But the point was, can an object be stationary and accelerating at the same time?
to be fair, a spring wouldn't actually be a good example. I would say it's quite contradictory because the restoring force of a spring is measured by a spring constant and a length that's pulled by. So
Right, which is exerting acceleration on the object.
yeah, so it's not constant throughout the whole thing.
Right, and that's why I said you shouldn't use a spring. You should just define a constant acceleration.
Yeah, I agree. This goes back
Gravity.
to just like, can we just say gravity?
And I said, yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Okay. I wasn't necessarily disagreeing with you. I just wanted the gravity BS. I just want everyone to say gravity together, screaming it at the top of their lungs in the face of flat earthers. You know, I love gravity. Somebody in here wants a real math challenge. I challenge you to model the path of an object, a thrown object, using only the density of the surrounding medium in the object, without using 9.8.
Well, nobody here thinks that 9.8 is like a theory, right?
So
but
is
little g is it's measurable. But what causes that? That's where the rub is.
So does density cause little g?
No, things fall at a certain rate.
Is
But so when you're talking about cause and effect, right? So the ocean is on the ground, right?
Yep.
But if the rain cycle happens because of evaporation, then the ocean's no longer on the ground. So what holds the ocean down? Is it gravity? Or is it the lack of temperature and the intensity of pressure? Because I can make water in a vacuum boil at a low temperature, and I could make water boil at a high temperature.
Yeah. You want to know why? It's because
Why?
you have vapor pressure. So the molecules, temperature is just the average kinetic energy of molecules, right? So if you reach a high enough temperature, there's a boundary layer between the gas and the atmosphere, and then the boundary layer that goes into the liquid. So there's always going to be some gases, on average, that have enough energy to escape and go into the atmosphere. But if you boil it up enough, that gas is going to be able to escape the boundary layer. It's vapor pressure, so it's going to be able to escape the boundary layer. So with an atmosphere, the vapor pressure is obviously higher since something's pushing down on it. And that still has to do with gravity. That's like saying, so I have 1 kilogram mass of water. No matter what on Earth, I'm going to have to exert a force on that 1 kilogram of water that is greater than 9.8 newtons upward. Always. No matter what. 9.8 always.
So again, I don't disagree with little g 9.8 meters a second squared. It's average, right?
Yeah.
So the agreed upon average. I agree that things fall at that rate. But when you say gravity, it's ambiguous, right? So try not to use that, because I'm not going to say you're doing the fallacy on purpose. So let's call that little g to be specific. And you're going to call gravity big G. So that little g, whatever that is, we can just call that weight. Right?
Yep.
Agreed? Okay. So if things weigh like water in its liquid form, then it's going to be on the ground. But if you do something to change that phase and turn it into a gas, there's the gas pressure thing that you're talking about. So at high pressure and or low temperature, it's mostly going to be in liquid form. I think you were talking about averages. Were you talking about law of averages, just to clarify?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So, by and large, big picture, at certain temperatures and pressures, the water's going to stay in liquid form. And I agree, it has weight, right? But why does it have weight? Does it have weight because the bending and warping of space-time? Or does it have weight because of little g and density due to the phase not changing?
Well,
that's the question, right?
Yep. So, do you think I could have? You think I could have predict the motion of most objects? This if you well, actually all objects, since to calculate buoyant force you need g. So little g. So I can predict the motion of all objects using little g, and if I throw them up in the air, whether that be a balloon, a lead ball, the water, and predict the motion of that. Now I can't do it with just density. So would it be safe to say that it's more dependent on little g than it is on density?
Well, little g is weight. We agreed on that earlier.
Yep.
And weight is caused by the phase of the water. Because if it's in gaseous form, it's very, when you think of water, you think density. But in its gaseous form, it's actually, very buoyant. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So the weight is because of the phase of the element rather than, well, the molecule. The phase of the molecule rather than the little g. It's dependent. Without that phase being correct, if it's ice or water, yeah, you can calculate it all day long, right? But once it phases into gas, I mean, I'm sure you could still calculate it's going to go up. But it's because of the phase change and the relative density between the two phases or three phases. Is that correct? Relative density is specific gravity, just to be clear.
Yeah.
So that's why I said we can't just say gravity, because now we have three gravities.
Well, specific gravity doesn't use little g, right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah, I'm not from my computer.
I
mean, I'll take your word for it. I'm sure you're not going to try to. Pretty sure you're not going to intentionally deceive me. We're only talking about philosophy.
I would. Yeah, no. What are you seeing me struggle to type?
That's
There
funny.
you go. Yeah.
He said, "I'm sure you won't. You won't. What's it called? Deceive."
No,
That's
why would I
hilarious.
deceive? I'm not here to deceive. I'm here to teach.
It's funny that
And
he
I'm here to
said
learn.
that, though.
That's good. I would actually.
here to
I'm not
learn.
here to learn either. I'm not here to teach. I'm actually here to learn as well.
There's nothing wrong with teaching if the information's correct.
I know.
Verifiable.
I think teaching and learning are one and the same.
You want to be a teacher, trigonometry man?
No, engineering.
Oh, no.
You want to get into engineering?
Yeah.
You're a flat earther. You just don't know it.
What?
You just don't know it yet.
Why? Because I want to be an engineer.
Yeah, engineers are usually pretty smart, and they understand things at like the applied science level rather than the theoretical astrophysics level.
Well, you shouldn't look at all my tabs I have open that are about.
Well, I'm pretty sure you still got that nerd in you, but eventually, once you become an engineer and you start working with the applied sciences, you'll be a flat earther.
Yeah. Got some NTRS articles open. Just for the flat earthers, not really. Some statics open for bridges, building bridges on the flat Earth.
I mean, didn't the Romans do it? Thinking the Earth was a flat the whole time. Aqueducts, bridges, roads.
If I asked them what a tension member is, I don't think they would know what that is. No, they probably would.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not true. They would.
they can't even say tension member, right? They're going to say tension member.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you asked a modern Roman maybe someone who lived outside of Vatican City. Yeah, they would know what that is. If they're an architect or engineer.
Honor, crown's oldest and fiercest ally. House Valari.
Oh, okay, this is funny. I have this Wikipedia article open.
Reaching back to the
The monkey selfie copyright dispute. Apparently, PETA was trying to get this monkey to have a copyright over this image. Which is interesting. They argue that the copyright should be assigned to the macaque.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I'm not sure I want to say it live, but yeah, every time I took a selfie with macaque.
No, it's not a joke. I just had it open. Like, I just found it funny.
Yeah, so I think we're kind of agreeing on everything here. I don't really think there's a disagreement, except for you believe in this, space-time continuum thing where it's really helpful for describing motion of things. And I'll agree with you there, right, as a concept. But to then reify it as if this space-time actually exists inside of a vacuum where it's not made of any kind of molecule, hertz or joules or anything like that, it's only a concept, in my opinion. It's a really good, convenient mathematical tool for conceptualizing and describing the physics or motion of objects in a medium. But to reify it and actually say that it's reality, that would be a little weird.
Yeah, you'll never catch me in here trying to explain Einsteinian mechanics to anyone. I mean, that's not where you should begin. It should definitely be a Newtonian mass directing mass.
Well, those work really well, except for Mercury, perihelion, and the moon's epigee. But everywhere else, they seem to work really well. Would you like for me to cite my source on that?
I know the precession of Mercury's perihelion. Yep.
Okay.
Question is, I could try this. You might not necessarily have to use Einsteinian. You might just be able to model for. I'm assuming the precession is due to being multiple bodies. So, like, if you model Venus and the Earth, so that'd be the two largest bodies attracting, other than the Sun, you might be able to get it with just Newtonian to pretty high degrees of accuracy, instead of it making it
So the three-body problem is that for Newtonian and Einsteinian, or only Einsteinian? Right? Can't remember.
Well, I would. Three body is like a problem of any sort of condition or starting condition in physics where you have unknown, or you have an equation that's very sensitive to initial starting conditions, which leads to chaos. And I don't know if the starting conditions for, I don't know if that could cause.
So maybe I should rephrase it. Maybe I should say that it's really good at describing isolated bodies in motion in a medium.
What you might be able to do is you might be able to. You might be able to. So you create the hill spheres or spheres of influence where you have a set distance around the object for where you start modeling the primary attractor. Like so, if you send a satellite to the moon, it'll start attracting at a certain point more than the Earth, right? So if you model Mercury to be in influence of two bodies at the same time instead of all the bodies in the solar system at once, I mean, maybe you could cheese it, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it should have been done before. There's no way I'm coming up with something original.
I don't know what you mean by cheese it. Is that like a word for fudging it?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. Haven't heard that one before. Thanks.
See if ever.
See, I'm not really a gravity hater, as some people might think I am, because I talk about the cosmological concept. You know, it's not that I'm hating gravity. I just think that there's a better theory that doesn't require all the dark matter and dark energy. And that would be modified Newtonian dynamics, non-gravity. I think it's a better theory. So it's a working theory that requires less assumptions. And you know what? I'm an idiot when it comes to mathematics. I'll go ahead and put that out there. I don't ever pretend to know what I'm talking about if I'm talking about mathematics. It's usually questions if I'm talking about mathematics at all. But I think from what I understand listening to the physicists, that it just works better. Now, I know a lot of flat earthers probably, want to ask me some questions about that, but
Oh hell yeah! I think. Hold on, sorry to interrupt. It looks like they did kind of do a fudge, like I said. I'm not original. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I could have told you they've been fudging.
It looks like they did do the ring thing I was talking about. I completely made that shit up, and it looks like they did it.
You pulled it out the ether, bro.
I
Ether
guess I did.
cosmology confirmed. Just kidding.
A mass
Joking.
ring model. Wow.
Is it a dark matter halo ring?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, back to our conversation about gravity. I think we're just almost in agreement because I don't disagree that little g is a thing. I don't think any flat earther does. They are worth the wait. I think that, yeah. I think if you look at it, it's all about the phase. And the phase is what dictates the motion of whether it's going to rise or fall. And if it rises, then it's because it's in a gaseous state, or it's because of relative density. So that's the gravity that I am invoking, that specific gravity. And I think that it's a well-known, established thing, and nobody could really say, nuh-uh. The only thing they could do is invoke this, mathematical concept, and sure, invoke it, describe it, whatever you want to do. But don't say that it's like scientific, because you can't manipulate the space-time and move it like I can manipulate the relative density and move it.
But they can. Sorry, jump in here. We can change space time. Sure.
Okay, sure. Put it in a jar, paint it yellow. Let's take it to the lab. What are we going to do with it?
Just have a bigger ball.
And you can accelerate, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to put a bigger ball in the ocean or next to the
You
ocean?
could heat it up too. Heat actually affects how
Well,
massive
that's
something is.
okay. Well, that would cause the relative density to change. So you got to manipulate space-time only without manipulating specific gravity, right? Because if you're trying
Hold
to
on,
prove your gravity,
there's a few different experiments which demonstrate relativistic gravity, right? Atomic clocks being one, right? And the other is
okay,
really
let's
interesting.
go into that. Let's go into that.
Sure.
So with atomic clocks, what are you manipulating?
The distance from the Earth's center of gravity.
So altitude. So
Yeah, distance
altitude
from
causes what?
distance. No, I said distance from Earth's gravity.
Distance from Earth's gravity.
Right.
Yeah. Like the stronger gravitational fields experience time slower. I think that's something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
This is also true with ultra relativistic electron beams. So you have electrons going super high fractions the speed of light, like basically the speed of light. So you
Does
don't even
electric? Go ahead.
I want to bring up another really super interesting practical example of
Hold on.
gravity sensors. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay, go
so
ahead.
UREB's ultra relativistic electron beams, since they have such a high Lorentz factor, since they're going so close to the speed of light, they actually have a much tighter beam width than they would if you were to do Newtonian, because the time that the electrons experience is eons when it takes to go out the barrel of the beam. So they don't repel each other at all, basically, on their time scale. So it's a much tighter beam. I can source that if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Thanks.
The example I was going to bring up, and they're installing these now as a practical real world measuring device, is earthquake detection. So sensors, they're installing them around in Japan, among other places, because they have an issue with this, that they can detect earthquakes via gravitational waves before seismic sensors do. Pretty cool.
And how do they detect these gravitational waves?
However they detect gravitational waves, I can post the research if you want. I'd have to look at the mechanism they use for doing
You're talking
it.
about an interferometer, I guess. Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you. This is why I actually hate bringing up relativity, because it's so hard to find papers on this stuff. Like, even though it's dependent upon like UREP's working, like you just sort through so much junk about. I don't understand half of. I don't know. That's a lie. I don't understand like 99% of relativity, man. Like I couldn't do any math for it.
Well, that's the thing. There's like this, weird belief that if something is incredibly convoluted and mystic from lack of understanding, that it's somehow profound. And in my opinion, like I like the applied sciences. So if you're talking about little g 9.8 meters a second squared, like I'm down with that, literally. And if you're talking about like some theoretical space-time that exists in a vacuum. It's not made of any baryonic matter, but it's really there, like in reality, but it's not made of anything. Like, okay, like, you serious right now?
But it's not that it's not made of anything. It is what we are made of. That's the point about it, right?
Can you cite your source for that? We're made of space-time?
Sure. Yeah, I just cited my source for that. We are proving that Einsteinian physics is the best explanation.
Right, but any village idiot can give an explanation for something.
Yeah, and I was talking about the multiple proofs we have, including the everyday use of things like GPS, right, which require relativistic adjustment.
Okay, so I'm going to post a video showing that that's not true. I doubt you'll take the time to watch the whole thing, but here it is.
Sure. How does GPS exist without relativistic adjustments?
It's all based on a geocentric model.
Yeah. Can you explain how GPS works?
Oh, no, of course not. The guy in the video does though.
Well, yeah, because most flat earthers don't know how it works.
Okay, that was a stereotype fallacy. You got any more?
Well, it's true. I've discussed. It's stereotype based on experience. I've discussed GPS with
talked to Larry about
probably
it?
a dozen flat earthers, and none of them have any idea how it works.
But have you talked to Larry about it? Do you know that he doesn't know about it?
He just said no. I think it was Larry talking. I said, "Do you know how GPS works?" He said, "No." I said, "Okay."
Trilateralization.
Sounded like he was honest. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, it's not wrong with it, but to dismiss that it doesn't work, but you don't know how it works, right? So that's the.
Well, why don't you tell us, man? How does it work?
I'm sorry if that came off a little bit harsh, but it
I don't care.
it's like, yeah.
I don't care about petty stuff like that. But how does it work?
Trilateralization. It is trilateral. You want to say triangulation, but actually it's quadrilateralization. I think is what it is technically. Although you can get it with tri, but only you only determine your location on half of the sphere. So you need 4. But it's a combination of all the satellites do is they transmit time and their location, right? That's it. It's a pretty simple system, right? And the chip does a lot of mathematics to figure out the differences in the time and the locations of satellite to calculate the trilateralization or quadrilateralization. And there will be, for a lot of devices, not all devices, modern devices will use land-based signals to increase the resolution and to get a faster update. But did you post what your video was in the chat? I'll watch it.
Yeah, watch it at like 1.5. It's a long video. And his argument has probably gotten better. This was one of his first arguments that he made, and that's why I recorded it, because I usually don't record stuff on my channel.
The no infinite reference frames needed. That's the one?
Correct.
I just want to say this is really funny real quick. This situation is explicitly forbidden by a theorem in relativistic physics. What is the proposed way out? Easy. Just invent another ad hoc, non-observable quantity called quote-unquote hidden momentum. That's what it says in the paper.
See, I kind of have this joke, right? And you're probably not going to like it, but... So, Newton came up with gravity, and Einstein came up with special and general relativity. And many other people have come up with, black holes and dark matter. And we don't really have, a theory of gravity, a theory for everything. What we have is an ad hoc continuum, not a space-time continuum.
Ad hoc continuum. Okay,
Yep.
that's funny.
Yeah, except that that's not the definition of ad hoc.
Well, when they make up dark matter on the spot, where these gravitational anomalies are, there's the dark matter. Make it so.
Right, but it has to okay, so the difference
make
between
up
ad
dark
hoc.
matter, dude.
They kind of do. What do you mean? We're like
I mean, they're not. I mean, there's maths behind it. It's not like here's dark matter, boom.
All right, the math is all right. The math for dark matter is basically, oh shit, the galaxies don't have enough mass for them to be behaving the way they are. Oh, geez, well,
Yeah, it
there
is
must
like
be some
that,
sort of
Matt.
hidden mass there. Dark matter is basically made up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they don't know too much about dark matter yet, but
They
hopefully
don't know
one day.
anything about it. They just say it's there.
Yeah,
That's why it's called
I
dark
agree.
matter.
So
Yeah.
dark matters of all the things. So Larry mentioned a few things. Of all the things you mentioned, dark matter is the closest to being ad hoc. And that's why it's controversial, right? That's why they're still trying to figure out what it is, and that's why it's an issue. But like black holes, though, was actually proposed before Einstein, the idea of a black hole, and but it was the outcome of Einsteinian physics. It was something that they didn't observe for a long time directly.
They still don't
They
observe
didn't
it directly.
philosophize on.
You go ahead, bro. I'll lay back for a minute. You don't want to turn yourself up just a hair. No, bro, you're good, bro. Get in here, John Candy.
It's just the way they talk about how they know things, but they have no fucking clue, man.
I pointed out that dark matter is definitely ad hoc. I didn't say we know what dark matter is. That's very ad hoc.
Like they're some genius all of a sudden, right? Because they fucking read a book or something. Heard a story.
I haven't.
I'm not talking to you, brother. The other guy was pretty fucking hot and heavy, man.
Who are you talking about?
I don't even know his name. I wasn't looking.
Probably talking about me. I was a bit harsh with Larry. I apologize.
Mark, are you?
Yeah.
Did you go to college for anything?
I won't say too much about it. I did go to college. Let's put it that way.
Okay, not that it matters. I'm not saying.
Yeah, no, I did. So ad hoc. So people use ad hoc, and what it really means is that it's sort of like it's sort of like the guy sticking his finger in a dike to stop a leak. It's like a specific explanation to solve a very specific problem, and as opposed to a specific explanation that solves many problems, right? Or can be incorporated into a larger theory. That's the definition. That's the difference, and that's why I say I do agree that the dark matter thing is as close to ad hoc as Larry brought up a few things. That's the one that's closest.
Yeah. Israel definitely had nothing to do with this Iranian helicopter crashing.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate. If it is an accident, it's an unfortunate accident.
Accident.
An accident.
Wait, didn't they had the Iranian president?
They had the president on board, dude. It's not an accident.
Shit,
what do you mean?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is the Iranian president right now?
Well, I mean, helicopters
what
are
president
really
put in a fucking helicopter? What the fuck are they doing?
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Yeah, this is not an accident, man.
Well, we know what's going on over there. The bankers are stirring the pot so they could fund both sides, depopulate the world so that they could have more control. We know what's going on.
Why would you want to? Okay, that's what I've never gotten. So, let's say I'm a super elite, wealthy person, and my goal is to create as much profit as possible. I would not want to kill all my workers. I would want more workers.
No,
Depopulation
you don't have workers if you're super elite. You have cattle. So what happened to the price of meat in the UK when they had the what was it, the mad cow disease? They killed a whole bunch of cattle. Oh, okay, now you get it.
Yeah, but the thing is that you don't want to kill your workers so if the elite wants to depopulate the world, then that means that they're going to have to start doing work. They don't want to work. They want other people.
Supplying
They got robots and shit now.
Robots, bro.
Technology.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like they would want more workers because then we'd all be competing race to the bottom on wages and food.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how many plantations where there were people who overthrew it because they had, 100-to-1 slave to master ratio? It only takes one brush fire getting started And when freedom lights the brush fire in the minds of men, it spreads like crazy. They don't want that. That's not good for them.
Hey, I mean,
You hit it
I
right on the
agree.
head there, Larry.
I agree too. Like, I don't support government either. I'm an anarchist. Like,
Yeah. What's interesting about Larry, about if you study like these poor people that are oppressed, right, and they rise up. It's really interesting that the poor people usually don't rise up on their own. It's usually an external entity that comes in. So I'll give you an example, like Islam. Like you take somebody like Osama bin Laden. He wasn't poor. He was very, very wealthy, right? And he came in and provided the infrastructure and impetus for them. Or I will give you, blacks in the American South, right? It was liberals from the North that helped them organize. I'm not saying they didn't do
Are
anything,
you
but
serious?
Yeah,
It was
no. I'm
liberals.
saying I'm not saying they didn't do anything on their own, but there's this external spark, right? There's this external motivating thing that sometimes they need, because oppressed people tend to be so. If they're really, really oppressed, they're just trying to get by, right? They don't really can't, breathe. They can't organize. They can't think. They can't do a lot of the things that would be required to overthrow their oppressors.
It's easier to control a smaller group, though, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
What do you mean you guess?
Well, I mean, is it? I guess it is easier, but the larger context is. Hold on, the larger context was depopulating the world. I don't. If you ask that question,
if your
I'm not so
claim
certain.
is that you said that it's easier to control a small group of people,
Yeah.
I would say contrary, actually, since you're more detached from your subjects, right? So they don't really see you as a person in the way that if you were in a close, tight-knit community. So they see you as like a monolithic entity. When I think of the government, I don't think of Joe Biden or anything. I think of the collective, all the feds around in the U.S. I don't think of Joe Biden. I think of this monolithic entity that has no name, right? That's more imposing than one person.
But it's easier
I
to
think of it
control a
differently.
smaller
Hold
group.
on, time out, real fast. I don't even think of the feds as the government. I think of the lemmings and the bootlickers and the deep throat and the booters who are the actual government. Because if people stopped watching their TV and was anti-war and anti-huge spending, and they actually checked and balanced their government, then we would have what we would deserve. But instead, we have tyranny because that's what the people want.
I mean, yeah, I down with government. I mean, I don't like big spending either. I don't like spending at all, actually. No government spending.
Well, my thing is down with big government, like Cat in the Hat. You tell them, Kim Jong, no more big government. So I don't mind little government. Like, I don't want to put out fires in the middle of the night. So I'll divvy that out to the firefighters. Pay my taxes, right? I don't mind doing that. But as far as the cops, it seems to me that once you give somebody complete immunity, like the 1986 law that was passed, to where certain companies that we can't talk about on here got complete immunity from certain dog treats. The same thing happens to the cops with the qualified immunity that acts more like blanket impunity.
Quad, you're going crazy. My man pulled a Kobe. Does Quad ever go on VC?
What?
Said, have you ever heard Quad speak?
I don't think I have.
Interesting.
Oh no, I don't know. Look at the Aurora Borealis in that picture there. You know the
So
guy.
just to be,
Go ahead.
no, I was just about to ask, like, if they were gonna explain, because they were streaming or going to,
Explain what? I wasn't here for it.
like, they said that they were there to teach or not just to teach, but also to learn. But I think we got off topic. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. I've been in for so long that I tend to go off topic quite a bit. Other
No,
flat
you're
point
fine. I
it
mean,
out to me.
that's the vibe. I just
I
well,
tried
I
to
had to
bring
step
it
away
back,
for a
but you
bit.
interrupted me. So Quad, his image here of the Northern Lights, Aurora Borealis, the guy who correctly explained it, right? That the sun's electrons or the sun's light was interacting with the ions in the Earth's atmosphere. And he said that that's what's causing it. And they were like, "You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a conspiracy theorist," whatever words they used back then. But now it's like the accepted, everyday, known fact. Like, and it's okay. So I talk about paradigms a lot in the Kuhn cycle. The people that are the anti auditors on YouTube that get excited when somebody swats a journalist and that journalist gets arrested for recording on a public sidewalk. Like those people, if they lived in the 60s, those people would be the same ones getting excited when Martin Luther King gets beat up or Rosa Parks gets arrested, right? Those same type of people, because there's a thing called typology. Carl Jung spoke about it, right? So the same people that are like stuck in like Newtonian still to this day, they think it's like the end all be all and they don't accept Einstein or anything like that. Like they're stuck in like two paradigms back, basically. Because right now I think there's a huge paradigm shift. There really is a revolution. And I don't mean pitchforks and Molotov cocktails. I mean like the revolution of the mind with science right now. Like the crisis in cosmology is kind of circling the drain at this point, and it really is the Kuhn cycle. Like it's Kuhn talked about it. So the reason that flat earthers exist is not because of the failing of the school system to educate us, but the failing of the school system to dumb us down. And there was a study in the 1960s from NASA that showed before school, 98% of children are geniuses. And after school, there's only 2% of children that are still geniuses.
Well, that wouldn't
Anyway,
make any sense considering geniuses are considered as being significantly above average. So how do you have 98% of people above average?
before they're dumbed down with public education. Did you go to public school?
Yeah.
So did they teach you about law?
No, I just read about it myself.
Okay, so you went to a government school that didn't teach you anything about law, but yet ignorance is no excuse, right?
Well, that's actually not entirely true. I did take civics class. They taught you about constitutional laws, circuits. Yeah, no,
Oh, okay.
actually we did learn about law. That's a lie.
Okay. Well, I don't think they teach a lot of constitutional rights in public school these days. In fact, I got a video of a teacher talking about one of the things that she got wrote up for was how she always talked about constitutional law.
Wow.
Wait, what district is that?
I don't remember. I'll have to find the video, but she got reprimanded. One of the things on the list that she was doing was she was going off the curriculum and talking about, our God-given rights, basically, what you guys would call constitutional law.
Interesting.
So was she written up for deviating from the curriculum, or was she written up because she told them about like the Constitution?
Well,
Come on,
I don't
man.
know. I don't know, man.
You shouldn't even think about defending it.
Yeah, don't defend that, bro. Because see, my
No,
thing
no,
is,
I'm not. I was just trying to,
yeah, I mean, I'm
figure
with
out.
you. I don't know the exact answer either, right? But if you take a look at what school does, it's the Pavlov dog training. When the bell rings, you better be on time or you get detained. They don't use handcuffs quite yet, but they do have cops in
Right.
schools now, right? So if you get detained,
Yeah.
you might
Yeah.
even be incarcerated and go to like ISS, right? In school suspension, right? So they, keep you quarantined from the rest of the community, and they got you in this work camp instead of getting to walk around and have a little bit of freedom. You're even less of a free person. And tell me
This
the
is the most
difference between
cynical view of public school I've ever heard.
Dude,
No,
tell me
he's
the
right though. He's right though.
tell me the difference between high school and a prison. What's the difference?
You can call in
You're
sick.
trapped there
Yeah,
forever.
yeah, that's
I mean,
true.
until the time you have to go.
Sick.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think high school is like fundamentally, it sucks. I mean, I'm in high school. It sucks, but at the same time, it's like you got to get information and knowledge. I think that's like the cheapest way they do it. I don't know.
Yeah, but give
Like,
me a
what
reason
are the better
why.
ways you guys see?
Give me a reason why they give you homework. Is it because they
You can
can't
get
fit
them.
all the curriculum in within how many hours of school is one kid going?
It's like
Thir-
7.5 or something.
13 years?
7 or 8, yeah.
No, 13 years. They can't fit all the curriculum in to teach you how to be a business owner in that amount of time.
It's just to reinforce. That's why homework's there.
No, it's to keep you
Usually
busy. So you
homework
can't.
is like work that you either missed or like sometimes it's like just
That's not
like
my
the work that you want to do at home.
I'll
It's
tell you
super
what I
easy.
did. So I got a 60% on all my summatives, so I didn't have to do any of my formatives. So I got a 60% on all my classes because I just aced all the tests and didn't have to worry about homework. 'Cause I'm lazy as shit.
My friend's a 10th grade teacher, and he says his hands are tied behind his back, and he's so ready to quit.
Why? Because he can't teach that the Earth is flat.
He just can't teach, dude. You got to teach their curriculum, and that's that, right?
You're really low. I can barely hear you, so dude.
Turn them up to 200%. It's better.
He's being
Is this
subdued.
better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Subdued is being subdued by the state.
And I was fucking around with my desk, and I fucking must have hit the volume.
The reference for Larry's genius, statement is they measured. It's a based on a TED talk by Ken Robinson. Look it up. He was specifically talking.
Sorry, it's based on a 1960 NASA study.
This was about creativity, in particular. The one I saw, right? So, do they kill? Do schools kill creativity? Right. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not really going to argue over it. But yeah.
Yeah, I had heard that before. I looked it up and I was just trying to figure out where I'd heard it because it both rings true that you said something I'd heard before, but then Trigonometry Man brought up that they can't all be geniuses because that's not how genius works. But so whatever.
Yeah, it's like a statistical question, like the ones that you hear where it's like China has like, the country with like the most like geniuses, but that's like you're making a statement about quantity, not like as like a percentage, because like the percentage is roughly the same as literally anywhere else, just because they have so many people there.
A true innovation comes with freedom. There's this quote that I got on a hard drive. Oppenheimer, he's talking about how in order for science to be free, men have to be free to think what they want, say what they want, question what they want, and then if society is free to think as they please, then science will be free to explore as it pleases. And if you look at when this country was most free and most prosperous, they line up side by side. Like if you think about like the first industrial revolution, when people were just free to get out there and go do it, like business was just booming, crazy. And
I
then
also wouldn't say that so the majority of high school students. This is a stereotype, so hold on, bear with me. Majority of high school students are not going to be the people that want to research stuff outside of school, right? Like it's only really the nerds that care about looking about things, learning about things. So it's not because the reason that there's not more. If the claim is that there's not more flat earthers because government, I would say no, because the people who are curious enough to research the flat earth are the same people that were curious enough to do things outside of high school. Like it's all based on curiosity. It's just some people are, misled.
you said you're an anarchist, right?
Yeah.
So nobody has a higher claim over your life, liberty, or property than you, correct?
Yep, I agree.
Now, if you create a victim, then that person has the right to drag you into court, correct?
Yep.
If you refuse to contract with them and restore them to their former glory, right?
Yep.
So in a way, you do believe in government, but limited government.
Well, that's why I was saying yes, but I don't believe in courts.
Well, don't you think an elder should get together when someone harms another person and refuses to reconcile that person?
I would say non-aggression principle. I'm sure you know what that is.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if it's an accident? Like if you're in somebody and you just don't have the money to pay them, that person has the right to drag you in front of an elder and say, "Look, I know that he can't pay me now, but I need to get an order for the next time he tries to sell a house or something that I got the lien on him. I get first in line, first in time payment."
Yeah, and then if that person denies that payment, violates a contract, so you could agree to sign a contract with the person that isn't able to pay you now. Say, I'll pay you X amount with X amount of interest for not paying it immediately. Doesn't have to involve government.
Yeah, but you're talking about someone being reasonable, bro. There's unreasonable people that have to be
unreasonable
forced.
people can't hold on. Unreasonable people can't be held up to the same standards as reasonable judgment, right? So unreasonable people exist, but they're the vast minority, and we shouldn't be basing a reasonable society off a small amount of unreasonable people. Vast minority, in fact.
I think if you look at the amount of the American debt increase over the past 4 years, I think you'll find that most people are those unreasonable people that have extremely high credit card debt, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that's just because stupid American finance, right? People think that credit cards are meant to not be paid off on time every month, right? People think it's just meant to collect a balance.
Wait, so you guys like as
Wait,
an
wait.
anarchist?
Hold on, Larry. You're talking about personal debt or federal debt?
Personal debt.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we're not really responsible for the federal debt because, well, I guess if you're voting, then you are. But for those of us
Like,
who
you're talking about individuals with like really bad credit. I'm
Are
guessing.
you against voting too, Larry?
No, I
Do
don't
you not
vote. No, I don't vote.
Based. Nice.
Yeah, there's no point.
Are
in
you
voting.
against voting, trigonometry man?
Yep. See, this is why I love flat earthers sometimes, man.
Why are you against voting?
Why are you against voting?
It's immoral.
Sure.
Why do you think I have the right to force upon somebody else to do something? I don't think I have that right.
Let me sum up libertarianism for you
Like,
guys. who are
voting is
not
basically the majority of people gathering up and being like, "I want this guy to run the government."
control
or
my neighbor. I want this guy to enforce this on my neighbor.
Yep. That's not very cool, is it?
Do you view it
And you're
perhaps from a
hold
point
on.
of view, or like is there like a
Ask me a
reality where you could who me?
I said, "Can I ask my
I
question?"
know everyone wants to talk to me. Hold on, everyone.
Yeah, come on, man. I know. We know he has abs and stuff. Come on, guys. One at a time. All right, anyway. So in your anarchist worldview, then everyone's like just lives on their own, and there's no president, no hierarchy, or what?
No, it's just contractual society, right? So
Contractual society.
Yep.
Yeah, nobody makes a farmer farm. He just does it because it's supply and demand.
He just does it. What about a military? How does a military work?
Everybody has guns. We're all the military.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Since
That's a really shitty country. Okay, so
yeah, but try to
there's problems
overthrow it
with that.
if they're united.
Which one's faster to mobilize? United States military, or you think all the collective individuals across the world if you're to start a conflict? And there would be no profit incentive. There's actually profit incentive to stop war for individuals and companies.
The U.S. military is going to be very responsive to most anything before people would get organized.
They profit
Or
off
everywhere.
the conflict. They profit off the conflict. They want it to continue.
Oh yeah. But your question was who would respond quicker? It's got to be the U.S. military. Yeah,
exactly.
But the
And when you
military
have,
industrial
when you have a bunch of
complex is
civilians-
a business. Yeah.
Yep.
When you have a
So
bunch of civilians going around with guns, obviously in your anarchist worldview, it's not really
not just guns.
structured. It's not as structured as the U.S.
Tanks,
military would be.
It
tanks,
can be
aircraft.
structured. It's
Oh,
decentralized.
Yep.
decentralized. Explain it.
So with the U.S. military, Biden has the nuke codes. Everything's centralized around the Pentagon. With like, let's say one of the most libertarian states, let's say Texas or Montana or Michigan or something. Somebody bust out a fight in one of our towns. What do you think all those thirsty veterans are going to do? Like they're going to show up like next to immediately, and some of them are going to be in the area, and it is actually going to be immediately, and they're going to squash whatever little rebellion the people shedding the blood of the innocent is.
Hmm. Well, in that worldview, also, I mean, first of all, I think the military wouldn't be as structured as the actual formal military. I don't think it'd be as formal or as structured.
That's the thing.
Um,
Guerrilla warfare is far more effective
Yeah.
than lined up armies.
No, sure. Guerrilla warfare is pretty effective, but I'm saying like if Russia or like say China were to get here, let's say that they can like get past the sea and they're just here. They have a more structured government, rather than you have like a people. Obviously, it's guerrilla warfare, but you have people everywhere just shooting guns from all sorts of places. I think a more structured government is going to be able to handle things better.
Well,
So who do you
if
think would
also,
win?
hold
Who do you
on,
think would win?
time out.
China? All right, yeah.
Time out. If China and Russia were to land in the United States, would they land in Florida, Texas, New York, or California? Where would you land?
I'm saying if they were to spawn. I'm saying if they were to spawn here.
No, you got to make land.
Like just think about the equipment that everyone has to have. Like, is everyone going to have good equipment? How
You
is
would
that
want
going
to
to
do
work?
it.
That's going to
You
need
would
a
want to do it
military
in
industrial
California.
complex.
You would want to do it in California where people don't have guns.
Okay. What? That's fine. I'm just saying, like, you'd have to have some sort of formal military of some sort, because if you don't, I mean, you have people lacking experience. You're gonna just run into a whole lot of problems. Although, like, I get the guerrilla warfare is gonna be like effective in some ways.
This is why people, private individuals and companies need IFVs and tanks and planes, man.
And also, how would the law system work? How would the law work?
What do you mean?
How would the law work?
That's another thing. The military has to go by the Geneva Convention. Us U.S. people, us Texans, we didn't sign no contract and no Geneva Convention. So we're going to
That means the Geneva Convention does not also apply back to you. So your enemy doesn't have to apply to
it doesn't apply to me.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, if you're not using the Geneva Convention or you're not adhering to it, then your enemy probably isn't as well.
Well, Geneva
if they have a
Convention
more
is only
formal
for-
structure, they can start using chemical weapons like VX and Aviation and stuff, and it's gonna be pretty bad.
Well, the chemists are going to get together with the good old
anarchist
boys.
worldview is kind of like going back in time a little bit. So I think like things are going to just be a little bit more chaotic.
You know what anarchy?
Yeah, I think I technically would be sympathetic to the like, you know, like the crypto or cyber libertarian or techno anarchist, like, you know, bent to that, which is obviously a modern, or would be like a modern interpretation of like, I guess, like libertarianism. So I mean, so I there are some people I think that, you know, you can call them like primitivists, right? Like that are much more like, hey, we need to like basically like return the monkey. But like my understanding is that like most libertarians like embrace like some form of technological advancement, some form of like societal advancement. So, or at least that's my understanding. I don't know. I could be wrong.
What happens with the law? How would the law work?
Well, if you know we're in the middle of an invasion, the U.S. Constitution.
See, I'm saying like how would the law work? Like when if I kill someone or like
trying to explain it to you. The U.S. Constitution is suspended, and we would be under martial law. So they could grab people like you and throw you on the front line, and it wouldn't be illegal, right? Because you know you're almost of age, right? So people like me wouldn't be, you know, down for getting rounded up. So might be a little harder. but the law is suspended whenever there's a crisis. That's why they're always manufacturing some sort of cat fight 19, 20, 21, 22. You know, they're always trying
How
to
would you handle people that
manufacture.
didn't want to fight? How would you handle people that like didn't have the
Well,
morale to fight?
that's what the chemists are. The chemists would be bringing us, technology. Like you said, if they start using gas and stuff like that, the chemists will be helping the good old boys. There's
I'm saying, but if you're like an anarchist, you don't believe in authority, you can't become an authority to tell someone you have to fight, you have to do this. So therefore, people can kind of adhere to themselves. And if like one
if
part
we
of
got
the like
invaded,
anarchist country, hold
hold
on,
by China,
if one part of like the anarchist country didn't want to fight, they wouldn't have to fight.
yeah, they were called
It was
Canadians back in the day, right? The ones that didn't want to fight the crown, so they got to go. And I think the quote was, "If you don't want to be here and be part of us, you know, kick the dust off your sandals and get out of here. And hopefully we can forget that you ever called yourself our countryman," or something like that.
pro Civil War erupts then.
Well, I'm
That's on
pro
YouTube.
peace. I'm 100% pro peace. Like, if peace is possible, that's why I hate the government, because their only fucking job is to negotiate for peace with other countries. That's we're talking geopolitically. Of course, their only job is to secure our borders, our rights, and our property. But other than that, their only job is to negotiate for peace. So anytime we're at war, our government has completely failed us.
So wait, are you in favor of like borders in that case, or not?
Yeah, you like borders too. You don't want nobody coming in your house in the middle of the night, stealing your wife or your life, right? Is your skin
I
your
think in
border?
an anarchist, like
Hold on,
the
hold on,
problem
Matt.
with
Hold on,
anarchism.
hold on, Matt. So Ben, you don't want anybody stealing your butthole, do you?
Steal it. I'm without my permission.
Right.
I don't.
Do you believe in borders too? Got it.
It would have to be a consent-based
I think
thing.
the
Well, no, the
problem.
reason I'm asking is because a lot of
Consent.
well,
I
no,
agree.
like there are some that are like, hey, the idea that a person can own, like if you reject the idea of a state in and of itself, right? Then having a border system like what we have, like what other countries have, is I just know that it's up for debate in some libertarian circles. I wasn't sure where you landed, so
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
the thing
I
with
like borders.
anarchism, Ben. The thing with anarchism, Ben, is I think if you try to make an anarchist society work in the 21st century, you're gonna somewhat be like modern America. Like you're gonna have to like somewhat, be like we are now. Like for example, like when if someone wants to own like a bazooka or an RPG, like you're gonna have gangs. I think you're gonna have more gangs as well because you're gonna have people that kind of like come up with each other and try to like be more powerful than others, and there's no real structured law or government, so anyone can kind of adhere to themselves, and it's like it's like the Wild West or some shit.
You just have one.
so you would take the anti-anarchist you take the anti-anarchist perspective, right?
Yeah, I'm anti-anarchist for sure, or anarchism.
Okay.
I just don't think
the government is just one big gang, right? Like they just come to your house and ask for protection money.
Yeah,
at
it would
least
be
the
bad if
government's
your
like
motor. Hold on. It would be
structure.
bad. It would be bad if your motorcycle and boat disappeared if you didn't pay your dues. Oh, that's the IRS. Sorry, I thought we were talking about like mobsters from the 1940s.
Look, I'm not a bootlicker quad. It's just that I think that I'm like generally thinking logically. Like anarchism is a lawlessness. Like who's gonna hold me or my gang responsible if we go out and we just commit lots of crimes like the other people?
That's not anarchy. That's not anarchy. It's not lawlessness. Anarchy simply means no rulers.
Yeah.
Well,
so like the
like a
state of lawlessness
rejection
political
of
disorder
like unjust
due to the absence
hierarchy,
of
right?
government authority. That's what anarchism is.
Well, I mean, my understanding is it would be more in favor of like some type of decentralization or a primary rejection of like unjust hierarchies, right? Which in this case could be like a state entity or like a government, right? So
I'll tell you
I think
what
a lot of anarchists would say that that's unjust.
What anarchy is where we say, okay, there's not going to be any more building of these giant monolithic structures where they have like way too much volume in this building made of like extremely expensive rocks and bricks and only one little desk. Right? We wouldn't do that anymore. We would take that money that, people build the roads, and they wouldn't build them because they're being paid by the government. They would just build them because they need to be built, and everything would be under contract. So what contract is like the meeting of the mind. Like everything would be contractual. Instead of forced contract, that would disappear. That's all it means, basically. Our roads
I mean,
would
you can
be
argue that if a
We used to
contract
have
is
a bunch
forced,
of
then it's
contracts.
not. You can argue if a contract is forced, it's not really a contract because contracts require consideration.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Government is not contractual.
Yeah, so I
it's
mean,
forced money.
would you so how would law be in an anarchist America?
Oh yeah, there would definitely be laws and consequences. Yeah,
There'd
if
be
you
law. There'd
violate
be laws,
someone's,
like depending on state and shit too.
not state, but if you steal someone's property or damage, if you cause any man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss, there will be consequences. The number one consequence will probably be exile.
Who would be the judge? Who's to judge you?
The elderly, the wise men and women.
Elderly.
Yeah.
So if I steal someone's, like, I don't know, TV from their house, I just commit burglary or whatever.
Yeah, if they don't kill you.
How am I going to be and I get caught on like CCTV? What's going to happen to me?
If they
Who's
don't
going to catch
kill
me?
you, they're going to arrest you and take you before a trial of the elders. And if you're found to be
A
guilty,
child of
punishment,
the elders. A trial of the elders.
trial of the elders. People
Okay.
that are innocent, third party, not interested, and they would decide if you did right or wrong. And the punishment could be, severe as death, or it could be leniency like whipping, like maybe 30 lashes, or you could be exiled.
Like maybe 30 lashes.
Yeah, for your
Okay.
first time.
So there's going to be some sort of structure where you get taken into some sort of court where there's some sort of judge, and there are going to be basically jurors, basically the American justice system, except for the lashes and
elders,
stuff.
elders. They're going to decide your
like
fate.
what, old people? Old people?
Yeah,
They're called
old,
elders? Yeah.
old people that are chill and are not emotionally attached and don't really give a fuck.
Basically, like, except for the old people part, basically jurors that we have in America, basically.
Sort of like that, yeah. But they probably wouldn't turn you into a slave. They would probably just kick you out. See, here we're doing 13th Amendment slaves. So the 13th Amendment says involuntary servitude or slavery is going to be illegal, except if someone's duly convicted by a jury of their peers. So every convict, that convict is double speak for slave, because they go to concentration camps and they're worked for little to no money that they spend at the commissary, which is modern day slavery. It never ended, it's just renamed. We have more slaves than any other country.
Sure. But I mean, it's not really slavery at that point. You kind of give your right to be free when you commit a crime.
Hold on. Let's put it. I actually looked this up the other day because I was talking to my son about this because it was a trick question. Slavery illegal. It is. There are several states that have actually outlawed slavery, like legit. The difference is forced labor, right? If you force the convicts to have labor, that constitutes slavery. So if Larry says, "Okay, we're going to make my people make license plates or clean up highway trash," that is slavery. If you just incarcerate them, that's not slavery. Sorry to jump in there, but that's the difference.
The thing about me,
Pretty sure I don't know if I'm right or wrong about this part.
If you give me an option to lock me up for 23 hours a day, or to go work, I'm obviously going to go work. I couldn't sit still for 23 hours. I'd go crazy.
Yeah, I looked it up the other day. Funny, it came up. So that's
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark G. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark G. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure convicts aren't forced to work, but they're given the option to for like a little bit of money.
I think some are forced. Yeah, I think that's the slavery part.
But I mean, I think regardless, when you commit a crime, obviously you give your rights of freedom. I think that's the most obvious thing in the world. Pretty sure the same thing happens in your anarchist world. How would the police be running around? I think you'd have to have a structured police system, obviously EMS, stuff like that. Someone shoots another guy, police need to show up. It's not like you're gonna have a renegade of gangs like it's Africa or something that's gonna be pulling up
Well,
in like
we
some
have
Jeep and
gangs
some guys in
now.
the back.
We have gangs now.
Or we have gangs now.
Of course, because hazy and smoggy out in California.
Hey, heretic. Okay.
So just tell me how that would work, like police and stuff.
Yeah, people would get together and have neighborhood watch type things, and we would obviously have some sort of way to communicate with each other, whether it's blowhorns or whatever. And if somebody started acting crazy, we would stop them. Because in the anarchist worldview, it's not that you have the right to carry a gun; it's that you have a duty to protect everyone.
So someone starts going around acting crazy. There's a structured, like, okay, again, those people are going to obviously need to be paid. The people who are going to be rocking around patrolling. So in that sense, obviously, there's going to be some sort of structure there, right? I don't think for every neighborhood you're going to have those people, because those people in the neighborhood need to work. So you're going to end up with some sort of police type of government that we have now.
Probably be like.
Not necessarily. No.
Hold on, obvious. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say not necessarily. No. Yeah, I think the
How?
big
How?
issue
How would it
when we discuss these topics, these ideologies, is you're
I can
thinking
barely
about
hear you, obvious.
my mic pulling up.
Yeah, your mic
Your
is
mic's
a little
messing up.
staticky.
All right, Lara, you take over.
What he was saying is that you don't actually have to pay people. These things would just kind of pop up where there would be staggering shifts of 2 dudes doing 2 hours and then going to bed at like midnight, and the next guy doing like midnight to 2. And it would just like naturally form, because nature abhors a vacuum, right? So these sort of things would naturally like take care of themselves. What the problem is with government, hold on. What the problem is with government is they keep doing things that we didn't ask them to do.
So two dudes are going to be taking up shifts that they're going to be paid for, right?
No, it's part of the duty.
It's part of the duty? I mean, who's going to be taking up shifts that they're not going to get paid for? In what world does that happen?
In a free society, free men have duties.
Well, the idea is if you don't, stand guard, he's not going to stand guard. You need to stand guard so that somebody else will stand guard. You can go to sleep, right?
And then what ends up winning is an actual structure of just police. People get paid. This is the problem.
Well,
if you live in that sort of world, you're also going to be in a pretty a massive.
Hold on.
What's it called?
I'm not an anarchist, but I'll tell you that the anarchist would view that once you start incorporating large structures, those large structures can be corrupted and repurposed for things like war, right? So, for example, without a central bank, we couldn't go to war, right? Without a central bank printing money, war would be almost impossible. All in there.
Because war is extremely expensive. And once you run out of money, then you have a really high chance of your country getting conquered. So the way that it is right now, in the past 100 years, our dollar has devalued by probably like 98, 99%. So they just keep printing the money until it's not worth anything. And you have like what's it called? The Weimar Republic? It's like early.
Yeah, hyperinflation.
Yeah. So these centralized banks are really like the root of all of our problems. So when people say the system, they're talking about the Federal Reserve System. These centralized banks are private banks. So it's like a private cartel. Private meaning that it's not a government that owns it. It's like individuals who own the printing presses. And these banksters want to start wars because they own the bandage factories and the bullet factories and the banks that loan out the money at interest that get paid back with real estate, real property. It's a Ponzi scheme.
Well, just to be clear, in the United States, they're private. They're a system of private banks. In other countries, they are part of government.
Yeah, but the IMF loans out money to Africa. Africa can't pay it back.
Yeah, you got
what do they pay it back with?
Bank of America.
Well, I'm not worried
Race.
about the IMF. I'm worried about China too, right? The Belt and Road stuff. But yeah, same thing.
So the answer is what they pay it back with is real property.
Yes.
I'm just saying. I think overall, if you start asking people, and like, I know this is your worldview or whatever, but if you start asking people whether or not they would want to live in anarchist America or just modern America, they'd probably choose modern America. Some dude probably doesn't want to run some shifts about police that he's not going to be getting paid for. Obviously, you need all those people to be trained and all that sort of stuff, and it's just I think you're going to run into a lot of problems in general.
Okay, is there no problems
Lack
in
of
America
structure.
that you can think of?
There's plenty of problems. I think in anarchist America, you're probably going to have even more problems. Like you're going to have things less structured. I think society has gotten better ever since we've started structuring things more and started compartmentalizing things more. That's how it's always been, right?
Dude,
Like since the
our
caveman, there
grandparents
was less structure, and now we have more structure than any time ever. So
our grandparents could work a minimum wage job, put themselves through college, buy a brand new car every 5 years, and buy a house with one man working, and you think things are getting better.
Yep, but Larry, let me counter that argument a little bit, right? So you said that you equated prosperity to more freedom in America, which I'll accept it generally. But one of the biggest areas of prosperity for America was after World War II, right? Because we bombed the shit out of everyone else who could make anything. So the only factories that were producing products that could be bought were in the United States, and we deployed our Navy all over the world to secure shipping routes. Right, and we're stepping back from that now, but basically since World War II, we've been the guarantor, the global guarantor of safe trade, right? So that era of prosperity, unfortunately, was on the back of a lot of dead people after World War II. So I think it was an artificial time. I'll stop there.
Well, let's look at Iran for a minute. They didn't want to get involved in World War I or World War II. They wanted to be neutral, and they were drug into these conflicts. If countries like Iran would not have been drug into these conflicts, wouldn't have they had also been filthy rich and in the same place that we were in, capable of policing the seas and making sure that commerce goes? Because it's either commerce or war.
Well, they weren't in a position to capitalize because they didn't have industrial capacity that the United States did, right?
Because of World War I and World War II.
No, they did not have. The United States is blessed in all sorts of ways with natural resources and area and all this. Iran just isn't. But they have some gas and some oil, but not like the United States does.
Why do you think
We're
they
still
got
the world's
drug
largest oil producer? I think.
in? I don't know. So Iran is interesting because they haven't attacked another country up until recently for like 250 years. Can America
They
say
didn't
that?
start they did do the Iran-Iraq war.
Well, yeah, there was fighting in the region, but it wasn't like they were attacking other countries. So who was in charge of Iraq? Our puppet Saddam until he went rogue? So of course there's going to be war in the region.
Well, I mean, look, the Iranians and the Iraqis have the Shia and Sunni hated each other since since the time of Muhammad, right, or shortly thereafter.
Right, but the Shia usually don't attack people. Did Yemen attack Saudi Arabia or Saudi Arabia attack Yemen?
Yeah, I'm not sure who did that first, but I was talking about you were talking about Iran-Iraq, right? That was a very, very bloody war for I don't even know, was it 10, 15 years, whatever it was. I mean, there's a whole generation of Iranians missing.
Well, I'm pro peace. I think that peace should always be on the table. And when you got people like that Zelensky dumbass who won't even come to the peace talks, I think that people like that's high treason against your country.
Yeah. I mean, not that the demands for peace from Russia are going to be pretty crazy harsh, more limiting than.
You should at least try.
Yeah, I agree.
Not trying to come to terms is a sin against your countrymen who are fighting and dying in the trenches because you have ego.
Obviously, in that worldview as well, we're gonna fend for ourselves and not help like our allies or something, or not have any allies, right?
Wait, is Waddle there? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt whatever's going on here.
You're good, bro.
So we're all flat earthers.
So wait, what do we? What oh, is this flat Earth thing?
You're kind
That's
of
dope.
interrupting now, though. So yeah,
Yes.
I don't know what Zelensky has to add to our country. I don't know what Ukraine provides for us. Maybe you could fill me in. We've given them 100 billion. What have they given us?
I'm not really like in view of like supporting Ukraine. I don't really care about Ukraine that much at all. But I'm just
Okay,
saying in
'cause I thought
general, like we
allies
help
like
our
I
allies
thought
in
allies
general.
do
And
stuff
we,
for
I
each
mean,
other.
a
What?
part of.
I thought it was
I'm
the
not
Same
arguing
thing
two-way
that
with
street.
same thing that Korea and Vietnam did. They're
This
just
voice
proxy
channel
wars,
was
of course.
about flat Earth.
So yeah, if anybody wanted to tell me what Israel or Saudi Arabia has done for the United States,
I mean, like I'm not saying about Ukraine in general. I'm just saying like with our allies. Do you believe we're going to be in NATO with that, or not in NATO, or?
I'm just wondering what other countries have done for us.
So I'm gonna take that
Well,
as that
I
we
can
don't
talk about Saudi
NATO.
Arabia, by the way.
Okay, they've enforced the petrodollar. What else?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So Nixon basically threatened to invade Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia said, "Okay, we'll do the petrodollar if you give us jets, right, or military stuff, right?" So that's it. That's basically what it is. Is that they've enabled? So the petrodollar. This plays to you, Larry. So you'll like this. You probably already know it. The petrodollar enables us to keep printing money because it increases the demand for money, right? So it enables, of course, Nixon went off the gold standard and all that, but it enables the whole Ponzi scheme to continue. But it's, of course, ending now with the alternative currencies.
You sound like a conspiracy theorist. Nixon only took us off of the gold standard temporarily.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know about how Nixon threatened Saudi Arabia, right? That it was really, really amazing.
No.
With Kissinger. It's fascinating stuff.
Why does that not surprise me? The angel of death.
Oh, yeah. They wrote, well,
Kissinger
the way
like
they
die a few months ago.
the way they did it was they wrote think pieces about possible in these military magazines, essentially, right? They wrote all these think pieces about how the U.S. could invade Saudi Arabia, right? How it would work, how they would take over the oil fields. It's really amazing, and those were all seeds planted by Kissinger.
There's not a lot of people that I hate. That guy was definitely one of them. I hate that guy. When people say, "Does the devil put on a suit and go to work?" I'm like, "Yeah, he's been in the White House for like the past 50 years."
I said no.
And yeah, I'm not saying he's the horn and pitchfork guy. I'm saying that Henry Kissinger is literally your adversary. That's what Hasatan means. Your adversary. But we still got Soros, right? And just because one dies doesn't mean that they're not going to fill his place with someone else.
Yeah, you cut off one head and all that, you know.
Yeah. A Hydra. Hydra. Oh. That means water, right? The commerce, the sea. So for all you people that have been studying law. Probably isn't very many, but if the Bible says we're supposed to obey the law of the land, where does it say we're supposed to obey the law of the water?
Oh man, you really got us. You showed it. That you're onto something.
Bro, you're a heathen. You don't even know what that means.
Saying you're
What if I told you there's a water level on top of the mountain in Colorado, the highest point in the United States? Why would that be there? Water marker on the mountain in Colorado? What the fuck is that doing there?
What are your thoughts on Jack Parsons, Larry?
Oh yeah, got that guy. The competing Satanist with Aleister Crowley, the occultist, the guy who was hanging out
What is
with
he?
L. Ron Hubbard and Disney. Yeah, nothing to see there, right? The
How are you
founder.
guys so old to know who the hell Jack Parsons even was?
I wasn't around. I know about Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL.
Wait, so he's a fucking Satanist. How?
He's a
So he
dude.
worked on rocket research from 1934 to 1938. Early life. Wait.
They tell you this stuff.
He was part of a rocket research group. Personal life, philosophy and beliefs. He okay. Ooh. Through his reading of the Golden Bow, he worked in comparative mythology by a Scottish social anthropologist. Religious beliefs. Talks about the fear of incompetence. Oh, it's dilemma. Dilemma is a Western esoteric, occult, social, or spiritual philosophy, as well as a new religious movement that was founded in the early 1900s. That's interesting. And it sure looks weird. It looks Satanist-like.
See, what you don't understand is all this stuff is basically
It's
what your
Dilemma's
worldview.
almost like what's it called? Basically believe in do whatever you want your own
Right.
life type of shit.
It's the same thing that the Southern Baptists say, once saved, always saved. But the way that Aleister Crowley said it is, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. So you can do whatever you want, and it's not going against God's law. But yeah, this goes back to Aleister Crowley and the society with Madame Blavatsky, Helena Blavatsky, So it says here, Jack Parson was one of the most influential figures in the history of the American space program. He was also a Marxist and stood accused of espionage. Had a deep fascination with the occult. His interest in the supernatural went too far. Blah blah blah. Fully embraced the teachings of Ordo Templis Orientis, a central hub for Aleister Crowley's spiritual and religious philosophy, Thelema. Aleister Crowley taught that the themalist central ambition was to achieve a higher state of existence by embracing one's true will or one's ultimate purpose beyond selfish ego.
Yeah, he
They
also
perform
was anti-authoritarian and anti-capitalist.
Yeah, he was a communist. Trying to find the part where they're going to talk about L. Ron Hubbard, the Scientology guy. He's in here somewhere, I bet.
I don't know, man. Here's the devil part, Satan's part.
Do you not know who Aleister Crowley is?
And we're talking about Jack Parsons, right?
Yeah, who was following Aleister Crowley?
Who the hell is Aleister Crowley?
The goat fucker? Aleister Crowley is where
Goat
you
fucker.
get. Yes.
Don't tell me he actually fucked goats.
Yeah, bro. So Aleister Crowley is where you get the idea of green little aliens. Look up Aleister Crowley and type in LAM, Lam. Lam was a little green alien who came to him at the pyramids. After he did some seances, he met Lam and some really weird shit.
That's weird. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. And what was the evidence that Jack Parsons was following this dude?
He was well known. They were contemporaries. They hung out with each other. You can find pictures of them together. And L. Ron Hubbard, I think, was like his roommate at one time. The Scientology guy.
The one thing with this, though, although this is obviously pretty weird shit, well, with the Aleister Crowley shit, is that, like, okay, Jack Parsons met the weird guy, but he also did his own work. He was anti-authoritarian or anti-capitalist and all this sort of stuff. So it's like, yeah, people meet weird people. Let's make him a Satanist.
Okay. So I guess you think that he was like a Christian or whatever?
Oh, and he's definitely not a Christian, but would you have to be a Christian to make rockets and do research and do science and be a
Dude,
chemist?
he literally summoned the devil when he was a kid, and it scared him, and he stopped doing it for a few years. He stopped for a few years, and then started doing it again.
Who?
Jack Parsons. He did seances. He summoned the devil. This was pretty big back in the day. Not a lot of people realize it because a lot of it's went underground. But these spiritualists back in the day would get together, and like a lot of the government was involved in it. They would like summon the devil and all kinds of weird shit.
So they do at Bohemian Grove and all that.
Yep. Here it is.
I
L.
mean,
Ron
so
Hubbard. Eventually, Parson would rent out a room in the parsonage of the U.S. naval officer and science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard. Right here.
So we could safely say that Christianity had no part in funding of or founding of NASA or.
Well, NASA was founded by the Paperclip?
Propulsion Labs.
No, it was founded by Operation Paperclip. The Nazi scientists who were taken from Germany and brought to America and given immunity. Some of them were technically Christian. You can see on Werner von Braun, the original head of NASA, on his tombstone, Psalms 1, where it talks about the firmament.
I thought the Jet Propulsion Labs was like the precursor to NASA.
Well, it might have
Well, they're
been.
trying to say that Jack Parsons was like a Satanist. I mean, yeah, he was riding around with the Satanist guy, or he was cool with him, or whatever. And he also believed in like some weird beliefs, but I don't know. Trying to say that he's a part of like
Dude, do you know what sex magic is?
well, you kind of described it in the
Yeah.
word. They believed
Yeah.
in like having sex and some weird divine connection.
They did some weird stuff, bro. Some really weird fucking shit.
That's weird. That's weird. I must admit to you, that's weird. But that's if like
They did shit we can't
that's
talk
like
about in this Discord.
that's like if you believe like that
Yeah,
sex
sorry
magic
about
is even a thing.
Yeah,
Like, that's
we're
if you believe in like
we should probably stop
spirituality and
talking
shit.
about it.
That's
Yeah,
what we're
sorry.
trying to tell you, man. They did.
Yeah, and Nazis and Satanists and L. Ron Hubbard and Aleister Crowley, like these were the people that put together NASA.
Yeah, these were a lot of the foundational starts, but like you're kind of ad homing him a little bit.
No, I'm
People said
reporting
something
on the
about
truth.
sure, dude. He wasn't really a Satanist, but
What do you call people that have like seances and summon the devil and
well, in the Wikipedia that I read, it didn't say anything about him summoning the devil. But I'm just saying, like,
Dude.
even if he did say the shit,
Dude, you are a cow and you're in the Wikipedia fence. Please do your best to think outside of the box and become a man and don't limit yourself to Wikipedia.
well, I mean, some of the things you said were in the Wikipedia, right? But like other things, like that you mentioned, weren't really in there. I don't know.
Did I not post my links? I thought I was sharing them with you guys.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he. I mean, let's just take it for granted that he did do like a little weird shit. And he was like satanic a little bit. I don't know, man. Like, does this make NASA a satanic? You think everyone in NASA is like a satanic?
I didn't say that, bro.
Weirdo now. Like that's the thing, though. Like, I mean, what's this supposed to prove?
I didn't say that. Do you think that nobody was a Nazi that worked for NASA?
Well, no, of course they were. Operation Paperclip. I'm aware of it. What was that name's dude? Von Braun or whatever his name was that helped them a lot, and they glorified him and shit. Sure, I mean you might as well be on the moon, but I don't think that NASA's also Nazi now because of that. Obviously, that they did use the Nazis to go to the moon and to expand their knowledge and technology and shit. There's like moral problems with that, right? But at the same time, that's something that they did. A lot of the Nazis were Christians. They claimed to be Christians. A lot of people in history are claimed to be Christians, and they or like do slavery or with the Nazis. You know what they did, so it's like, you know. It is weird. No, I'll say that it is weird. You know, like the whole satanic, but he wasn't really the founder of NASA. He was dead way before NASA came along. Why do they keep posting that the drone where the Iranian president is likely dead? Like, we know he's dead. He was on that plane. Boom, dead.
Because they want everybody speaking about it.
They want everyone to know. They want everyone and their mothers to wake up.
They want everybody rattling back and forth at each other over it.
Imagine having a president on a helicopter.
Why is that?
That's the
far-fetched?
first.
You wouldn't take a a jet for like a 50-mile journey, 100 miles.
I'm not
Take a
saying take
heli.
a jet for a 50-mile journey, but I don't know, man. I think a helicopter is just it's
Yeah,
just
what's wrong with that?
I just think it's a shit way to carry the president. That's all. Probably more susceptible to like attacks as well on a helicopter. I don't know if he had any security or how the crash happened, but I don't know. I just think it's shitty. You're obviously susceptible to attacks on ground, but I don't know. I thought it'd be more safer for him.
Yeah, well, we already know it was no accident, so doesn't matter what the mode of transportation was. His time was up.
Time was up. It's likely that it probably was a fucking accident, though. Who knows, really, but it probably was an accident.
Even if it isn't, their country is going to use this as a means to further the military industrial complex of their nation. And they're going to borrow money from banksters.
It could have been.
And
I
their
know,
young
like
men will
I know, like
die.
the first thing we want to say when like a president dies of some weird shit is like, oh, like yeah, he definitely was killed, but there's also actually was in a helicopter crash that happened. Like especially because like nothing's been reported of like an attack or like a missile, a strike or some shit. It probably was a general accident. But I mean, whether or not it was an inside job is another thing, but whether or not it was external or like Israel, I doubt it was Israel.
Not our concern. Bigger issues to fry. Let the rest of the server talk about that event for the next 3 weeks.
I can barely hear you, obvious.
I'm saying just let the rest of the server talk about that event, non-stop for the next like 3 weeks.
So the more Parsons read Crowley's writings, because Parsons went to Crowley's church, the more he believed that the Lima magic was a force that could be explained through quantum physics, that science and magic were one and the same, and that in some regards, science often does feel like a sort of magic. It is incredible the things we can do now, from transplanting organs to exploring the stars and distant planets. They couldn't do that then. Finding ways to turn sunlight into energy. I'm going to post this. So he was definitely going to his church and reading his writings.
Who?
JPL, Jack Parsons, was going to Aleister Crowley's church. Parson donating the bulk of his salary to Crowley and the lodge's endeavors recruiting new people into the church, his personal life was starting to fall apart. Uh-oh, looks like he started dating his... Ugh, that's not good. Oh, and they had a child. That's not good. Jack led fairy hunts.
Why did Jack Parsons die so young?
I don't know. There's controversy behind it.
Hmm?
There's controversy behind it.
He was only what, like 40 something? He was 37.
So the FBI began to investigate the lodge on the basis of, quote, black magic cult, unquote, involved in weird stuff with young members.
So
yeah.
Aleister Crowley was the founder of Telema, and he was Parsons' spiritual mentor. That's interesting.
Yeah, Thelema.
Lima. Spiritual mentor. So how do they say he died?
I don't know.
In an explosion. In a home laboratory. Hold on. Death in 1952. He decided to travel to Mexico, both for vacation, on June 17, 1952, a day before their planned departure. Parsons received a rush order of explosives for a film set, or to work on it in his home laboratory. An explosion destroyed the lower part of the building, during which Parsons sustained mortal wounds. His right forearm was amputated, his legs and arms were broken, and a leg hole was torn in the right side of his face. Despite these critical injuries, Parks was found conscious by the upstairs lodgers. He tried to communicate with the arriving ambulance workers, who rushed him to the Huntington Memorial Hospital, where he was declared dead approximately 37 minutes after the explosion. When his mother,
guess what?
Ruth, learned. That's interesting.
The flat earthers are going to love this. Interestingly, Parsons did testify to a closed federal court that the moral philosophy of Thelema was both anti-fascist. Oh shit! NASA was founded by Antifa guys. Oh, Antifa.
He
Jack
died in a
Parsons.
laboratory explosion. Tough.
Jack Parsons was anti-fascist, guys. Oh, weirdos, man. And all the stuff that they were doing, oh man, they were definitely weirdos.
So he took a tragic L.
That's not all he took.
How old are you, Larry? Hopefully you're
40.
not 50.
42.
You're 40s. You're not that old. 40 what?
42.
I'm 42.
42 is pretty old, man.
That's pretty old.
Your youth
Older
is
than
gone,
Jack
man.
Parsons. Can you believe that? You lived like more years than him.
Well, I'm not playing with explosives, so that makes sense.
You got kids, Larry?
I've grown children.
Grandchildren? What the fuck?
No, I have grown children. My children are grown.
That's what's
Oh, I thought you said grandchildren. I was like, what the fuck?
The possibility. My oldest is married.
How old is your oldest?
I don't want to get into all that. I usually don't talk about my children.
Uh,
But married and old enough to get pregnant.
Married.
Yeah.
Married is crazy.
They took my dog. And technically it was her dog, but whatever. The same day that she took my dog, I had to bury one of my cats.
Well, all we got from this was Jack Parson is a weird guy. And
Antifa.
The other guy that he was hanging with was definitely a weirdo.
Do you know about L. Ron Hubbard?
Nah, dude. You guys are telling me about these old people from a long time ago, like I know about
Dude,
them.
do you know about Scientology? Do you know anything about that?
What do you mean?
Do you know anything about the Scientologists?
No, I don't. I don't remember them, dude.
Oh man. So here's the
2
deal.
days ago. I was born recent.
These people think that a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, there was this guy, and they mixed that part of the religion with like the other religions, and it's considered a legitimate religion. So these Scientologists have had lots of whistleblowers that come out, and it's one of those things to where if you question things too much, they exile you, and you're not allowed to talk to your family members ever again. So it's a very strange culture. Whereas if you don't go to church and you're a Christian, you can still hang out with your family. We don't do that to people. Yeah, just look into L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology whistleblowers.
FL.
Dark painting by Marjorie Cameron portraying Parsons as the angel of death. So Aleister Crowley, also known as the Beast 666, was really, really weird, and Parsons was just as weird. And in 1958, JPL was, inducted into NASA, so they were like part of NASA, integrated by the newly established National Aeronautics and Space Administration, having built the Explorer 1 satellite that commenced America's space race with the Soviet Union. So half the
Believe it or not,
Nazis,
man,
half the
a lot
Nazis
of
went.
brilliant.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. In the middle of a sentence, but go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I was just gonna say, a lot of brilliant people are weirdos. I mean, just look at Newton, man.
Was he
We got a
brilliant,
lot
or
of
did he
brilliant
get
weirdos.
messages? Did he get messages from the seances?
He was weird too. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
I don't think he was brilliant. I think he got help from the other side.
What do you mean
So,
from the other side?
dude, he was talking to people through seances.
The fuck is that?
Dude, he
Think that's
summoned.
real?
Dude, he summoned people, and it scared him, and he stopped doing it.
He didn't summon anyone, man.
Bro, you don't know what you're talking about. He summoned
He didn't.
spirits,
He might
and
have
it scared
thought
him
he
when he
was
was a
summoning
child.
spirits.
Okay, sure, man.
He might have thought he was summoning spirits, but he didn't really summon spirits.
Well, don't do it. Don't even try it. Listen, Werner von Braun, who was nicknamed the father of rocket science, once argued that Parsons was way more worthy of his moniker. What's his moniker? Oh, the moniker of the father of rocket science. I get it now.
Yeah, but like, we got a lot of brilliant, weird people. Einstein was weird. Dude wore dresses or whatever the fuck did he wear dresses?
I don't think so.
Or some weird shit like girl sandals or something. I
He
don't
didn't
know.
wear socks, and he didn't tie his shoes, and he didn't brush his hair. And he
He was
married his
weird.
first cousin after he divorced his wife.
Married
I
his
think
cousin.
his first cousin.
You got weirdos like him. He was weird, but you got brilliant weirdos. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of weirdos are brilliant. I mean, to be so brilliant, you got to be creative, and to be creative, you got to be a little bit out of the box, you know. So you got a lot of brilliant weirdos. It's fine. Um,
I'm a flat earther. Can someone disprove me?
Who
The
said
earth
that?
is flat.
All right, Matt.
God
Let
is
me.
good. God made the earth, the center of the universe, the Christian God, of course. He's
All
the
right,
only real God.
Malice.
Let's
Malice.
face it,
Malice.
right?
Why do you think? Why do you think the Earth's flat? Give me the reason.
Because my Christian God made it that way. He told me in my sleep that the earth is flat and that the
We
earth
don't
is
take kind. Matthew, shut up. We don't take kindly to LARPing trolls like yourself.
I'm not friggin' LARPing. What do you friggin' take me for, LARPer? That's disrespectful to my God and me.
Yeah, you're obviously not a flat earther. You're a liar.
No, I'm just like you. I'm a flat earther. Jeez.
Give
You
me a
just
reason why the
exposed
Earth is
yourself.
flat, Malice.
He just did,
Oh,
and it was a
dude.
terrible reason.
Okay. I will give you
Give me an actual
a
physical
list.
reason why the Earth is flat.
You want like a physical reason?
Yeah, we don't expect you to invoke the Quran or the Bible or something. The
Okay,
fuck?
well, when people observe the horizon, it's like flat. If the Earth was a sphere, we would see some sort of curvature, especially from higher altitudes. Right?
Okay, so what's your best proof?
That's why what?
What's your best proof?
Well,
I need 3 of your best proofs that the Earth is flat.
okay,
That's
that's one of them. And then everyday experiences, like the way water behaves and remains level in lakes, like it's always flat, like the water's always flat instead of, you know, floating and stuff like that. That's also an argument as to why the Earth is flat. And then we claim that I claim that NASA is ran by communists and like some sort of like crazy pyramid scheme group, you know, like Mike Tyson and his crew or whatever. And then the NASA pictures that show the Earth's round are friggin' manipulated and fabricated. And they come from like secret shadow organizations like Jehovah's Witness. And then planes fly straight and level without needing to adjust for a curved Earth. They just go straight. So
Ooh, he's starting to sound less and less crazy, Larry, huh?
No. If he came in here saying that, you know, the Bible, like true flat
well, the
earthers
Bible
don't
does
rely.
talk about how the Earth is flat. So
That may be true, but people don't usually lead with the Bible. Because if you're trying to convince someone that the earth is flat, you would talk about the lack of curvature, not the Bible.
well, it's the God told me about the lack of curvature. He told me what I was thinking. He
God
spoke
told you.
to
How
me.
did he tell you? How did he tell
Well,
you?
okay, so I have this anime poster in my room of this girl with really big boobs, and I just kind of look at her.
So he went from God to the horizon to boobs in like 2 minutes.
And waifus, man.
Yeah, if that dude's a flat earther, I definitely don't want him in here talking about it. But I obviously
He
don't
isn't. He doesn't
believe.
even believe in God, dude. Look at his tags. He's an atheist.
Oh, I know what he is. Yeah, I know what he is. He's not fooling anyone.
What the fuck is it with anime going pretty much hand in hand with being like a degenerate moron?
A nihilist, atheist, Black Lives Matter, Democrat, liberal, pro-choice. Weirdo.
You just called me a degenerate moron. I have more money than you, so why would I be a degenerate moron?
I didn't say that.
He's on his alt account now.
No, I did. I called him a degenerate moron, which he is.
How does money
He's about to
make
join
you?
his third alt.
How does money determine whether you're degenerate or not?
Yeah. Having money makes him less of a degenerate moron, dude.
That's weird. That's a weird argument.
Well, that kind of is the fundamental belief, isn't it, in the West? The way people look to the rich, they're the least likely of degeneracy.
I don't look
As
at him
money
like
man,
that.
therefore he's not a
You know
degenerate
who had
moron.
more money than
No, I
most
know
people?
we don't look at them like that, Larry, but the average person.
Didn't Epstein have like a shit ton of money? He wasn't exactly known for his piety.
Yeah, you don't need to convince me, man. I'm talking about the commoner.
Right.
You know, like that. There's that like kind of unwritten phenomenon. Or you know, you got $1 billion, you can say whatever you want.
But George Soros does.
He certainly does.
He thinks he's God.
Money washes away all sins to the average person.
Yeah, the Nazi occult, Scientologist origins of NASA. Anti-fascist. We can add anti-fascist to that list. JPL was founded by Antifa. Oh shit! I better bookmark that. I can find it later. That's funny. I mean, if he testified, that means under oath he said that he's anti-fascist. So Jack Parsons, under oath, said that he's Antifa. People come in here LARPing. Interestingly, Jack Parsons did testify to a closed federal court that the moral philosophy of Thelema was both anti-fascist and anti-communist. So the whole moral philosophy, that's obviously trickery because there is no morals in Thelema society. Their moral was do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. So that's basically Satanism 101. Break all of God's laws. So they can't really claim moral anything. So maybe he was lying when he testified at a closed federal court. But when he did this, along with references from coworker, allowed his security clearance to be reinstated. Through his connection with old mentors, Parsons was offered a job with the Israeli rocket program in 1950. So he went to work for Israel 2 years after Israel became a state. And he decided to migrate to Israel. So the FBI suspected Parsons of spying for the Israelis, and some of his colleagues came to his defense once more. So he was accused of espionage with ties to Israel.
So that's the conspiracy you believe, Matt? JFK.
Yeah, I think that there's like plenty of motives for the CIA and the government generally not to want JFK alive.
It's quite a safe conspiracy to believe in, when you say.
It's a safe one for sure, and it's just weird.
Because it really,
it's just odd.
If you
Everything
just
about it
take
is
it in
odd.
isolation, it really has no real, extended consequences to anything else. You could just be like, okay, the US government had a bit of a rogue element, and they had their inner politics, and that's that. And they lied to us.
And
But
it's
all right, and it's so far in the past as well.
But it's still
Still a
connected
lot
to
of
current
classified.
days, right? Because the head of the CIA at the time was George Bush Sr., and his son is the one who perpetuated, in my opinion, the military-industrial complex and the military intelligence industrial complex. Because 9/11 happened under his watch, and conveniently, we went back to war with Iraq like 10 years later, from 91 to 2000. Maybe it was more than 10 years, but a little after 10 years. But yeah, I mean, pretty much ever since then, like the American people haven't been the same. See something, say something, snitch on your neighbor, call the cops. A guy with a camera, oh my god, he could be a terrorist. There's terrorists in the trees.
Yeah, after 9/11, Laurie.
So it's all still very connected. And then
Are you speaking after 9/11?
Yeah, after 9/11.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That was a worldwide shift in human consciousness,
Yeah. Trauma-based mind control, bro.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that one was really weird. And I think,
there you go, Matt.
yeah. Cena, I remember watching this one. It was a show. It was on Shooter. It was Netflix, right? It's called Shooter on Netflix. It ended up getting canceled, but it was like one of the best shows I ever seen in my life. And it was about how they had a Marine sniper, right? Just like Jack Ruby was. I mean, not Jack Ruby. Oswald was. But the Marine sniper thought he was doing like a good job. Like he was supposed to give advice to Secret Service and the government about how to protect the president in this certain like spot that the president was going to be in and everything. But they set the Marine sniper up with like forensic evidence and just everything. Like the government set the Marine sniper up to be the shooter when he wasn't the shooter there. And they try to kill him like at the spot and everything. And it was kind of similar to the Oswald one. And I was like, that's interesting. Because if you have an assassination, like the supposed assassinator or the actual one, regardless, you want to assassinate him right after, right? or just get him killed so he can't speak or say anything after. And that was interesting.
Yeah, truth in the movies lies in the news, you know?
Yeah.
They put out all types of media that just spell out how they operate, you know, one way or another. It's not 100%, of course.
I'm pretty sure I read something like, I don't know, Jack Ruby was in jail and he was met with a CIA operative in jail or something, that he was taking some sort of pills to like calm him. I forgot what the fucking pills were for. But he ended up going crazy and he died a few years later. It's just like, what the fuck?
Jack Ruby died in prison from cancer, allegedly. I think it was months after he went to prison. So
It was a few years, I think.
You know that you got lied to in school because the schools told us that JFK was killed by Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald never stood trial, so according to U.S. law, he's innocent until proven guilty. So anytime anyone has ever told you otherwise, that he's guilty or that he killed the president, they're conspiracy theorists and or liars.
I mean, if he killed him, he killed him, but
That's a big if. I mean, if he walked on the moon, he walked on the moon too, right?
yeah. Hold on. Some suggest Ruby was visited in jail by individuals with same connections, one known often. Okay. So he was supposedly met by an oil geologist and suspected CIA asset who was acquainted with Lee Harvey Oswald. However, there's no definitive evidence confirming this visit. Jack Ruby was indeed taking medicine in jail. Apparently, his physical health was declining. He had mental issues. Ruby also exhibited signs of mental health issues such as depression and paranoia. Paranoia is interesting. A lot of people did suggest that, you know, some CIA chemist or something met him or something. But
So, Larry, what's
That's
your
another thing.
speculation on the motive regarding JFK?
You know, it's really hard to say.
Are you asking me or
do you think it had something to do along the lines of quickly switching the public's attention away from the Apollo missions, or closing that story in some sense? You know.
Well, I don't know if his death was tied to the Apollo mission as much as it was important that he was the first Roman Catholic president. And it was kind of like Rome was showing its hand that it had power, because ever since the early 1900s, Rome has been regaining power. So the Jesuit army is alive and well. During this time, they were kind of, gaining real power. So once this happened, it's almost like the banksters were showing their hand that no, actually, we have the power, and anyone who stands up against the banks, we can take them out, even if it's a president in broad daylight. So I think it was a trauma-based mind control, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
To get people to stifle their own tongue against the Federal Reserve, because allegedly what he was doing is he was trying to restore us back to, like real money, and allegedly he was speaking out against. Well, he was not allegedly. He was speaking out against secret societies and such. So I think it's a multifaceted power struggle that it's all a stage. I don't know if he actually died. I'm not saying if he didn't. I'm not saying he didn't. I don't know, but the way that the world
Yeah, even
perceived it
that's
is
up for debate.
if you talk shit, then we'll take you out. It doesn't matter who you are.
Right. We could come up with all kinds of political implications, but at the end of the day, it's all about fear mongering, scaring the public. Right. It's really that simple.
Yeah, I don't think the public would get that message, Larry. But you know, they had like
I think that I don't know. I just don't.
symbol,
I don't
a
think anybody.
savior ripped from them. You know, because you know there was such backing behind JFK. People loved him.
Yeah, I don't think that they liked JFK. I think that's the main issue. He kept having Martin Luther King over at his house, and he was big for civil rights, and um, he, I think he actually was one of the only presidents that gave a shit.
Well, they say he was a
Obviously.
very sick man. Sick people kind of have a coming to Jesus moment sometimes where they may have been pretty shitty in the past and done terrible things, but once they realize that they're going to die, they might turn a new leaf, so to speak, and become extremely brave. So maybe he was being a good guy.
Yeah. I think that the CIA was well. This is definitely almost a fact that the CIA was involved in killing this Congolese first Congolese Democratic president or leader. I forget his name. But they killed him because he was going against the CIA. I think it was over. What was it over again? I forget what it was. Oh yeah, but they basically planted a dictator in Congo at the time as well, and didn't
Oh yeah,
want the
everywhere
obviously
that there's
democratic.
slavery, the CIA has been involved in overthrowing democratically elected
Exactly.
leaders. If you look at Libya before 2011, it was a
Yeah.
socialist paradise. I hate to say it because I'm not a socialist. I'm against socialism.
Dude.
But
And what's
it was
worst about the
legit.
one?
It was legit a good place to live.
Yeah. What's worse about the one in Congo where they assassinated the democratically elected leader? I think his name was Lumumba, right? Malumba or something like that. Is that one of the European countries that was associated with his murder recently, I think a year or so back, gave his last remains. Like, so they were 100% like involved with him, with his killing. Like, they 100% killed him. The CIA was involved. The other European country was involved, and then they planted a dictator in Congo right after. And I'm pretty sure JFK had an issue with that, and didn't he say that he was going to shatter the CIA into pieces? Was that, or am I tripping?
You're tripping.
Was that not one of JFK's quotes?
Definitely tripping.
Yo, Mark,
I know
what's your
RFK mentioned
opinion
it.
in chat, by the way?
So it's debated. It's debated whether or not he actually said it, but RFK Jr. did say that that's one of his uncle's like plans or wishes or something like that. So I'll take RFK Jr.'s word for it. RFK Jr. actually believes in a lot of conspiracies himself, Larry. If you didn't know, he believes that the person who killed Robert Kennedy was not the person that they say killed him. He believed that it was some sort of security guard who went and hid in the Philippines that died a few years ago.
Yeah, in my
He
opinion, if
thinks
we
that's the
weren't
actual.
completely taken over by the Obama regime under the third term, that RFK would be the actual Democratic leader right now for the presidential run. He should be the one who's running, but unfortunately, we got a what we call a dog king in office right now. If anybody wants to know what I mean
So
by dog
RFK
king,
Jr. believes in a shit ton of conspiracy theories. He believes that the CIA killed his father. I mean, that's RFK Jr. himself, right? That's saying this, and he's went on podcasts, plenty on podcasts, and saying his conspiracy theories. He doesn't believe that the person that they claim, the Palestinian guy, he doesn't believe that he killed his father. Doesn't believe it. He knows about the bullet trajectories as well during that assassination, and it's all weird according to him. He obviously believes that the CIA has something to do with his killing. And another thing about RFK Jr. is that Some dude who pretended to be like, what was it? Pretended to be some sort of law enforcement. And he tried to like sneak backstage, like and get to RFK Jr. with a gun, and he was stopped by like RFK Jr. security. Someone tried to break into his house and shit. Like all sorts of shit now with RFK Jr. Apparently, people want to kill him, but they don't want to kill any of the other candidates for president. So, also interesting. He's been rejected Secret Service protection as well, which he requested.
Yeah,
Never
they didn't
got
give him. Yeah, he doesn't have Secret Service. As someone who's running for president,
and he
that's
requested.
unheard of.
And he requested it and didn't get it. And then he has also these 2 assassination attempts where a dude literally pretended to be, what, like when someone like what law enforcement goes out and chases people that are on the run. I forget what it was. Pretended to be, I forgot what he fucking pretended to be. Yeah, U.S. Marshals. That's what he pretended to be. He pretended to be U.S. Marshals, and I'm pretty sure he tried to give or something, and he wasn't U.S. Marshals, and he had a gun on him, and yeah, they caught that dude. Someone tried to break into his house. They caught that dude. A lot of weird shit. Alan said he isn't going to be president. Who isn't? Why give someone Secret Service who isn't going to be president? I don't know. I mean, I think it's fair to give him protection to Alan. I don't know. Especially since he's had assassination attempts in his life.
Yo, Mark, scroll up in the chat. Quad posted something for you. He wants your opinion on it.
Wait, he's Elon Musk. I don't know, man. Elon Musk is also a weird guy. I think everyone knows he's a weird guy with what he's naming his kids nowadays.
I feel like him naming his kid that is him just being like, yeah, robots are like, it's just gonna be AI and technology. So I'm just gonna make my kid's name like a fucking robot. Hope for the best.
I mean, if everybody named their kids that, it would be normal at some point. As long as it goes through a normalization process, then so doesn't really matter.
I'm out of the loop. What is he naming his kids?
XAE-Zeta12 apostrophe S.
Okay.
and sons.
Dude, I'm gonna name my kid something like Shadow or Blade or some cool shit. Not like Jimmy or Tommy or some boring
Name
shit.
it like Dark Wolf the Third or some shit.
Yes.
Blaze
Yes.
Horse.
I like that.
What a fucking dick move. Guess you can't be fucking bullied if your bullies can't spell your name.
Is there numbers in their names? Sloppy Joe, do you know that? Are there numbers in Elon Musk's names, children names?
And one of them, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. Might as well have a math equation as one of the names.
I didn't know you could have numbers.
For real.
Should have named like 69 or something. I don't know.
Some weird shit. I might name my kid now E equals MC squared.
That's like gravity or some shit, right?
Oh, it's not gravity, dude. It's energy equals mass times acceleration. Or force, or
Yeah,
like that.
same thing, yeah. Right.
Or like F equals MA. Force equals mass acceleration.
This dude that I just posted was an actual hero. He actually died for his beliefs and saved a lot of people. Not a lot of people recognize this guy as an actual hero, but he was called crazy and locked up and beaten in the insane asylum. And he could have cleaned his wounds with distilled wine, what we call brandy. But of course, he wasn't left to explore the science because he was a crazy.
Yeah, it's one of his kids' names. What the fuck is that?
Bro, you don't
Isn't
have to
that?
interrupt me every time. Here, I got a meme
My
for
bad,
you,
my
bro.
bad.
Here, I got stuff for you. You keep interrupting me. Here, make me have that.
What is that about, Larry? Was he against hospitals?
No, not at all. This is the guy who invented germ theory. And what he was telling the doctors was, hey, you guys need to wash your hands when you go to the basement and you dig in the cadavers. Wash your hands after you touch the dead bodies before you go deliver babies. And they locked him up, and he died in an insane asylum from infection.
It's funny. It's all.
Ignis Semmelweis. You're talking about Ignis Semmelweis, right, Larry?
That's correct.
Because he didn't. I mean, he didn't get put in the insane asylum because he was right about, transmission of diseases. Put in the insane asylum, massive asshole, went crazy.
I mean, that's even a conspiracy theory, that germ theory, but that's a deep topic.
Well, he was because he was right about he wasn't like completely right. He knew about the transmission of diseases as far as hand washing is concerned, but he thought it was like bits of the body that was contaminating that was causing the disease and other things as opposed to microorganisms. And so he was still like wrong partially. And so like once like Pasteur and all those guys started doing spontaneous generation and once they discovered microorganisms, he got.
Oh yeah, Pasteur, right?
They've really figured out what was.
Wait a
causing
minute.
the
Did you
problem.
just say that you believe in spontaneous generation?
No, I'm saying once they started, experimenting on things like that and figuring out that's not what it was, because before then, that's why Ignis thought that it might have been body part, like might have been like human matter, human flesh, and contaminating other human flesh, but he didn't know about microorganisms.
It's funny. It's always these singular men that come up with these like theories from the fringe, and then it just gets super promoted into the public. Did you mention Pasteur?
Well, those guys actually, figured out how to deal with the microorganisms. Semmelweis was still badass for figuring out hand washing and was like, "Yo, you guys should like clean your hands. There's nasty shit on your."
It's
hands.
like this one person came up with germ theory, climate change was like,
and then right, but that was so he was like a pioneer that was like he didn't do like he wasn't smart enough to do like tests like Louis was, like Pasteur and all the other guys were, but he saw that hand washing. He made the connection. That's it's one of those things.
what would we have done if it wasn't for him? We wouldn't have been washing our hands.
We would have figured it out anyway.
Well, if anybody would have just read the Old Testament, it talks about being unclean after you touch a dead body, and that you should wash your body and clothes before you go to bed.
Oh, isn't that just common sense, though? Or
apparently not. If this guy had to tell everybody to wash their hands after they touched a dead body.
Yeah, but well, this is like
they wiped
after
off. Well, you got to realize, they wiped their hands off and whatnot.
This is after the industrial period, right? Yeah. So like retards, basically.
This is pre-modern medicine.
Dude, go to the pyramids of Giza or any pyramids in the world and tell me they're retards. How dare you?
Well,
no, I was saying the industrial period, people are retards. Like compared to
you can be a retard in a certain field and not be a retard in different fields.
Once we figured out that bloodletting didn't work, we stopped doing it.
No, it's just I don't know. Why does this one person has to tell everybody to wash their hands? It's just kind of weird.
Well, he figured it out. He was like, he made the connection that women who didn't do surgery on other bodies had better success rate in terms of children dying. But then whenever doctors delivered babies after they were doing surgeries, they were caught like babies were getting sick, newborn babies were getting really sick. And so he made the connection that it was the doctors transmitting diseases to the babies as opposed to just like the babies being weak or whatever. And so that's why. But then because Ignis wasn't really like a very nice guy, everybody shit on him and was like, "Go fuck yourself." Like obviously you're accusing doctors of killing.
What was this guy's name who proved that
Ignis
you can inject?
Semmelweis. Larry's puts it in there.
What was that guy's name who proved that you can inject like the flu into somebody else and it doesn't transmit? Does somebody know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking
There's-
about. They did it with the Spanish flu.
Right.
They did several tests, and the doctors would actually do it on themselves. And several doctors, nothing happened to them, and one of them got so sick that he almost died.
And there was also an experiment with like horses or something, I think, where they like injected so-called flu virus or whatever into different horses, and none of them got sick. Something like that.
Some crazy shit, yeah. Microbiology, crazy.
And why would you need to like constantly wash your hands anyway? Like soap has a million different
As a
toxic
microorganism.
chemicals.
So I want to talk
Number
to the
one
guy who
prevention of spread of disease.
Soap is toxic though, right?
I want to.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
well,
to microbiology, to microorganisms, yeah.
If I could just get in
And
town,
it also like removes dirt and oils. And
Yeah. What do you want to
stuff
say,
off of
Larry?
the skin.
Okay, so you do believe there are certain things like bacterial infections, right?
Sure.
So there is like spread of disease. Like if you're really sick and your blood gets in my blood, it could cause me to get sick. You do believe in that, right?
I don't know, to be honest. Could be.
What?
So you don't want random people putting blood in your open wounds, right?
Probably not.
Okay. We're good then. As long as we're there.
But I'm not making an absolute statement. I'm just saying like probably based on my intuition, yeah.
Well, I think what you're doing is you're kind of questioning things and trying to realize what's true and what's not, and I respect that. I was just trying to see how far you were going with it.
I'm not gonna claim something I don't know. So yeah.
I'll tell you a story. I was at a restaurant one time, and this young man came up getting a drink next to me as I was waiting in line. He scoops his empty cup in the ice trough where everybody pours out their ice to get new ice. So he pours everyone's ice into his cup, puts a little soda in it, and then starts drinking it right in front of me. And I'm sitting there looking at him like, that's weird. Like, I don't know if I would do that. What do you think, Waz? Do you think that's weird?
Can you say it again? I didn't properly understand.
So, under the ice machine, there's the ice trough where everybody pours out their cup to get new ice. He scooped his cup in the ice where everybody poured out of their cup and then put a little soda in on top of everyone else's ice and then started drinking it. I think that's weird. What do you think?
Yeah. That could be weird
I think
because
that the Earth is a globe. I think that the Earth is curving.
that could be weird because everybody has been drinking all kinds of different shit mixed together, which could upset your stomach, right? So
Okay, but you're not worried about
I
getting
think
sick.
what Matt said was weird.
I don't know if it's proven that it can infect you or whatever, but I just I think I wouldn't do it.
What about now that everybody has, the subscription and everybody's getting all these
What about the
things?
Earth shape?
Who unmuted this guy? Where's he at?
Are you trying to mute me for talking about the subject?
Yeah, let's go with Matt's topic, please. I don't know why we're on this in this.
Okay, go ahead.
Because Earth has already been proven to be flat. I'm just kidding.
We can unmute Talon as well. I think he has things to say about that.
Yeah, Talon is an expert, Glober.
Expert, yeah.
I
Level
also
94.
know a lot about microbiology, microorganisms.
I know Talon, but
How
like
disease is
we're
spreading.
changing the subject back to like the subject matter now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So please
Although
respect
we know
it.
that you're a jack of
I like
all
how-
trades.
Like how diseases are going to get worse because of global warming.
Please, Talon. They're not like we're trying to change subjects, man.
Call
Talk
back.
about-
What do you mean?
talk about red
I'm just tying
herring.
it together, Matt. That's what you wanted.
Talk about red herring. Eh?
No, I know. I'm just saying, like generally, like they want to change the subject back to flat Earth, globe Earth.
You don't want to talk about climate change? You climate change?
Wait, let's
denier?
have an hour conversation about changing the topic.
Yeah, it's not that I'm against anything you're saying, Talent. Like I agree with you. It's just to like we want to change
You
the
want to talk about the
subject
globe?
back to like flat Earth.
Did you guys see that Blue
Yeah.
Horizon just sent a bunch of people into outer space? There's a new oldest man in space now. Is beat William Shatner. So the first black astronaut candidate, he wasn't able to go into space because of whatever reason that he wasn't, he didn't make it onto the first spaceships in the 60s. But so he had to wait like 60 years until Jeff Bezos paid for a seat on his rocket and shot him up.
That's
into space.
racist.
So do you think those guys saw the curve?
Nope.
Sure did.
Didn't they send? Correct me if I'm wrong, Talon. Didn't they send civilians up there a few years ago?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, you can buy it. It's just like $250,000 to go up into space. That's all it costs.
Yeah, just regular civilians, you know.
Only $250,000.
Well, because Blue Horizon's been grounded for the last like 2 years or so because they had a pretty serious failure on one of their test flights, and so they were grounded until they got that all fixed up, and then they just got cleared for launch, and so they sent the first.
Isn't zero
astronaut
gravity just like
candidate.
free falling, basically? Isn't it that what is it?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Or going in orbit.
Yeah, how
You're
high
just
up
like-
did they go?
Orbit is permanent free fall. Zero gravity is just being far enough away from the Earth that gravity doesn't really affect you enough to feel it.
How high up
You're
did they
weightless.
go?
50 miles, is it?
So
Close to that.
Blue Horizon, I think, on the like grand scheme of things, is pretty low Earth orbit. So it's not like huge. Like they don't go up
What
real high,
height?
but they go up high enough to get to like be weightless and stuff, chill out, see the curve and whatnot.
Like what height?
No, I know you have to look it up. Blue Horizon, Bezos penis rocket.
You were the one bringing up the bloody subject.
Well, it just happened yesterday. Just look up the elevation that they did.
It doesn't really interest me.
I didn't
though.
look. I didn't have it memorized. I mean, like the last I checked, last I read about when I was reading about the penis rockets, is that Blue Horizon is one of the lower Earth orbit ones. Like they don't go up as high as some of the other ones, but they still go up pretty high.
I thought that was your jizz.
That's what I'm saying. That's all the information that I know off the top of my head.
It does look like a PP, that thing.
Yeah, it's weird, yeah? It's got a big
It's
knob.
like a little hovering. See.
But that's just a coincidence, boys.
What's it called? Blue Origin.
Blue Origin, thank you. What did I say? Blue Horizon.
Bro said Blue Horizon. Blue Origin.
That was close. I knew it was blue something. Bezos penis
Oh yeah, that's the
rocket,
little
more
thing that they
accurate.
send him in. That little Hubble thing. I don't know what that even is.
His is the most penisy.
Oh yeah, that's why I see what you call that. Yeah.
Could they go to
Sends
the
them up.
moon in that thing?
Hey, you know who could go on one of these is Dave West. Isn't that guy rich? That flat earther Dave West.
I don't think he's rich, man.
Yeah.
Someone said he's worth millions. I don't know.
You don't get rich from being a flat earther, man.
Oh, I think from other stuff like he does crypto or something. He has crypto things.
Flat earthers are
I don't know.
jacked.
See crypto being flat earther.
Dude, flat earthers wear fresh
No.
clothes. They have a bunch of money in the bank accounts.
He does. I think he does like
Jacked.
other things
Fuck
apart
yeah,
from
bro.
being a flat earther that makes him have
they
a
roll.
decent amount of money. So if he does have that sort of money, he should go up there.
Why are they not showing any pictures?
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, Talon. Didn't what was his name? Didn't Dude Perfect go on one of those?
I bet you
Or am
they
I
did.
tripping?
They probably have to try to score a basket from low Earth orbit.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, speaking of dropping basketballs
pretty-
from low Earth orbit, did you guys see the footage of the comet that fell over Eurasia? Like it was like I can't remember where exactly, but fresh comet footage came through. So port firmament got hit again. Apparently,
Did they find the rock?
I think they did find fragments. Yeah, fragment of a
Yeah.
comet. I don't know if they actually found any pieces or anything
Think,
got hit.
or you did, or
I think the comet burned up because mostly just water. That's why they
okay,
didn't
so
find anything.
they didn't. So they didn't find anything.
No, it was a comet, so it was made of ice. So it just lit up the sky.
Okay.
Was that comet out in deep space prior?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's the other thing.
How was it made
is,
of ice?
we've
Then?
had
Where'd the water come from?
What? Space?
Water in space?
Yeah, haven't you read the
Water all
Bible,
over the fucking
Timbo?
place.
Water is below as water is above.
Ice.
Oh yeah, true.
Comets are made of
actually
ice.
there is
Yeah,
we did
but if it's made of ice, like where if it's made of ice, where'd the water come from?
I don't think ice is
Hydrogen
necessarily
and
water.
oxygen. When two hydrogen
I don't
mommies
think
and an
that's
oxygen
true.
daddy have a threesome, they get water.
I don't think that's true.
Okay, you're right. It's actually a
Pretty sure
MMF.
liquid.
Like I don't
H2O.
think
It's
that,
actually two
that's
guys
not
and
true.
one. Sorry, I know it hurts.
That's not true.
The hydrogen bond's got that big OD.
Wait, someone's trying to talk. What's not true?
What he just said, like we all heard it.
Wait, you didn't know that water is the threesome of molecules?
That's literally just not true, though.
What? H2O is in a three-element,
Nope.
three-atom molecule?
No.
What is H2O?
It's all propaganda to kill us.
What, H2O?
What?
Okay. Okay.
Everything that has to do with science just is coming.
Okay. Yeah, cool troll.
Yeah.
Thanks. Next.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I was gonna say this also, Timbo. Not Timbo. Talent. I'm pretty sure that they found water molecules on asteroids or something like that. They detected something like that a while back. So not too far fetched.
What? Please show me how they did that.
Okay.
Please show me how they got water molecules from
Don't,
asteroids.
hey brother, don't interrupt these people. Don't do it.
You do like little spectrometry and stuff like that. Crack it open.
So you get a water molecule. So you shot. Oh shit! Fuck.
Here
And,
is
wait,
hold on.
actually, because can't they just reflect? Can't they just measure the light that's reflecting off of an asteroid and see that it's got
fucking reversed
like the remnants of what would be?
I just
water
dropped it in there
molecules?
for you. Timbo, I dropped it. Water was detected on 2 stony S-type asteroids, which are thought to have been born dry.
You think asteroids come from Uranus?
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
Good one.
you're hilarious. You're hilarious, dog. You're the funniest.
Hilarious,
guy
man.
You're the funniest guy I've ever met, dude. I won't lie.
Yeah, Timbo, they did find water molecules on asteroids. So.
Stop the cap.
Go back to Uranus.
And that was actually recent. That was 3 months back. That was 3 months back, ladies and gentlemen.
So, does this officially prove that there's water in space?
Yes, indeed. There's water in space.
Damn. Water in the vacuum, eh?
I pissed in space
Indeed.
for sure.
Yeah, isn't there like a ton of hydrogen gas out there? I think hydrogen's plentiful, but oxygen.
Yeah, there's a ton of gas out in that vacuum. Ton of gas.
And there's also gas planets. We have like large gaseous planets, man. Don't forget about that. Jupiter, Saturn. A ton of gaseous planets. And a lot of planets that have, liquid.
What's the gaseous planet? Does it start with U?
With Jupiter.
Every time.
Jupiter,
gassy
Val?
as fuck.
Every time I fucking
Jupiter.
Oh, it's
put
definitely
that,
Jupiter,
for
100%.
sure.
Jupiter's massive too.
Jupiter's so
massive
big
planet.
that it actually pulls on the sun. Like the sun actually gets actually wobbles because of Jupiter.
That's awesome.
The thing is, you can fit 1,300 Earths. I'm pretty sure in Jupiter, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
Jupiter is just insane.
Yeah, and 1 day on Jupiter is like 10 hours, I think. 10
It's got
Earth
18
hours.
fucking moons.
I rip ass.
Crazy.
I ain't even gonna lie.
Where did you
So
read
you can
that
actually
from?
fit 13. You can actually fit 1,321 Earths in Jupiter.
Did you read that on spacefacts.com?
I think Saturn's really
Nope.
big too, isn't it?
It's easy to fit. It's easy to know how many Earths you can fit in a planet.